Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Somehow, his life was getting harder, not easier. Minami sighed. Whatever. If he looked at all this as an investment for the future, then it was still somewhat acceptable. Today was June 8th. If he stretched his remaining funds, he could probably survive until mid-month. But before then he needed to figure out a way to make some money. Otherwise, his only option would be to sell his body in Ginza, Shibuya, or Shinjuku. For entertainment jobs, of course. Shaking his head to clear out those ridiculous thoughts, Minami returned home, properly stored his equipment, and focused on studying for the night. Study time. Your academics has slightly improved. Current academics, 8. After finishing his study session, Minami stretched and put down his pen. Now, it was time to plan his next steps. Laundry? Done yesterday. No need for today. Dinner? Already had a filling meal before heading to study. Not hungry. Guitar practice? Already did a session with Bocce earlier. So the next thing to do? Guess I'll run a simulation. Pulling up the love simulator, Minami's gaze settled on a specific item. Love of 3 lifetimes, forever unattainable. Ryo Yamada if route card. The aloof and elegant girl turns to look back. This time, will you stop for her? This was a system reward. It didn't consume any simulation attempts. However, it also meant that he only had one chance to use it. If he activated Ryo Yamada's if route card, the item would disappear forever. One shot, huh? Can I actually get a good ending? Recalling the cool yet graceful face of Ryo in past simulations, Minami hesitated for a moment, then clicked the card. Would you like to use Ryo Yamada if route card? Yes. The moment he confirmed, the text on the screen began to change. Simulation start. In this timeline, you have rewound time by 1 year and, through sheer determination, quickly established a connection with the members of Starry via Hitori Gota, and in doing so, you also met her, the girl with deep blue, chin-length hair, her slender fingers gently pressing against the bass strings. Under the dim stage lights, she already shined brilliantly. Unlike the others, who warmly welcomed you, the bassist seemed entirely absorbed in her own world. Through Naruto's introduction, you learned her name Ryo Yamada. When she noticed your gaze, she simply set her bass down, gave you a curt nod, and then returned to practicing, completely unbothered by your presence. It was as if you hadn't even registered in her world. Minami blinked. What the hell? In past simulation loops and even in real life, Ryo had never acted this cold toward him. Was she seriously playing the unreachable queen card now, of all times? But just as he was about to be frustrated, the next lines appeared. As planned, you began learning the guitar from Hitori Gota. And in the process, your unnatural rate of improvement did not go unnoticed. You have now caught Ryo Yamada's attention. Chapter 55. Her interest in you deepens. You have piqued Ryo Yamada's curiosity. As someone deeply passionate about music, Ryo has her own unique perspective on the art. However, your absurdly rapid progress challenges her understanding, making it impossible for her to ignore you any longer. So that's how it was. Minami finally understood why Ryo Yamada always ended up paying attention to him in every simulation. For this deep blue-haired girl, the only thing that can truly captivate her is music, just like in the previous simulations. Even in the timelines where he made the wrong choices and Kesoka band disbanded, Ryo Yamada never abandoned her love for music. Even after the band fell apart, she continued playing her bass alone. She never formed another band. Instead, she chose the path of solitude for the rest of her life. So stubborn, yet so heartbreakingly endearing. That was just the kind of person Ryo Yamada was. Minami let out a small sigh and continued reading the simulation's text. You continue to practice guitar. Although you have caught Ryo Yamada's attention, your relationship remains that of casual acquaintances. She acknowledges you, but it ends there, until one day, during one of Ijichi Najuka's endless ramblings, you learn about Ryo Yamada's disastrous mock exam results. Through her, you came to understand that Ryo isn't actually bad at studying, it's just that she struggles to balance academics with her dedication to bass. If she focuses on studying, she forgets how to play. If she practices bass, she forgets everything she learned in school. As you and Naruto chat, Ryo, who had been nearby, suddenly walks over and curiously asks about your grades. You don't say a word. Instead, you simply pull out your phone and show her a picture of the latest academic rankings where you hold the #1 spot. She had already heard rumors about your genius-level intellect, but seeing such undeniable proof firsthand leaves even the normally emotionless Ryo Yamada visibly surprised. She had always dreamed of getting into the University of Tokyo. If music was her lifelong ambition, then getting into Todai was her short-term goal. But given her academic struggles, that dream had always felt out of reach, yet now, standing before her was someone who had already achieved what she could barely even dream of. That day, she made a request. She wanted you to tutor her. She was willing to discuss a fair payment for the lessons. This piqued your interest. Given your financial situation, growing up in the rural countryside of Japan, money was always scarce. Without much hesitation, you agreed to tutor Ryo Yamada, promising to help her balance both BAS and academics. Serious student, lazy prodigy. When it came to tutoring, you took your role very seriously. Even though Ryo Yamada had a laid-back and lazy personality, you never let that affect your approach. While she practiced BAS, you would sit beside her, quietly reciting classical literature lessons into her ear. The moment she put her BAS down, you would immediately hit her with basic math questions. At first, the independent and absent-minded Ryo paid little attention to your efforts. She would often respond half-heartedly or try to deflect with music-related topics. For her, asking you for help was probably nothing more than a passing whim, yet despite her dismissive attitude, you never got angry. Instead, you patiently adjusted your approach, crafting personalized practice sheets, offering words of encouragement whenever she struggled, and never giving up on her. Your constant presence, unwavering patience, and unrelenting dedication slowly began to change something within her. For the first time, she was experiencing what it was like to have someone by her side day after day. On the surface, she still acted indifferent. Whenever you showed concern for her, she would brush it off with a cold expression. But the moment she turned away, a small, almost imperceptible smirk would appear on her lips. She began to realize what she looked forward to every day was no longer just practicing BAS at Starry, nor even tutoring sessions themselves, but rather meeting with you. She started stealing glances at you whenever she thought you weren't looking. She even began actively trying to make conversation with you despite her complete lack of social skills. Even though she had always been quiet and preferred solitude, she found herself wanting to bring up new topics just to keep you engaged. Ryo Yamada's affection for you has deepened. 3 months later, after skipping out on paying for tutoring for 3 whole months, Ryo finally paid you back in full, and then, for the next month, she survived on nothing but wild vegetables. In truth, you didn't really care about the money. Ryo had always looked out for you in her own way. She often lent you rare music albums and records, helping you expand your musical knowledge. Tutoring her never felt like a burden, so you never brought up the unpaid lessons. To you, Ryo Yamada was someone truly admirable, a girl who never wavered in her pursuit of music. As the tutoring continued, she slowly began to put more effort into balancing both academics and BAS. Your patience helped her overcome some of her laziness, and she started to genuinely try, but as mentioned before, no matter what, Ryo Yamada just couldn't balance both studies and music. Her progress remained painfully slow. Her grades didn't improve. It was as if time itself had frozen between you and her. After every test, she would be met with the same disappointing scores, and every time, you would simply offer her the same gentle, non-judgmental reassurance. The day she disappeared, one day, without warning, Ryo Yamada stopped coming to Starry. Her sudden absence confused Mijika and the others, and even you found yourself caught off guard. At this point, you had a decision to make. 1. Maybe you were pushing her too hard. She might just be feeling overwhelmed. It might be best to give her a couple of days to relax. 2. Now is the time to push forward, not back. Whether she likes it or not, you should go find her immediately. 3. Damn woman. Not only did she waste my tutoring time, but she vanished without a word. By sleeping pills, kidnap her, and correct her with a lesson in another way. 4. Direct simulation. Minami stared at the third option in absolute disbelief. Sleeping pills? What kind of lesson are you even planning to teach her? This wasn't just a bad choice, it was a one-way ticket to jail. And worst of all, this was an if route card. He only had one shot at this. If he messed it up, Ryo Yamada's if route would disappear forever. If he had 2 or 3 retries, then maybe he'd. No, he definitely wouldn't. He was Minami Shoji, a man destined to be a perfect gentleman. A man who drowns in his desires is the most pathetic kind of man. He repeated this mantra in his head, then immediately discarded the third option. Now, between option 1 and option 2. Give her space? Or confront her? The first option made sense. It was entirely possible that Ryo was overwhelmed by the constant tutoring sessions and her inability to improve, causing a buildup of mental stress. But Thinking back on all the previous simulations of Ryo Yamada, her free-spirited, lazy, independent personality, would giving her space for 2 days really solve anything? Or would she just use it as an excuse to never come back? Overindulgence and excessive concern might not be good for someone like her. After some thought, Minami chose the second option. 2. Now is the time to push forward, not back. Whether she likes it or not, you should go find her immediately, even if it meant being forceful. Sometimes Ryo needed someone stubborn enough to pull her forward. Chapter 56. She knew she couldn't escape anymore after 4 simulation loops. Minami was confident that he understood Ryo Yamada's personality. She was free-spirited, loved solitude, and had a lazy, laid-back nature. Not that any of those were bad traits. But because of this personality, even if she felt troubled or upset, she would never show it on her face, let alone talk about it. Instead, she would simply shoulder everything alone, keeping her worries to herself. That's why Minami chose the second option. For someone like Ryo Yamada, sometimes a stronger push was necessary. Simulation continues. Ryo Yamada's unusual behavior has caught your attention. Having spent so much time with her, you know that while showing up at her house might be too forward for other girls, for someone as carefree, lazy, and indifferent to social norms as Ryo, direct confrontation might actually be the best way to share her burdens. You ask Aijichi Nijika for Ryo Yamada's home address. Meanwhile, you hear Kita Ikuyo's concerns from the side. As someone who had always admired Ryo, she seems particularly upset. She's worried that Ryo might be dating another guy, which is why she hasn't been coming to work. Of course, she hopes that Ryo doesn't have a boyfriend. But if she does, she wants you to find out who the guy is and report back to her. Although you think it's unlikely that Ryo Yamada would date anyone other than, well, you still nod in agreement, reassuring Kita that if Ryo does have a boyfriend, you'll let her know immediately. With your promise, Kita is able to relax. After temporarily leaving Starry, you quickly track down the location of the Yamada family's home with your inhuman level of efficiency, and then you see it, Ryo Yamada, curled up inside a sleeping bag, camping in the backyard of her own mansion. Rich people are different. Minami had long known that Ryo Yamada was a rich young lady. But camping in her own backyard instead of sleeping in a perfectly good mansion? That was something only Ryo Yamada, with her carefree and unconventional ways, would do. Memories begin to surface. Why are you here? Why are you camping in your own backyard instead of sleeping inside your mansion? Faced with Ryo Yamada's questioning, Minami didn't answer. Instead, he countered with a question of his own before taking a longer look at her. For the first time, the ever-unbothered Ryo Yamada felt a bit self-conscious. She had showered in her home's bathroom, so there was no strange smell. But after sleeping in a sleeping bag, her usually neat and tidy short hair had become a little messy. If it were Nijika or Kita who showed up, she wouldn't have cared. She probably would have just stayed in the sleeping bag and casually greeted them. But with Minami standing before her, for some reason, she couldn't let him see her like this. Flustered, she hurriedly tried to climb out of the sleeping bag. But because she moved too quickly, the zipper got stuck, and she ended up tripping over her own feet. Thud. Ryo's eyes shut tight, bracing for impact. But the expected pain never came. Instead, she found herself landing on something soft. I guess buying an expensive sleeping bag was worth it. With an expressionless face, Ryo sighed in relief, grateful for the sleeping bag's cushioning. And then what kind of sleeping bag are you talking about? Hurry up and get off me. Huh? Ryo slowly turned her body only to realize something horrifying. At some point, she had fallen directly onto Minami. The cushioning and warmth she had felt wasn't from the sleeping bag. It was from him. The moment she realized this, even though her face remained calm and composed, her ears started burning with embarrassment. But that feeling didn't last long. Because she suddenly remembered her terrible mock exam results. Escape attempt number 1, denied. Not wanting to dwell on the situation, she quickly turned away and spoke in a cold tone. Minami, if you're not hurt, then you should just go home. What do you mean not hurt? I'm in pain. Lying on the ground, Minami gritted his teeth in pain and reached out his hand to her. Help me up, Ryo. Does it really hurt? Did you get injured somewhere? Hearing the hint of pain in his voice, the coldness in Ryo's expression softened. Despite herself, she couldn't just leave him there. So she grabbed his hand and then thud, her short blue hair fluttered in the air. Just as she tried to pull Minami up, he suddenly tightened his grip, pulling her down with him. Now, she found herself back in his arms once again. Completely stunned, she lifted her head only to see Minami grinning down at her. In that moment she knew. She had been completely tricked. Yet, despite that, she couldn't put on a cold expression anymore. Her body remained pressed against his, but her head turned stubbornly to the side, refusing to let him see her face. At the same time, she tried to pull her hand free. Let go. She said it seriously. Nope. I'm still in pain. But maybe if Ryo-san hugged me on her own, I'd feel better. Minami chuckled, his grip tightening just slightly to prevent her escape. Minami, you're so childish. Her voice was still calm and cold, but her elegant and expressionless face was clearly flushed. Call it whatever you want. Finding her reactions amusing, Minami playfully poked her cheek. And this time the cool, aloof bassist, usually so composed and untouchable, was completely frozen, caught like a rabbit in a trap. The moment she gave up after a while. Why did you come looking for me? Her voice was as cold as ever. I missed you. His tone was teasing. Minami, I'm being serious. Forcing herself to sit up, she looked at him with her sharp amber eyes. Minami didn't answer. He simply stared back at her. Time passed. And eventually her cold gaze couldn't withstand his burning stare any longer. Her face turned even redder as she averted her eyes. She was the one who had been watching him all this time, and yet, in the end, she was also the first to look away. Ryo is as interesting as ever. Minami finally burst out laughing. Ryo, realizing there was no escaping him, simply leaned her face against her palm with a sigh. Then, the cold, elegant girl finally gave up. She closed her eyes and let herself rest against Minami's chest once again. She had came to terms with it. If she couldn't escape, then she might as well enjoy it. And deep down she knew. This time, she wouldn't be able to run away from him anymore. Your relationship with Ryo Yamada has deepened. Chapter 57, The Rain Keeps Falling. Your sudden arrival and intimate actions caught her off guard. Facing you, she lost her usual elegance and composure, and from her own words, you finally learn the real reason why she stopped coming to Starry. Her stagnant mock exam scores, combined with your unwavering patience and support, had left her feeling anxious. Uncertainty about her future put her in a slump. She didn't want her mood to drag down the band or you, so she chose to avoid Starry altogether. She had always thought these thoughts were impossible to share with anyone. Yet, for some reason, when she was with you, she could speak them freely, without hesitation. The worries she had been bottling up seemed to slowly disappear the moment she saw you, and once they were gone, the usual Ryo Yamada confident, self-absorbed, and slightly arrogant made her return. Minami closed his eyes, letting the images in his mind replay the scene of him sitting in Ryo Yamada's room, talking with her. So, in other words, you like me? Seated on a lounge chair in her room, the blue-haired girl lazily raised a single finger, pointing at her elegant and beautiful face as she analyzed the situation before her. Minami, who had been casually observing the room's layout, instinctively turned his head to glance at Miss Yamada, who was sitting with her arms crossed. He honestly had no idea where her confidence was coming from. The reason is simple. Changing her posture, Ryo propped her chin on her palm, adjusting her position slightly so her white sleeve slipped back, revealing a slender, delicate wrist. Then she straightened her back slightly, puffing out her chest with an air of absolute self-assurance. Because I'm beautiful. My personality is impeccable, adorable, even. My figure? Impressive. So, of course, it's only natural that you'd fall for me. After stating her objective analysis, she gave a small nod of satisfaction. As expected of me. Tilting her delicate face slightly, she cast a languid gaze at Minami. Am I right, Minami? Minami. He opened his mouth, about to speak, but before he could say a word, Ryo raised a hand to stop him. I know. Right now, you're probably about to say please go out with me, Ms. Yamada. Her amber eyes locked onto him, her tone unwavering. A few moments ago, she had been caught off guard by his sudden trick, but that had only happened because she was in a bad mental state. Now, however, she was back to her usual self. And honestly, she was eager to see Minami flustered for once. But the scene she imagined never happened. Instead of turning red-faced and embarrassed, Minami showed zero hesitation. Instead, under her gaze, he fell silent. Time passed. Then how about we give it a try? His voice was calm, steady, and completely serious. For the first time, Ryo Yamada's expression didn't change. Because at that moment she realized something. Minami knew her too well. He knew she'd try to play this game. Since that was the case, then say it now. Lifting a leg wrapped in black stockings, Ryo rested her chin on her palm. Say it seriously, Miss Yamada, please go out with me. If you do, maybe I'll consider it. Please go out with me, Ryo. Before she could even finish speaking, Minami had already said it. His expression was serious. Not a single hint of a joke. For the first time, the confident, ever-composed Ryo Yamada found herself thrown off balance. But on the surface, she kept her face calm and impassive. Even as Minami stared at her without wavering, she pretended to be unmoved. If you say you were joking right now, I'll be mad, Minami. Her tone was flat, emotionless, but there was something else behind it. Minami didn't say anything. He simply looked at her. Under his gaze, The cold and elegant mask she wore finally began to crack. "Then I'll think about it." She pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them as she buried her face. Her voice, no longer cold, came muffled from behind her knees. "I'll think about it." This outcome didn't surprise Minami at all. As for how long that thinking would take, that was anyone's guess. A girl's heart was as unpredictable as a summer sky. One moment clear and bright, the next a storm. The rain begins to fall. Checking the time, Minami figured it was about time to leave. He stood, said his goodbyes, and Ryo, still curled up in thought, didn't move to see him out. The weather had grown colder with the end of autumn. As Minami stepped outside, he exhaled, watching his breath turn to white mist in the air. And then the sky, like a girl's emotions, suddenly shifted. After taking only a few steps, a sudden downpour forced him to seek shelter under a nearby bus stop. The world became blurred by the endless curtain of rain, isolating him from everything. Minami, a voice, drawn out, called his name. Minami turned. And there she was. Ryo Yamada, standing in the rain, out of breath. Her short blue hair clung to her damp cheeks, her elegant face glowing in the rain's reflection. A scene straight from a painting, and she was the living masterpiece. Holding an umbrella in one hand, she carefully stepped over puddles, looking somewhat clumsy. Finally, she leaped into the bus stop shelter like a swallow returning to its nest. "I was going to bring you an umbrella." Exhaling a puff of white breath, she shook the water off her arms, like a lazy cat. As she spoke, her ember eyes turned toward the rain-soaked world outside. Minami understood. In rain this heavy, bringing an umbrella wouldn't have helped much anyway. "It's so cold." She shivered, then without hesitation, she moved closer, sitting beside Minami, holding out her rain-chilled hands. "Yeah. It is." Without a second thought, he took her hands, warming them in his own. For a moment, they simply watched the rain together. "Then I've made my decision. I'll be your girlfriend." "Okay." They held hands, turning their gaze back to the endless downpour. "The rain is really coming down, huh?" Leaning her head slightly against Minami's shoulder, she murmured. "Yeah." For some reason Minami found himself wishing this rain would never stop. Outside the bus stop shelter the rain kept falling. Chapter 58, That night, she came to your room. "Your relationship with Ryo Yamada has grown even closer. You have officially become Ryo Yamada's boyfriend." Minami. He had expected that Ryo would maintain her usual level of composure and consistency. But honestly, he never thought things would progress this smoothly. From meeting Ryo, to tutoring her, to dating her, there had been no obstacles whatsoever. It was too fast. Way too fast. Even for someone who believed in Ryo Yamada's unwavering consistency, Minami was still caught off guard by how effortlessly things had played out. But on the other hand, maybe this outcome makes perfect sense. Thinking it over, he suddenly felt it was only natural. Talented people will always shine, no matter where they go. And someone as talented as me. Of course, I wouldn't have any trouble finding a girlfriend. Indeed, a man must constantly improve himself. If you lack ability and refuse to work on yourself, then even if you were somehow transported into a fictional anime world, you'd be nothing more than a background character for the protagonist. Shaking off unnecessary distractions, Minami cleared his mind and continued watching the simulation unfold. Keeping secrets and hidden affection, to avoid upsetting Kita Ikuyo, you decide not to tell her that you and Ryo Yamada are now dating. During this time, your relationship with Ryo grows stronger. Even at Starry, where she had always been a solitary figure, she begins openly greeting you, and even, after practice, slipping her frozen hands into your pockets without caring about anyone's gaze. But paper cannot cover fire forever. One lie always leads to another. Your increasing closeness with Ryo does not go unnoticed. When Hitori Gota and Najuka Ijichi learn about your relationship, they are initially shocked, but upon seeing how Ryo, a girl who had always been distant and cold, casually rests her head on your shoulder and falls asleep, they stop questioning it. On the other hand, Kita Ikuyo, who had always admired Ryo, had actually suspected something for a while. However, she had been avoiding the truth, because she trusted you, because you had promised her that you would tell her if Ryo got a boyfriend, but in the end, the one who became Ryo's boyfriend was you. This sudden betrayal made her regret not being more cautious of you from the start, but it was too late now. No matter how unwilling she was, all she could do was force a smile and congratulate you both. "Take care of Ryo for me." That day, Kita approached you and had a long conversation. She asked you to take care of the person she admired most, Ryo Yamada. Without hesitation, you agreed. After that, Kita entered a personal slump. Her once active beauty blog went completely silent for 2 weeks. It wasn't until Ryo, expressionless as ever, sought her out and consoled her that she was able to pick herself back up. Even if her beloved Ryo has a boyfriend, so what? She can still become Ryo's close female friend. Female friend? Seeing these words, Minami instinctively rubbed his temples. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that this female friend had an unhealthy connotation. And it was clear that Kita really liked Ryo. Even after Ryo got a boyfriend, Kita still didn't give up. Perhaps dating you changed her perspective. After another tutoring session, Ryo Yamada's once terrible grades had improved dramatically, and this time, she didn't forget how to play bass. For the first time, she was able to balance both academics and music. Even someone as composed as Ryo couldn't suppress her emotions. She immediately called you to share the news. You spoke on the phone for 2 hours. Her voice remained calm, but her tone carried undeniable gratitude and warmth. That night, while walking home, she suddenly grabbed your hand and kissed you. Your first kiss was far from perfect. Because of her sudden move, your teeth bumped together, causing both of you to bleed. Complete failure. The next day, when she arrived at Starry, her lips now slightly swollen were covered with ointment. Expressionless as always, she was visibly frustrated by yesterday's failed attempt. And you noticed, that afternoon, you took the initiative to ask her out, and this time, you gave her a kiss that left even the normally cold and composed Ryo thoroughly satisfied. She still pretended to dislike it, but she gently took out a handkerchief and wiped the leftover ointment from your lips. A changing Ryo Yamada. As time passed, Ryo Yamada was no longer alone. Whenever she went to watch a movie or visit a vintage clothing store, she always made sure you went with her, and on the days you weren't around she felt an unexpected sense of loneliness, a late-night visit. But this is the reality of a student preparing for entrance exams. While tutoring Ryo, you also had to maintain your own academic standing. You never meant to neglect her, but still, she couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Emotions began to quietly build up. One night, the usually composed Ryo Yamada made a decision. She snuck into your apartment. That night, she actively responded to you. For the first time, both of you experienced the beauty of passion, as both experienced the beauty of 18 different positions for the first time, and you were reluctant to leave. Completely lost in one another. Minami. He forcefully suppressed the thought of direct simulation and instead focused on one key realization. Ryo Yamada was the complete opposite of Hitori Gota. Would Bocchi kiss him? Yes. But only if he pushed her for it. Would Bocchi go along with his advances? Of course. But he would have to coax her into it. Bocchi, with her soft personality, would never make the first move. But Ryo Yamada? She didn't just respond, she initiated. She was bold, fearless, and daring enough to sneak into her boyfriend's apartment in the middle of the night. The morning after. When the morning light broke through, you brushed your hand against her smooth back, watching as her blue hair fell over her shoulders. At that moment, your resolve to protect her grew even stronger. Sensing your movement, she turned toward you, her amber eyes watching you for a long time before letting out a small yawn. Then, with zero hesitation, she buried herself back into your arms. That morning, the two of you stayed in bed far longer than usual. Your relationship with Ryo Yamada deepened. Chapter 59, Minami, how could you be so depraved? After that night, Ryo Yamada began visiting your apartment more often. Day 1, she came over to study. She spent the night. Day 2, she came over to study. She spent the night. Day 3, you started to feel that something was off, so you told her that this wasn't a good idea. That night, she still stayed over. Day 4, you swore you wouldn't let this continue. Day 5, Ryo Yamada was full of tricks and she still stayed over. Day 6, stayed over again. Ryo Yamada's happiness increased. Her energy rose, your happiness increased. Your energy decreased, your academic performance slightly declined, but you still remained ranked number 1 in the school, huh? Minami, in reality, was devastated. Minami. How could you let yourself fall so easily? A man who drowns in desire is the most pathetic kind of man. He felt betrayed by himself. But after a long sigh he accepted it. This simulated version of me just isn't as strong-willed as the real me. Never mind. After all, it's just myself in the simulation, not even 1/10 as good as my real self, so it's natural that I can't resist the temptation. This went on for a week, and you knew you couldn't go on like this, so you made 3 rules with her. Regarding your 3 rules, Yamada Ryo seems to have realized that this is not a good way to go on, and she agreed reluctantly, but at the same time, she also hopes that you can take time to accompany her. This request is not difficult to do. You nodded in agreement. The days of shopping with Yamada Ryo were actually quite pleasant. On her days off, she would always watch movies at home or go out to look for some second-hand clothing stores or old-fashioned record stores. Because she's rich, she's generous. With her family's considerable wealth, Ryo Yamada is extremely generous when it comes to spending. She buys expensive clothing and records without a second thought, never hesitating to spend on quality. Eating out is also common for her, either by ordering takeout or seeking out new restaurants to try, and when it comes to you, she never holds back financially. Every time she asks you out, she buys you at least 1 or 2 sets of expensive outfits. Your wardrobe, which once consisted solely of school uniforms, is slowly filling up. Ryo has an excellent eye for fashion. Paired with your naturally handsome features, her carefully selected outfits make her very satisfied. However, this also gives rise to a new problem wearing the clothes she picked out. You attract a great deal of attention from women just by walking down the street. In fact, in front of Ryo, several girls ignored her completely and approached you to ask for your contact information. Her jealousy, hidden in the form of bass practice, even though you firmly turned them down, they refused to back off. That night, expressionless and seemingly venting her frustrations, Ryo spent hours discussing bass playing techniques with you until deep into the night. Her intensity was overwhelming. After that night, Ryo never gave you any more fancy outfits. Instead, she carefully picked out the most bizarre and unsightly clothing combinations, forcing you to wear them. Even in the worst outfits, he still looks good. But even then, you continued to attract attention from women. Clothes with terrible fashion sense couldn't change the fact that you were naturally well-proportioned and looked good in anything. Eventually, realizing her efforts were meaningless, she tugged on your face with a serious expression and suggested that you get plastic surgery at the hospital her family owned. In response, you simply kissed her on the cheek, expressing your feelings clearly. Watching her cold expression shift from stunned to flushed, you couldn't help but laugh. Realizing you were teasing her, she grumbled, propping her chin on her hand and turning away, but never brought up the idea of plastic surgery again. Time moves forward. Your relationship with Ryo Yamada never cooled down. With your tutoring, her already intelligent mind made rapid academic progress, while also retaining her bass-playing skills. Now, she could perfectly balance both studies and music. Meanwhile, after adjusting to Ryo's pace, your previous dip in academic performance rebounded and even exceeded your previous level. Everything seemed to be going well. Perfect? As expected of me. Minami was thoroughly satisfied. Even while indulging in desire and romance, he remained as outstanding as ever. To think that he could adjust so well and match Ryo's rhythm, it was simply flawless. It seems that the simulated version of me isn't entirely useless after all. Minami nodded in approval, before his eyes settled on a particular phrase. Everything seemed to be going well. Minami had gotten used to this. Because every single time this phrase appeared, something bad was about to happen. But honestly, he couldn't imagine what could go wrong this time. Ryo deeply trusted him and would never abandon him. Unlike Hitori Gota, she possessed level 3 self-confidence and would never waver. So, what happens next? Minami thought to himself as he immersed his consciousness into the simulation once more. Everything seemed to be going well, but Ryo Yamada's frequent outings finally drew the attention of her parents. Parental investigation, tracing things back, it wasn't hard for them to discover your relationship. Ryo's parents have always been exceptionally doting toward their only daughter. In fact, when her mock exam scores were terrible, and she refused to attend school or work at Starry, they even temporarily closed their family's hospital to stay home and care for her. In their hearts, Ryo Yamada was their absolute priority. A serious conversation. So naturally, upon discovering that their daughter had suddenly acquired a boyfriend, her parents became very concerned. On a day with clear blue skies, they sought you out while Ryo was away. Being kind and understanding people, they did not make things difficult for you. Instead, they simply expressed a desire to have a serious conversation. Minami closed his eyes. Memories from the simulation swirled in his mind. Acknowledgements. I typed a lot. Then deleted everything. Because, really, aside from expressing my gratitude, there's nothing else to say. Chapter 60. She suspects you're cheating. Meeting the parents. Ryo Yamada's parents sought out Minami Shaoji. The meeting went surprisingly well. At the dinner table, Minami, who was already skilled in social situations, showed no signs of nervousness. With just a few casual remarks, he lightened the atmosphere, making what could have been a tense encounter feel comfortable. And through this conversation he finally understood what Ryo's parents wanted. So, uncle, auntie, you're saying that you want me to get into the University of Tokyo before I seriously consider a future with Ryo? Taking a sip of water to clear his throat, Minami asked this question calmly and seriously. That's about right. Ryo's father nodded. Out of respect, he hadn't conducted an in-depth investigation into Minami's background. But just by following basic clues, seeing the tiny apartment he lived in, it was easy to guess that Minami's family wasn't wealthy. Looking at Minami, he continued, Minami-kun, I'm sure you're aware of our family's financial situation. We run a private hospital, and we're quite well off. His voice was composed, educated, and refined, not aggressive in any way. And, I'm sure you also know just how extravagant Ryo's spending habits can be. Ryo's lavish spending. Minami understood this very well. Ryo spent money freely. She casually bought 400,000 yen guitars and basses as if they were nothing. Even in Tokyo, where the cost of living was high, this level of spending was outrageous. For comparison, the average monthly salary of an office worker in Tokyo was only around 300,000 yen. And yet, that was just part of Ryo's allowance. Through this, Minami fully grasped just how deeply loved and spoiled Ryo was by her parents. She had grown up completely free-spirited, likely because of this unconditional love. As her parents, we only want our daughter to continue living happily, even after marriage. Taking a sip of tea, Ryo's father locked eyes with Minami. And in that, financial stability plays a major role. Wealth and happiness, it was true. For most marriages, happiness relied heavily on financial stability. Without financial security, how could one even begin to discuss a fulfilling life? Letting Ryo suffer hardships after marriage, that was something her parents absolutely could not accept. Assessing Minami's future by this point, Minami fully understood the implied message behind their words. Though they hadn't directly stated it, their concern was clear. Could Minami provide Ryo with a comfortable life? Could he be worthy of their daughter? Their expectation, a future in Tokyo University. Looking at Minami, they wondered, would he respond with the usual youthful arrogance? Would he become defensive? Would he feel insulted? To their surprise, Minami showed no signs of being offended. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully, his expression calm. I understand where you're coming from, uncle, auntie. An unexpectedly mature response. This unexpected level of understanding caught Ryo's parents off guard. Even Ryo's mother, feeling slightly guilty, spoke up, we know that asking you to get into Tokyo University is a bit much. But for Ryo's future, we hope you can understand why we're making this request. They had always treated their daughter like a treasure. How could they allow her to suffer hardships with another man? Even if this request felt unreasonable, they had to say it. Because at the end of the day, getting into Tokyo University, Todai, meant securing a future. It was Japan's top university, and those who graduated from it had endless opportunities ahead of them. But Tokyo University is not easy to get into. It was a battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of students competed for a few limited spots. It was the ultimate test of Japan's academic elite. Their demand was truly harsh. But to them it was the bare minimum requirement for anyone marrying their daughter. Would Minami accept? They turned their eyes toward him. Would he hesitate? Would he refuse? Would he say it was impossible? Minami's answer under their gaze. Minami fell silent. Did he just hesitate? Seeing this, Ryo's parents felt disappointed. Their first impression of Minami had been positive. They had never seen their daughter interested in someone before. And if Minami had shown a clear, determined attitude, they would have even offered financial support. They were about to speak again when suddenly, uncle, auntie, I believe that simply getting into Tokyo University is not enough to guarantee Ryo's future. His calm, serious voice cut through the air. When I graduate next year, I will enter the Faculty of Medicine at Tokyo University. In a small, quiet restaurant. Minami's unwavering statement. Ryo's parents, completely stunned. He raised the difficulty level himself? They hadn't expected this. Not only had Minami not backed down, he had raised the bar even higher. If Tokyo University was already a battlefield, then entering Todai's Faculty of Medicine was like stepping onto another planet. It was one of the hardest academic programs in the country. There's a saying in Japan, half the nation's geniuses gather in Tokyo, and half of those are in medicine. This alone proves the difficulty of getting into Todai's Faculty of Medicine. Hearing Minami's bold declaration, Ryo's father was silent for a moment. Then, impressed by his confidence, he finally spoke. If that's your decision, then I'll support you financially. A pivotal choice at this moment, the simulation presented a crucial choice. Faced with Ryo's father's offer of financial support, you decide, 1. Politely decline to show independence. This may increase their favorability toward you. 2. Accept their help. Even though you are confident in your abilities, financial support will make things easier. 3. Great. I was just wondering how to renovate our future love nest. Accept everything. 4. Direct simulation. Minami stares at option 3 in disbelief. Excuse me? Am I really just planning to fully settle into Ryo's lap of luxury? Even thinking about renovating a love nest at this stage? The simulated version of himself was weak. Utterly weak. Minami scoffed at his own simulated self, then turned to option 1 and option 2. Choosing wisely, option 1 would allow him to prove his independence and earn more trust. And realistically, he was more than capable of getting into Tokyo University's Faculty of Medicine without financial support. However, option 2, thinking ahead after multiple simulations, Minami understood something important. Life wasn't just about academics. One's physical and mental well-being also played a huge role. If he threw himself entirely into studying, he might neglect his health. If he fell sick or burned out, that would only harm him in the long run. With long-term planning in mind, Minami chose option 2. Facing the financial support from Yamada's parents, You did not refuse it impulsively, as a young person might, but instead, you expressed a willingness to accept their assistance. For you, the chances of entering the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine were already 90%, and accepting this financial aid would increase that probability from 90 to 100%, although such a decisive acceptance might make Yamada's parents concerned about your motivations for being with Yamada Ryo. For you and Ryo, only a guarantee of 100% is truly real. Anything less than that is false. Sure enough, your decisive attitude in accepting the support made Yamada's parents worry about your intentions in dating Yamada Ryo, but you didn't mind. After receiving their first financial aid, you threw yourself wholeheartedly into your studies. To maintain a good study state, you first used the funds from Yamada's parents to purchase abundant ingredients, ensuring that you met your nutritional needs during the intense study periods. You also moved into a quieter apartment to improve your current poor study environment. Yamada Ryo was somewhat surprised by your sudden wealth, but under your clever explanations, she temporarily set aside her doubts. In your spare time, she still clung to you. Her grades had greatly improved, but she still needed to put in more effort to be admitted to the University of Tokyo. She relied on you greatly, trusted you completely, and at this point, she no longer cared about the once ethereal dream of the University of Tokyo. She believed that you might be the most important thing in her life, aside from music. Afterward, to maintain your study routine, you bought some fitness equipment, and in your free time, you didn't forget to strengthen your body. Your physical health, studies, and mental state all improved. What a comprehensive improvement. Minami was very satisfied. Yamada's parents spared no effort in supporting you, but your lavish spending once again caught Yamada Ryo's attention. When she saw that you had bought more fitness equipment, she finally concluded one thing: you were probably being kept by some unknown woman. Minami thought. Miss Yamada, you. She was well aware of your family background, as your girlfriend. This was also the main reason she had never pressured you for money, and your appearance, among boys of the same age, was definitely top tier. Even she admired your face, and considering that you had been approached by older women asking for your contact details before, she was well aware of your charm with women. She increasingly felt you must be supported by some woman. Engrossed in studying and improving your body, you didn't notice the change in Yamada Ryo's attitude, because for you now, besides taking care of her studies, the important goal was to get into the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine. Yamada Ryo knew that you were focusing on your studies, but this gave her an opportunity. She began observing your every move. Soon she discovered that every beginning of the month, you would go alone to a restaurant located closer to the center, which raised her suspicions even more. This restaurant, her parents had taken her to before. The place was small, but the price was extremely high for its Kazekage cuisine. Your meager living expenses certainly wouldn't cover the cost of dining there, and she became more and more convinced that there was a woman behind you, but she remained calm and elegant, not taking rash action. Instead, she continued gathering evidence and clues. In her mind, images of Yamada Ryo secretly trailing and taking photos began flashing back. Minami sighed. As expected of Yamada Ryo, her ability to act was truly strong. She had already started tracking him. Finally, when she thought the time was right, she confronted you with a series of questions, listing various suspicions about your recent behavior. You were surprised by her proactive approach, as you knew she had never been one to willingly get involved in troublesome matters. When you couldn't easily brush off her questions, you had no choice but to explain everything that had happened. Confess, Minami. She placed the evidence photos she had collected over the past month on the table and looked seriously at her boyfriend. Although she hadn't caught the woman red-handed, with so much evidence, she believed her boyfriend had no more room for excuses. Confess, who is that woman? Yamada Ryo's calm, elegant face turned toward Minami. Admit it now and stop seeing her, and I might forgive you. Across from her, Minami was somewhat helpless. Though his recent focus had been entirely on studying, the main reason was still that her investigative abilities were simply too strong. He hadn't noticed at all. He shook his head. At this point, there was no point in lying anymore. He confessed everything to Yamada Ryo. My parents. She was taken aback as she held her face in her hands, under Minami's gaze. This result was completely unexpected. She opened her mouth and then pulled out her phone. Then you guys are really the ones who are causing the trouble? You're making him get into the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine to continue dating me? You're forcing him. I need to talk to you both properly. For someone who usually didn't care about much, it was the first time Yamada Ryo expressed complaints and opinions toward her parents. But after her conversation with them, she turned back to face Minami, her amber eyes looking at him. Minami. She spoke. Are you really sure about this? Her voice, asking the question. Yes. Minami nodded in response. They stared at each other. After a moment of silence. I believe in you. She said. Okay. Minami nodded back, then smiled, although, Even if something unexpected happens and I don't get in, I won't break up with Ryo. Even if I change my mind, I wouldn't want to. Yamada Ryo tilted her head. Out of his view, her cold expression turned slightly red. Then cunning. She stretched out her hand and tapped Minami's chest. Minami squinted his eyes. It didn't hurt. It was a little itchy. Chapter 61, You propose to Yamada Ryo. After learning about the agreement with your parents, Yamada Ryo, who usually doesn't care about anything but herself, had a big argument with them, but Yamada's parents, who had always spoiled her, didn't change their minds this time due to their daughter's attitude. You understood this clearly, as you never expected arguments to solve the problem. If you wanted to gain their approval, you had to improve yourself first. Moreover, you agreed with Yamada's parents' concerns. If you didn't get into the University of Tokyo, it would indeed be difficult to care for Yamada Ryo in the future. Just as she trusted you unconditionally, you didn't want your life after marriage to be difficult for her. Therefore, compared to before, you worked even harder, balancing her tutoring and your own efforts. You often felt fatigued, but you were thankful. If you hadn't accepted Yamada's family's help, your body would likely have suffered. The proper nutrition and improved study environment allowed you to withstand the intense studying and mental pressure. Time passed like a fleeting moment, and a year quickly went by. In that year, your academic abilities increased exponentially. Your academic score reached 10, and your study specialization reached level 5, academic score 10. Seeing the result, Minami, who was absorbed in the simulation, was startled. Even in real life, after working hard, his academic score only reached 8, and his study specialization was only level 4, barely improving. Thus, he had always thought that a score of 10 and a specialization of level 5 were things of legend. But he never expected that in the simulation, his character could reach this level. Academic score 10. What kind of realm was that? Minami once again immersed himself in the simulation. In his mind, he saw all the efforts he put in to improve his academic score. Reading, studying. Those days had become the main theme of his life. And the result was, as you promised Yamada's parents, after completing the national centralized examination, you achieved outstanding results that set you apart from all the other candidates and were admitted to the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine. Due to your exceptionally high scores, even the second place could only be seen as dust compared to you. That year, the Tokyo University candidates referred to it as the year of Minami. Implying that, under Minami's shadow, all students' efforts were meaningless. Even Yamada's parents, who ran a private hospital in Tokyo, never imagined you would shine so brightly within Tokyo, as expected. Having an academic ability of 10 is truly abnormal. Recalling the previous mock tests, Minami's results were merely enough to enter the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine. But this time was completely different, as you dominated all candidates with absolute superiority. The gap between these two was quite significant. Minami marveled at the abnormality of having an academic ability of 10, while continuing to read on. In the same month, on a cloudless day, Yamada's parents officially recognized your relationship with Ryo Yamada. In front of Yamada's parents, you remained humble after fulfilling your promise, which earned their favor. Yamada's parents began to seriously consider the matter of your engagement to Ryo Yamada, setting aside your success in getting into the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine. Ryo Yamada, who had been tutoring with you for a long time, though she didn't enter the University of Tokyo as previously expected, was accepted into the more renowned Nihon University's Faculty of Fine Arts and Music. There, she could continue chasing her dream with the band she joined. After the exams ended, Ryo Yamada came to visit you, considering your exam preparations. That evening, the two of you reluctantly discussed university exam questions until late. The next day, Ryo Yamada, who brought her luggage, officially began cohabitating with you. Soon, you understood why Yamada's parents had been worried before. In daily life, she was very reliant on you, somewhat clumsy, and couldn't cook. Whenever she was apart from you, she would start to go hungry, resorting to eating at restaurants or ordering takeout. She also often had various whimsical ideas. For example, she would be practicing bass with the band in the morning and would then ask you to take her on long trips in the afternoon, but by the evening, she would find the preparations for the trip too troublesome and instead choose a nearby expensive hot spring inn to stay. Her enthusiastic approach made the nights your most comfortable time of the day. At the same time, you finally understood what Yamada's parents meant. Without a certain economic foundation, it was indeed difficult to support this indifferent, lazy woman with blue short hair and a teardrop mole. The following month, Yamada's parents took the initiative to visit you, and you decided on the engagement day to formally visit your family. As time progressed, the engagement day quickly arrived. For the first time, she, who was usually fearless and indifferent to others' gazes, showed signs of nervousness in front of you. Facing your fiancé's anxiety, you leaned close to her ear and gently comforted her, but that was of little use. The seemingly expressionless her grasped your hand, her small palm trembling slightly. After the meeting, The warmth of your parents and sister made the typically aloofer feel somewhat at a loss. While preparing the meal, she rarely fidgeted and proactively stood up to help in the kitchen. However, she quickly returned to your side, fingers wrapped in a band-aid. Amidst exclamations and surprise, seated beside you, she seriously asked you to teach her cooking when you returned home. You were left speechless but ultimately agreed to her request. This meal was enjoyable for both of you. Whether it was you or Ryo Yamada's father, both were quite adept at reading the room. Under your humorous and engaging interactions, laughter soon filled the dining table. Although Ryo Yamada was still somewhat unaccustomed to your parents' and two sisters' enthusiasm, she was still making an effort to respond. That night, originally intending to sleep in separate rooms, she hugged a pillow and came to find you, leaning against her embrace, with little concern for the outside world, and always carrying an air of narcissism. She revealed her worries for the first time, expressing her concern about not being able to be a good wife for you. The night was deep. In stark contrast to the noisy Tokyo, Akita Prefecture was very quiet at night. Here, one could hear the distant sound of cars. One could hear the faint sounds as crows flew across the sky. Of course, one could also hear the sound of her heart beating tightly against you. Can I really be a good wife for you? How could you worry about something like this? It's not like you, Ryo. Minami looked down at her only to find her golden eyes gazing back at him. Under the starlight, it seemed something was sparkling within them. I am being serious with you. The teasing of her fiancé caused her to instinctively look away, emitting a sound of mild discontent. I am also serious. Minami did not remain silent for long. In the darkness, his straightforward and unambiguous voice soon echoed. Even if I can't fulfill the responsibilities of a good wife, I think it's fine. After all, what exactly are the responsibilities of a wife? That's too far. We haven't even married yet, just engaged. Besides, what I like is that carefree, unfettered, unrestrained you. That's right. Minami had never thought about using marriage to stifle her invaluable personality. Silence. After a long pause. Then her voice rang out in the room. I can't even cook. That's okay, I can cook. If you get tired of my cooking, you can always order takeout or eat out. I can't even do laundry. There's a tool called a washing machine now. I only know how to play music and instruments, and I'm wasteful with money, don't know how to control myself. I don't know how long it will take to recoup the money I put in. I can earn money to support you. Are you trying to make me a useless person? Being a bit too indulgent, Ryo Yamada nuzzled against his shoulder and complained, lightly biting his arm. This time, the pressure was extremely soft, like a tiny kitten nibbling on his fingers. Turning Ryo into a useless person also sounds pretty good. Minami affectionately brushed aside the short hair covering her eyes and gently kissed her once. Watching her indifferent face quickly flush, he chuckled. Ryo, sometimes you really are quite talkative. Turning her body away from Minami, she faced away from him, refusing to look at him. I'm not talkative. Forcing her face to face again, Minami this time didn't use a teasing tone. You just need to continue living as you have, don't change yourself because of other external factors. He expressed everything he wanted to say. I'm marrying Ryo Yamada, not someone like my sister, a virtuous wife and mother. Are you implying that I'm not virtuous? Minami didn't respond to that, he simply pinched her soft, white face. She pouted in a pouty manner and turned her face away again, but this time, Minami simply held her face and kissed her. Minami, what are you doing? I think you want me to kiss you. Minami, you're talking nonsense, Before she could finish her sentence, Minami kissed her again. Do you want me to kiss you? Minami took the rare chance to be assertive. No. The sound was drawn out. Is that so? Minami asked again. It's up to you, Ryo. After a few kisses, the usually carefree, indifferent, and lazy her finally melted. What happened next needed no further explanation. Under your comfort, Ryo Yamada finally shook off the insecurities of being engaged. She returned to her normal state, but seemed even more confident and narcissistic than before. She would tell others that even without effort, her fine fiancé was enough to support her lovely self for a lifetime. It seemed like a boast, but clearly, she enjoyed the process. Having put on the engagement ring, she still maintained her usual indifference, but sent several posts on SNS. When she posted these updates, a Isista account named, which usually shared personal updates daily, hadn't been updated for 3 whole weeks. It was almost a month later that she finally sent her congratulations to Ryo Yamada. The vacation soon ended, and you both transitioned into the learning phase of university. With the boost from an academic ability of 10, the knowledge from the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine was merely an advanced topic to grasp for you, presenting no significant challenge. Gold shines wherever it is, and you, too, naturally shone. The challenges of your classmates were solved effortlessly in your hands, and the questions posed by professors in the university were hardly a hurdle for you. You steadily excelled above all your peers with outstanding grades. The medical professors at the university took a liking to you, and through their introductions, you became acquainted with numerous influential connections in Tokyo. Under their guidance, you finally understood that the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine seemed to be a gathering place for exchanges among Tokyo's elites. These connections were highly necessary, and you didn't refuse them but began to develop your own network within the faculty. Among them, the number of women was quite significant, and a considerable portion of the Tokyo socialites didn't mind whether you had a fiancé, frequently sending you overt hints due to your reputation as a genius and handsome looks. You typically politely declined their advances, and if they persisted, you would block and delete them. However, even after being treated this way, they didn't mind at all, seeing it as part of your personality. Moreover, even if you blocked their phone numbers, it was just a matter of getting a new number for them. A fan club primarily composed of women had appeared for you at the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ryo Yamada, studying at Nihon University's Faculty of Fine Arts and Music, had recently received several invitations from active admirers. With her eyes cold, strikingly androgynous beauty, she received high marks among some men. She completely ignored these invitations, and for those who relentlessly pursued her, she would respond with disdain and disgust. These external factors had never affected the love between you two. Your romance was still in the heating phase. You, good at socializing, quickly established many connections with significant figures in Tokyo's medical field, who even assured you that once you graduated from medical school, they would arrange for you a well-paying position in their hospitals. Faced with these invitations, you didn't agree immediately. Instead, you chose to spend your holidays interning at various hospitals. You accumulated substantial clinical and internship experience about the medical field. Your skills gradually matured, and your knowledge surpassed that of an average University of Tokyo student, while also building an extensive network. After graduating, you declined all requests from friends, resolutely taking a position at the private hospital run by the Yamada family. Much to their baffled surprise, a year later, you proposed to Ryo Yamada. Chapter 62. An unexpected development. After working at the Yamada family's private hospital for a year, you proposed to Ryo Yamada. However, the scene you imagined of her immediately agreeing to your proposal didn't happen. Your fiancé, who had been buying clothes and various items for you since high school, was now asking you for 8,000 yen for the first time. 8,000 yen. Although for the now successful Minami, 8,000 yen was hardly a lot of money. But it felt strange for Ryo Yamada to be asking him for money. Curious about what she, with her usual free spirit, was planning to do. Yes, 8,000 yen. While practicing bass, Ryo Yamada put down her instrument. Then she supported her chin with her right hand, while extending her left hand forward in a give-me-money gesture. Now 23, Ryo Yamada had matured a lot compared to her high school days, with the only unchanged aspect being her lazy yet graceful face and her smoothly flowing short blue hair. The teardrop mole at the corner of her eye added an indescribable charm. What do you want to do this time? Minami didn't rush to hand over the money. Instead, he sat behind Ryo Yamada, naturally pulling her into his arms, and curiously asked. His fiancée always had various eccentric ideas. What could it be this time? Don't worry about it. With a slight force, Ryo Yamada wriggled free from Minami and shot him a blank look, saying, think about it, from the beginning of our relationship until now, I've been the one spending money on you. Is it just because of that? Minami grasped her hand, amused. My parents have also been spending money on you. Grasping Minami's hand in return, Ryo Yamada emphasized again. Minami cleared his throat twice. His fiancée was speaking the undeniable truth. Starting from high school, the Yamada family had been subsidizing him all the way through college, and they hadn't stopped even after graduation. Most of the clothes he wore were bought lavishly by Ryo Yamada. Thinking about it, it was evident that both Ryo and her parents had been spending money on him. Just as Minami was about to say something more, Ryo Yamada extended her hand once again. 8,000 yen. Her voice emphasized the request. Alright, fine. Agreeing to his fiancée's sudden request, Minami nodded, pulling out 10,000 yen from his wallet and handing it to her. But he didn't expect that. Instead of readily accepting the money this time, Miss Yamada slightly tilted her head and raised a finger. Only 8,000 yen. I have 10,000 yen in my wallet. I don't have that much change, and wouldn't 2,000 yen more be better? Minami felt puzzled by her stubbornness. Ryo, go change it into smaller bills. It seemed that this time Miss Yamada was quite insistent. Fine. Though he didn't understand what his fiancée wanted, Minami still made a trip to a nearby convenience store, bought a few things, and exchanged the money for 8,000 yen. Minami took the initiative to approach her again, handing the money over. This time, Her previously cold demeanor finally revealed a satisfied expression. From the nearby desk, she pulled out a neatly stacked form that seemed to be filled out long ago, casually handing it to Minami. "Fill it out." As short and sweet as ever. "Is this another unequal agreement?" Without even looking at the contents, Minami jokingly commented, before turning his gaze to it. Then he paused. He saw that the top of the form clearly bore the 3 bold characters "marriage certificate," with a duplicate beneath, and at the very bottom, a marriage application form for the ward office. All the places that required the female's details and seals had been neatly filled out by Ryo Yamada. "What's wrong?" Seeing him stunned, Ryo Yamada couldn't help but furrow her beautiful brows. "Get a grip. Is this why you wanted 8,000 yen?" Minami finally understands. Minami finally came to a realization. Setting down the marriage registration form, he glanced over at Ryo Yamada. "In Japan, registering a marriage at the local ward office isn't free. There's a required processing fee. A standard registration costs 5,000 yen, and the official marriage certificate is issued within 4 business days. If a couple wants to expedite the process, they need to pay an extra 3,000 yen for a rush order. You're paying for the marriage registration." Seeing Minami looking at her, Ryo tilted her head cutely, showing zero hesitation. "Ryo Yamada never even considered rejecting your proposal. She simply felt that, from high school to university, you had always taken the lead. You had already taken 1/5 of her life, and next, you would take her whole life. So, in her eyes, charging you 8,000 yen for this final step wasn't expensive at all, because Ryo naturally preferred peace and quiet. Your wedding ceremony wasn't extravagant. You only invited close friends, including your former classmates and the members of Kazekage Band. At your wedding, the members of Kazekage Band all gave you their blessings. The only one who struggled to accept it was Gita Ikuyo. In the end, even Gita had to accept reality. But at the wedding reception, she, who rarely drank alcohol due to her strict beauty regimen, ended up drinking a lot. Your married life with Ryo Yamada was extremely fulfilling. Even after graduating university, Ryo continued performing with Kazekage Band. You fully supported her music career, never holding her back, though her habit of spending money so freely often left her frustrated with the household budget. You had attended many of Kazekage Band's live performances. To your trained ear, their music was flawless. You felt that the only thing they lacked was the right opportunity to make it big. As a highly skilled surgeon, you had naturally met many influential figures in Tokyo, including prominent members of the music industry. Using these connections, you secretly arranged for Kazekage Band to participate in a music festival. And in doing so they achieved an impressive ranking. The 4-girl rock band finally caught the attention of the indie music scene. With their growing recognition, Kazekage Band's financial situation turned from negative to positive. Your wife, who had always been a big spender, finally saw their income stabilize. Kazekage Band's operations were finally on the right track. This is good. Feeling the memories of the simulation, Minami nodded lightly. Although his relationship with Ryo had always been smooth, he had also kept a close eye on the other members of Kazekage Band. While their progress was slightly slower compared to his previous simulations, they still step by step, steadily climbed toward their dreams. Minami let out a small sigh of relief. But the next second his heart tensed up again. But just when everything seemed to be going well, an unexpected crisis arose. Chapter 63, Father Complex is an illness. Just when everything seemed to be going well, disaster struck. The moment this sentence appeared, Minami felt uneasy. A crisis. This time, he had balanced both studying and physical health. There was no way he could have died from overwork. And Ryo was not like Hattori Gota. She was self-confident and optimistic, fully dedicated to her band's career. With Kazekage Band's recent success, it was unlikely that she had suffered any kind of breakdown. Could it be a car accident? Frowning, Minami continued reading the simulation log. While Ryo was focused on her band, neither she nor her parents noticed something important. For a long time, her father had been experiencing severe fatigue. At first, he assumed it was simply exhaustion from managing a private hospital. Not wanting to worry his wife and daughter, he never took it seriously, but as time passed, the symptoms worsened. His fatigue became more frequent. At times, he felt short of breath and had difficulty breathing. You were the first to notice. Most people didn't notice anything unusual, but you, someone who had always been highly perceptive, quickly realized that something was wrong. Insisting on a full medical checkup, you personally examined Ryo's father, and upon reviewing the results, you made a shocking discovery. His lungs were undergoing irreversible failure. Over time, what had once been a minor issue had now progressed into a terminal illness. Even with your unparalleled medical expertise, there was no cure. If only it had been caught earlier, it would have been so easy to treat. I see. Minami let out a long sigh. In reality, so it wasn't him or Ryo who had encountered trouble, it was her father. A father's love and kindness. Ryo's father was a good man. Minami had always known that. Despite coming from a wealthy family, he never looked down on Minami, who was just a high school student at the time. Instead, he had generously provided financial support for Minami's studies. And never once did he disrespect Minami's parents for their differences in social class. When it came to handling Minami and Ryo's relationship, her father had been nothing but supportive. Minami had no resentment, only gratitude. This man, who had done everything perfectly as a father-in-law, did not deserve this fate. Minami clenched his fists. In the previous simulation, he had been too focused on Kesoku Band and completely missed the warning signs. But now would there still be time to do something about it? The simulation continued. You feel a heavy weight on your heart, lying in the hospital bed. Ryo Yamada's father kept trying to comfort you, telling you not to worry. At the same time, he pleaded with you not to tell Ryo's mother or Ryo herself about his condition. But this time, unlike before, when you respected his wishes, you refused. This was something both Ryo's mother and your wife had the right to know. You didn't want to hide it from them, nor could you. Seeing your firm stance, Ryo's father let out a small, accepting smile. He didn't argue further. You quickly notified Ryo and her mother. And upon hearing the news, they rushed to the hospital. Letting them say their goodbyes, understanding the situation, you quietly stepped out of the room. Not long after, you could hear Ryo's mother sobbing inside the hospital room. Moments later, Ryo walked out, her face expressionless. You stepped forward to meet her. She hadn't cried inside the room. But the moment she saw you, she could no longer hold back. She collapsed into your arms, burying herself against your chest. Her tears soaked your shirt. But you didn't say any shallow words of comfort. You simply held her close, stroking her soft blue hair, silently accepting her grief and sorrow. But crying cannot change reality. What's already happened cannot be undone. Ryo's father's condition continued to deteriorate. His blood oxygen levels dropped daily due to lung failure. Without hesitation, you transferred him to the intensive care unit, Ecchi. You put him on a ventilator to support his increasingly difficult breathing. But even so, his condition did not improve. A ventilator could only extend his life, it could not reverse the damage. Every day, Ryo and her mother visited him, and every day they asked you for an update on his condition. For you, this was its own kind of torture. You didn't want to tell them the harsh truth, but you had no choice but to tell them. One day your wife, who had never asked you for anything before, held on to you tightly. With a pleading voice, she begged, "Please, save my father." You stroked her hair, looked into her tired, delicate face, her red, swollen eyes from crying. And you promised, "I will do everything I can." From then on, you exhausted every possible treatment method. You researched every possible procedure. You poured your heart and soul into saving him. But this took a toll on you. You rarely slept, your health declined. There were even times when you nearly collapsed from exhaustion. But despite your best efforts, despite your cutting-edge medical knowledge, there was nothing that could stop the inevitable. His condition was only delayed but not reversed. His final moments on the verge of death, Ryo's father called you into his room. "Don't make that face, Shaoji." Lying in bed, attached to a ventilator, he struggled to turn his head and look at you. His voice was weak, his energy almost gone. You remained silent. You walked to his bedside, resting your head against the mattress, looking at him. You knew you couldn't speak. If you spoke, it would only steal away what little time and strength he had left. His life's flame was flickering, barely hanging on. How are Ryo and Kumiko, Ryo's mother? His eyes were empty, staring at the ceiling. His voice grew even fainter. "They're fine. Healthy, with no problems. Father." You gently responded, following his line of sight, but all you could see was a plain white ceiling. "Is that so? That's good." Ryo's father slowly lifted his hand. You immediately reached out, holding his trembling, frail fingers. Even in the warm hospital room, his skin felt cold. Growing colder by the second. "Take care of them. Take care of them. Take care of them." His consciousness began to fade. Lying there, he muttered endlessly as if reciting a mantra, "Take care of them. Take care of them." His voice weaker and weaker. You didn't say much. You only nodded, firmly. "I will." A final moment of peace, as if he had finally received the promise he longed for. The once tense, muttering man slowly relaxed. You gently placed his hand back down. Then, you silently walked out. Outside the door, Ryo and her mother were waiting. Without saying much, you simply stepped aside. You knew you couldn't take away their last chance to see him. From inside the room, you could hear Ryo and her mother crying. If only you had noticed earlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened, but it was too late. Regret changed nothing. The deceased returned to peace, while the living must carry on, carrying the burden. Ryo's mother, overwhelmed with grief, could not handle the funeral arrangements. You took responsibility, fulfilling the promise you made to Ryo's father. You became the pillar that supported Ryo and her mother. On the day Ryo's father was laid to rest, it rained heavily. Standing in the rain, Ryo remained silent. Her usual cold, indifferent expression was now filled with deep sorrow. You hurried over, holding an umbrella over her head. Looking at her soaked figure, watching the raindrops slide down her cheeks, you couldn't tell if it was rain or tears. Moving forward, you wanted to honor Ryo's father's final wish. You offered to have Ryo's mother move in with you. But she refused. She wanted to stay in the home where she and her husband shared so many memories. You respected her decision, you swallowed your grief, and moved forward. Ryo, too, did not remain lost in sorrow for long. She knew that wasn't what her father would have wanted. She returned to Kazekage, playing even more passionately than before. And one day you received unexpected news. Ryo was pregnant. At that moment, you let go of work. You entrusted your hospital duties to your apprentices. And you focused entirely on preparing for the arrival of your child. 280 days later, your daughter was born. Ryo named her Yuna Shaoji. Usually, in addition to ending the band's activities, you have another daily activity, taking care of Shaoji Yuna's health and development. Yuna takes more from her mother than you are. She's not too enthusiastic about people and has an indescribably cool demeanor. Only when she faces you will she let go of her high spirits and take the initiative to ask you for a hug. You will always make a gesture of kissing Yuna. At this time, you would always hug your wife in an affectionate manner, indicating that you already have a favorite. In response, Yuna would always be annoyed and very jealous of her mother. The Kazekage band was still developing, and you would take Shaoji Yuna to Shaoji Ryo's shows after work. The number of fans, which was originally small, is now very substantial. On stage, Ryo's white fingers bounce with an indescribable sense of valor and dryness, as if she had discovered a new world. Yuna, who was riding at your neck, secretly told you that when she grows up she wants to be as beautiful as her mother and marry someone like her father, and asked you not to tell her mother. It's your secret with her, to which you just smiled and nodded your head in agreement, then turned around and told Ryo about it. After learning this news, Ryo cocked her head, and the next day she took Yuna to the Kazekage band backstage practice room. On that day, Yuna was on the verge of tears practicing her instrument. That night, Ryo hugged Yuna and said in a small but serious voice that her father was hers, but perhaps she also inherited your talent for learning, and her progress in learning the bass was very rapid. You noticed this, and considering that Yuna was really into musical instruments, you would always take her to the practice room of the end band when she was out of class. When you were really busy, you would take her to the practice room of the band. When you were really busy again, you taught her how to play the bass, as you also knew a few instruments. When she was busy, you taught her how to play the bass. By relying on the lovely Yuna, you quickly gained the approval of everyone in the Kazekage band. You became closer to Ikuyo Okita, Aijichi Najuka, and Hitori Gota. Time continued to move on. Time continues to move backwards. Under Ryo's careful education, Yuna grew into a girls' high school student, and her bass skills skyrocketed. In terms of personality, she is similar to Ryo. With her short blue hair and elegantly cool demeanor, she is very popular at school, but between mother and daughter, they seem to be very close. However, it seems that there is a secret rivalry between mother and daughter. Ryo would often ask Yuna what kind of boys she liked, and that it was time for her to fall in love since she was already in high school. At this time, Yuna would always point to you, who was already middle-aged but still had an elegant and easygoing demeanor, and say that she liked men like Dad. Ryo usually pulls you over at this time with her daughter's face full of black lines and gives you a deep kiss in front of each other, proclaiming that this is her sovereign property. Their daily bickering doesn't affect you, because just this kind of bickering routine is also a sign of happiness in your opinion. Didn't it affect you? Minami, who saw this, couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. First of all, me in the simulation, you have to understand one thing. Father complex is an illness, the kind that has to be treated. But seeing this, Minami also probably understood that the simulation should be coming to an end soon. Then, he would have to consider another thing. In the simulation, Yamada Ryo's father had passed away because he hadn't realized his illness in time. But what about Yamada Ryo's father in reality? Minami felt that perhaps he should find some opportunity to tell the real Yamada Ryo about this, to change the outcome and salvage the regret. Chapter 64, You and Her, embraced by happiness. Just as Minami Shaoji had thought, the simulation was nearing its end. Your daily life continued, your family was blissful, and you lived without worries. Under your guidance, Shaoji Yuna quickly joined a well-known rock band. With her exceptional bass skills, she gained a massive fan base in no time. Her androgynous, refined face instantly captivated both male and female fans alike. Unlike her mother, Yuna was born into an environment of privilege. She also inherited your academic talents. Even though she wasn't particularly studious, she still ranked among the top in her grade. That same year, Shaoji Yuna easily passed the entrance exam for Nihon University's art department. A feat that Yamada Ryo had struggled immensely to achieve. Upon hearing the news, Yuna teased her mother relentlessly. But Ryo didn't mind at all. Keeping her usual cool and elegant demeanor, she pulled you in for a kiss. Right in front of Yuna. For this shameless display of public affection, Yuna gritted her teeth in frustration at the despicable show-off behavior. But she was powerless to do anything about it. A life of happiness and peace, time passed. Unlike Yuna, who continued to move forward, you and Ryo had entered a different stage of life. As you both grew older, your health remained stable. But compared to before, your energy had noticeably waned. However, neither of you cared. Meeting each other in this lifetime was the greatest treasure you had. Before your time was up, you only wanted to enjoy the rest of your days together. You temporarily left your hospital duties. You and Ryo set off to travel the world. Ryo had always wanted to travel, but found it too troublesome. This time, free from responsibilities, you finally had time to relax. You traveled across Japan together. You witnessed the beauty of the Canada, Norway, Sweden, and Russia. You saw the last romantic journey of a retiring train line. You felt the loneliness of the lighthouse and seagulls along the coastal edges. Life is limited in length, but its depth is infinite. Supporting each other, hand in hand, you looked forward to your next adventure. China, across the sea. However, you only reached the first stop before time stood still forever between you and her. A snowy farewell. It was a day of heavy snowfall. Rushing from Japan, Shaoji Yuna arrived in China after receiving the news. There, she saw you and Ryo. Sitting together on a bench, leaning against each other. Fast asleep. Your faces carried peaceful smiles. Like two souls lost in a dream of happiness. Your hands were clasped tightly together. Simulation complete. Final score, 89 points. System evaluation, a love that lasted a lifetime. Though slightly imperfect, your meeting was an accident, yet accidents often bring the most unexpected and beautiful encounters. At first, Ryo was slightly interested in you, but had no romantic feelings. Your bond grew through her pursuit of music. Initially, she only wanted your help out of curiosity. But in that process your dedication, sincerity, and unwavering attitude captivated her. That was when your love story began. In your youth, you confessed to her. She hesitated, but ultimately accepted your feelings. Your relationship had its ups and downs, but overall, it was smooth sailing. For you, she was willing to change. But you never let her sacrifice herself. She was ready to give up so much for you, but you wouldn't allow it. Your love became even stronger. Life wasn't always perfect. Her father's sudden passing left an irreversible scar on her heart. An unspoken sorrow she bore alone. In middle age, you had a child. Parenthood brought new joys. Together, you watched your daughter grow. In your later years, having worked tirelessly for so long, you both chose to finally live for yourselves. You traveled together. Always moving forward. In the end, you passed away together, embraced by happiness. 89 points, huh? So close to a perfect ending. There was a lingering sense of regret. But considering this was only the first simulation with Ryo, Minami Shaoji had to admit their compatibility was ridiculously high. With Hitori Gota, it took 4 rounds of simulations to barely reach a perfect ending. Yet with Ryo, one single simulation, and they were already at the threshold. The biggest regret in this simulation? Her father's passing. On the surface, Ryo never mentioned it. But deep down, Minami Shaoji knew. She must have been in unimaginable pain. She just buried it within herself, choosing to bear it alone. Regrets, after all, were inevitable. Minami understood. But at the same time, this was something he could still change. In the simulation, Ryo's father neglected his health for years, which ultimately led to his terminal lung failure. But in reality that hadn't happened yet. And if something hasn't happened yet, it can still be changed. If he warned Ryo now, if he urged her to make her father get checked, maybe the outcome would be different. Maybe they could catch the disease early and prevent this from happening. Even if treatment wasn't enough, Minami Shaoji glanced at the system's item store. There it was. Universal Cure, 900 affection points, expensive, enough to make him hesitate? But if 900 affection points could save a life, could prevent regret, then spending it would be worth it. Probably. Minami sighed. Okay, maybe it'd still hurt a little. Spending 900 points wasn't nothing. But if it meant fulfilling his promise to Ryo's father, if it meant protecting both Ryo and her mother, then he wouldn't hesitate. Tomorrow when he visited Starry, he would warn Ryo. And if, after a checkup, they found her father was truly beyond normal treatment, then he would spend 900 points to buy the universal cure. No questions asked. With that decision made, Minami looked at the final simulation rewards. Simulation rewards, unlocked, limit of learning, Minami Shaoji character card. Unlocked, medical expertise, level 2. My own character card? This was the first time he had seen this. He read the description, limit of learning, Minami Shaoji character card, learning is the ladder of human progress. As a natural-born genius, with enough effort, you can easily reach the peak of human capability. Effect: using this card, you can instantly gain level 2 proficiency in any skill you desire. Minami Shaoji was stunned. This was ridiculously powerful. If one were to follow the explanation given by the system, as long as he used this character card, he would be able to immediately obtain any level 2 ranked specialty he wanted. Let's say he wanted a baseball specialty, as long as he used this character card, he would be able to immediately reach the level of level 2 amateur top baseball player. Minami was surprised for a while, but soon became somewhat relieved. In the simulation of himself, the academic strength value of 10, level 5 learning specialty, this can already be regarded as the limit of human beings. Regardless of whether it was clinical medicine or theory, his simulation self had already learned it with a single glance, and was truly a genius of learning. The name limit of learning was well deserved, and it was only natural that he could have such a strong effect. It was just that he didn't have any specialties that he particularly needed for the time being. Minami decided to use it later depending on the situation and put it back into the props bar. Then there was another gain. Medical specialty level 2. In the simulation, he had level 4 professional top-level medical skills, but in reality, he was in level 2 amateur. The gap was indeed a bit large. However, the level 2 medical skill was completely enough to at least take care of his own body. Minami was satisfied. The system's rewards were collected here. Minami roughly organized what he had to do next. First, tell Yamada Ryo about Yamada's father. Second, perform an open-air show and record a video to upload to the internet to gain revenue to improve his current living situation. At the same time, use the Rock Queen Gota Hitori character card to improve his guitar skills. That's probably it. Having roughly sorted out his thoughts on what he was going to do next, Minami retreated into the comforter with satisfaction. Today was enough effort. Let's continue working hard again tomorrow. The next day, under the alarm ringing of the cell phone. Without the slightest hint of being enamored with the futon, Minami didn't hesitate to go out and get up for a run. Your physique has improved slightly. Current exercise value 6. Minami casually clicked on his data and took a look. Love Simulator bound user, Minami appearance, 9, athletic, 6, academic, 8, specialties, cooking, happiness, level 4, learning level 4, music level 2, medicine level 2, self-discipline level 1, lies level 1. Simulator evaluation, a handsome young man with a promising future, a rare and sought-after commodity among women of all ages, which also includes certain males with unconventional sexual interests. That's good, I can feel it, I'm getting closer to the perfect youth. Looking at himself in the mirror, Minami exhaled comfortably and sighed. You have gained specialty narcissism level 1, as usual. Ignoring the system prompt, Minami took out the prepared breakfast ingredients. Yesterday, he had already observed the prosperous star crowd and realized that they just simply felt happy when they ate their own stuff, and had no other negative effects. Since that was the case, there was nothing to be afraid of. Minami began to carry out the preparation of breakfast. With the blessing of his culinary arts level 4, there wasn't much difficulty in making breakfast. About 20 minutes later, you have obtained a 4.4 rated 1 sauce 3 dishes. The so-called 1 sauce 3 dishes was also a combination of miso soup with 3 dishes, 1 main dish and 2 side dishes. TL note, also known as 1 soup 3 dishes. Ekiju sansai is a traditional Japanese meal that consists of a bowl of steamed white rice, soup, and 3 side dishes. This simple yet elaborate meal is rooted in the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573. This is also the favorite bearing of most Japanese people. But to be honest, as a member of the vast number of transmigrators, Minami didn't have much interest in the so-called Japanese cuisine. It was simply easier for him to prepare it this way. He brought the rice into his mouth. And then the beautiful flavors twined around his tongue, pulling out all sorts of beautiful memories. A kind of heartfelt happiness floated up from his chest, pulling out tears of emotion. He thought of the stray dog that his aunt's friend's second uncle had adopted that had died this winter. It died this winter though. But it should be happy to have its master watching over it before it dies, hey? Hold up, wait a minute. Breaking free from the whirlpool of happiness, Minami couldn't help but open his mouth. Wicked. The last time he used the Regret of Life guitar, he thought of the stray dog adopted by his aunt's friend's second uncle. How come he still thought of it this time? How evil. When Minami snapped out of it, he thought that he should offer a bone to the dog as a memorial. Otherwise, why would the other party keep pestering me? Finishing the dishes on the table. It was only then that Minami realized that the happiness effect of this cuisine was probably only once for each person. By the time the effect ended, the cuisine at hand wasn't as evil anymore. But what replaced it was the long-lasting deliciousness. Just like the system's note on Shoji Hitori's happy cooking skill. It was the purest of delicacies and heartwarming flavors. There was a saying. The smell of fireworks in the world is the most soothing to the hearts of ordinary people. Delicious things could always make people subconsciously forget all their troubles. Finishing the meal, Minami carried his guitar on his back, dragging the speakers and effects equipment he brought from the studio, and walked in the direction of Starry. Today was a double holiday, and Minami didn't have to go to Shuka High School, so he simply headed to Starry. And incidentally asked Sika about some things he should pay attention to regarding open-air performances. But just halfway there, Minami met someone he didn't expect. Ooh. Good morning. The other party took the initiative to greet Minami. Her expression was bitingly cold, with a tear mole in the corner of her eye, and her short blue hair scattered to cover her eyes, giving her an indescribable sense of languid elegance. It was none other than Yamada Ryo, who was still conducting the simulation last night when Minami was there. This is an unexpected chance encounter. Minami didn't expect that a leisure like Yamada Ryo would actually take the initiative to come to Starry early in the morning on a day off. It was hard to believe that the young girl in front of him was a hard worker unlike the one in the simulator. Minami was quite surprised. And then, what are you waiting for? Yamada Ryo, who took the initiative to walk in front, stopped and flexed that cold and refined face at Minami. Aren't you going to make hamburger meat? Buy me some. Minami. Okay. I take it back. It doesn't matter if it's Ryo Yamada in the simulation or in reality. Neither has changed half as much. Chapter 65, Actually, I'm a psychic. The Hamburg steak that Ijichi Seiko wanted wasn't difficult to make at all. After all, Hamburg steak was just a hamburger patty served without the bun. It was literally taking the meat from a burger, plating it separately, and calling it a new dish. Minami Shaoji couldn't help but admire Japan's unique creativity when it came to food culture. Pulling a pack of fresh beef from the plastic bag he had brought, Minami glanced around the second floor of Starry. Just like he had seen in his simulation's brand new cooking equipment. Pristine kitchen knives. A shining stove. Since Starry needed a business license, it had registered as a restaurant to the authorities. So of course it had to include a fully equipped kitchen. However, Ijichi Seika was completely incapable of cooking. She relied entirely on Ijichi Nijika to take care of her daily needs. But since Nijika had school, the kitchen was practically abandoned. This well-equipped kitchen had been left untouched. Until now. What are you doing? Yamada Ryo tilted her head, watching as Minami rinsed the beef underwater. Why aren't you just buying pre-ground beef? Indeed, wouldn't pre-ground beef be much easier? Just shape it into a patty, and you're done. Why bother with a whole cut of beef? Pre-ground beef is convenient, sure. Minami replied while carefully handling the meat. But the texture is completely off. Machine-ground beef becomes too fine, losing that satisfying meaty bite. Hand-chopped beef keeps the coarse texture, making it way more flavorful. Suit yourself. Ryo yawned, leaning lazily against the counter. But just so you know, I'm really picky about food. Minami Shaoji didn't even bother responding. After all, after this many simulations, he already knew what kind of woman Yamada Ryo was. If she could lay down, she'd never sit. If she could sit and get paid, she'd never stand. If she could freeload, she absolutely would. This cool, elegant bassist was actually just a lazy opportunist. 150 grams of beef should be enough for your portion, right? Minami glanced at Ryo, confirming the amount before cutting. Use the whole piece. Without hesitation, Ryo's golden amber eyes didn't even blink as she demanded the entire slab of meat. Shouldn't we leave some for the others? Minami reminded her. Huh? Ryo looked at him in genuine confusion. Her amber-colored eyes filled with a silent "What are you even saying?" Never mind. Minami raised his hands in defeat. It seemed like sharing wasn't even a concept in Yamada Ryo's mind. Just 150 grams. Ignoring her complaints, Minami swiftly sliced a portion with precise knife work. His movements were clean and decisive. But Ryo, on the other hand, was silently staring at him, confused. What? Minami noticed her gaze and asked. You're not weighing it? Her voice remained calm and nonchalant, but the underlying suspicion was obvious. Minami smirked. 150 grams is just right. I don't need to weigh it. I don't make mistakes. His overwhelming confidence left Ryo momentarily speechless. Curious, she grabbed the beef, placed it onto a digital scale and stared at the result. 150 g, not a gram more. Not a gram less. Ryo's expression remained neutral but internally. She was genuinely shocked. Chefs are insane. Yeah. Minami chuckled, as if reading her mind. Cooking is full of crazy things. Ryo tilted her head, her large golden eyes narrowing slightly. Can he read minds? And why? She silently pouted. Didn't he give me more meat, considering how cute I am? Minami, still chopping the beef, suddenly spoke up. Humans can't read minds. And yeah, Ryo, you're cute, but if I gave you all the meat, Sika-san might actually kill you. How do you keep doing that? For the second time, Ryo was completely baffled. Minami paused, then grinned. Maybe because I'm a genius, I don't buy it. Ryo shook her head. You should. Minami set down his knife and turned to her. Besides, I've actually studied spiritual energy. I can see spirits. Huh? You don't believe me? Minami smirked. Fine. I'll prove it. Still needing the beef, he casually spoke. Ryo, your family owns a private hospital, right? That's public knowledge. Ryo crossed her arms, unimpressed. Even Nijuka knows that. True. Minami nodded calmly. But his absolute composure made Ryo feel slightly uneasy. Then but Nijuka definitely doesn't know that you played the violin when you were little. Ryo froze. She quickly suppressed her shock, forcing herself to remain expressionless. But internally she was panicking. How does he know that? She scanned Minami's face, trying to figure out how he found out. She couldn't. What she didn't know was Minami had already learned everything about her in past simulations. Even the number and location of her beauty marks. No need to be surprised. Your guardian spirit told me. Minami smiled, pressing down on the beef patty. Ryo, your grandmother had a dog, right? Ryo tensed up. Let me see. Minami closed his eyes, pretending to sense something. Then, he spoke confidently. Its name was Headless Bass. A big golden retriever. Lived a long time, didn't it? And when you were a kid, you nearly ran into the street. That golden retriever bit your collar and pulled you back, saving your life. Ryo stared at him in shock. Her expressionless mask had finally cracked. Yamada Ryo's elegant and cold expression shattered. Yamada Ryo's usual calm and composed demeanor had vanished. Instead, she stared at Minami Shaoji in pure shock. The incident where Headless Bass saved her life, that was a secret she had kept to herself since childhood. She had never told a single soul. Yet, Minami had described it perfectly, the moment. The way it happened. Every detail. How? Does he know this? Even someone as skeptical as her was starting to believe. A moment later, Yamada Ryo hesitated, then, finally couldn't hold back. Master Minami. She took a deep breath, then asked seriously, what else did my guardian spirit say? Minami paused for a moment, then sighed regretfully. Ah. There is something very important. His voice dropped into a serious tone. But I've already revealed too much. For the next part, I might have to charge an additional fee. How much? Ryo narrowed her eyes. Minami rubbed his chin, then, calmly stated 1,000 yen. Here. Without any hesitation, Ryo pulled out a 1,000 yen bill from her small wallet and handed it over. Something about this still felt off to her, but her curiosity outweighed her doubts. Minami took the money without a trace of guilt. Then, his expression turned dead serious. What I'm about to say, Yamada-san, you must remember it. Ryo's amber eyes widened slightly. She nodded twice, her serious gaze locked onto Minami. Your family. Ah. Rather, your guardian spirit says your father should get a health checkup soon. At these words, Ryo suddenly stood up. Is something wrong with my dad's health? Her voice sharpened. Her parents had always been her greatest weakness. Just as they had always supported her freedom, she, too, cherished them deeply. Minami shook his head slightly. I can't say for sure. He raised his hands, then continued, but your guardian spirit told me it would be best if your father underwent a full pulmonary examination. If ignored, it might eventually lead to heart and lung failure. However, if checked now, there's still a chance for treatment. For the first time, Ryo's expression shifted into something uncertain. My guardian spirit said all that? She frowned slightly. Even understanding medical knowledge? Minami shrugged. Your guardian spirit seems very well educated. Ryo tilted her head in confusion. What kind of person is my guardian spirit? She asked curiously. Minami paused, thinking. Guardian spirit. Let's be real, I totally made that up, but if I think about it, in the simulation, I was always watching over Yamada Ryo, right? After a brief moment of contemplation, Minami spoke solemnly. Your guardian spirit. He's not as handsome as me, but still a rather exceptional doctor. Minami nodded, satisfied. That sounded about right. It was only natural that the simulated version of himself wasn't as perfect as his real self. I understand. Ryo stood up immediately. Minami blinked. Where are you going? Requesting leave from Sika-san. Ryo swiftly strapped her bass to her back. Then, I'm taking my dad to get a checkup. What about your Hamburg steak? Make it for me next time. Ryo waved her hand, walking away without hesitation. As he watched her leave, Minami let out a breath of relief. All right. That's one problem solved. Your lying skill has increased to level 2, this damn system is so annoying. Completely ignoring the intrusive notification, Minami stretched lazily. Why didn't he just tell Ryo directly? Why did he have to be so roundabout? Well, because of one simple phrase of brief friendship but deep feelings, speaking too deeply with someone you don't know well. In the simulation, he and Ryo were husband and wife. They could talk openly about everything. But in reality? If he had suddenly told her you should be more mindful of your dad's health, she'd probably think he was cursing her father instead. Trust must be built first. That's why he chose this approach. But if anyone overheard that conversation, the entire Starry Band might start treating me like some fake psychic. Oh well. At least, he had prevented a real-life tragedy. Just as Minami was thinking about this, Aijichi Sayaka and Aijichi Nijuka walked upstairs from the live house below. Sayaka raised an eyebrow, looking suspiciously at Minami. Minami. Do you know where Ryo just ran off to? Before Minami could answer, Sayaka crossed her arms, looking even more puzzled. She just asked me for leave and kept mumbling weird things like, Master Minami knows everything. Guardian spirit. And my dad is dying. What kind of prank is this? Some new trend? Minami rubbed his forehead. Damn it, Ryo. That was fast. He had only been sitting here for a few minutes and she had already spread the story across Starry. Also, Minami-san. Nijuka suddenly leaned in curiously. Are you actually a spirit medium? Minami felt a headache forming. Lying wasn't his strong suit. He was, at his core, a very honest, straightforward person. Guess I'll just make something up to brush them off. Just as he was about to casually deny everything, Nijuka hesitated, then spoke quietly. Actually. She fidgeted slightly. Then, with a serious expression, she finally asked, if you really do have psychic abilities. Can I ask you something? It's about my mom. For a moment Minami froze. He had no intention of playing along with this spirit medium nonsense. But Nijuka's face was filled with earnestness. Because, if he remembered correctly, Aijichi Nijuka's mother had already passed away. Chapter 66, Bocchi firmly grasps sure palm. Aside from the first failed simulation with a score of 0, strictly speaking, Minami had already interacted with Nijuka and Sayaka for 4 simulation cycles. Nijuka was warm, outgoing, and considerate, always mindful of others' feelings, a rare, sunny girl full of kindness. Sayaka, on the other hand, was a textbook example of a tsundere woman. Simply put, she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, always acting dismissive and critical while saying she wouldn't care, yet she was always there to lend Minami a hand when it truly mattered. These two had helped him a lot in the simulations, and Minami knew clearly that they both possessed angelic personalities. At the same time, he was also aware that Nijuka and Sayaka's mother had passed away in a sudden car accident long ago. That was a regret the two sisters had carried deep in their hearts. They wanted the music from Starry Performance Hall to reach their mother in heaven. That had always been Nijuka and Sayaka's dream. It was for this very reason that they wanted to make Starry famous. Now that they wished to inquire about their late mother, there must still be lingering sorrow in their hearts. Minami thought for a moment before nodding. I understand. If there's anything, Manager, Nijuka-san, feel free to ask. He turned around, switched off the stove, and then, while Nijuka and Sayaka weren't paying attention, opened his inventory and used his character card. After a while Minami turned back to look at them, his expression calm as he spoke. Manager, Nijuka-san, you want to ask about your late mother, correct? The moment those words left his mouth, Nijuka and Sayaka visibly froze. Truth be told, they had never placed much faith in the words of the ever-eccentric Yamada Ryo. But the instant Minami spoke, there was an inexplicable force that made them want to believe him. Especially because they hadn't even said anything yet. How did Minami already know their mother had passed away? Don't be surprised. With narrowed eyes, he raised a finger and murmured in a distant, mystical voice, in the realm of theology, anything is possible. Since you've chosen to believe, there's no need to be surprised. One had to admit, when Minami spoke those words, his solemn demeanor and authoritative tone made him seem like a genuine oracle. Even Sayaka, who had always dismissed spiritual and supernatural beliefs, couldn't help but swallow nervously, almost convinced. In that moment, they truly felt perhaps Minami really could answer their questions. Minami-san, do you know what I want to ask? Nijuka blinked her fiery red eyes and couldn't help but ask. Of course I do, Nijuka-san. Your thoughts are incredibly strong, I've already received them. Minami waved a hand and continued speaking. Life is full of regrets. The regrets between friends, the regrets of illness, and the sorrow of losing a loved one suddenly without getting to say a final goodbye, without speaking one last time. His voice carried a profound weight, as if it could pull at the strings of memory. Leaning against the chair, Sayaka let her body sink back. Minami's words made her think of that day, a summer day. Sayaka, who had been away from home for days, fully immersed in band activities, received a phone call from her mother. But at the time, she was feeling irritated and thought it was a hassle. She merely glanced at the phone and hung up. Back then, she believed that her dream and her bandmates were the most important things in the world. Yet despite being hung up on, her gentle mother did not give up and instead went to find her at her friend's house. That day, her mother's words were warm. She still remembered them clearly. Your sisters. You must always support each other. Chasing your dreams is a wonderful thing, but don't forget to cherish your family as well. I hope you can keep Nezuko happy, always. Don't make her cry again. And invite her to one of your performances. She's always been looking forward to it. At the cafe, her mother had smiled gently, speaking with warmth and patience, without a hint of forcefulness, completely different from Sayaka's own impatience. And that request for her to invite Nezuko to watch her perform had been her mother's last wish. But back then, she had only cared about her own performance, her band, and her bandmates. Even though part of her cared about her mother's words, she had remained silent in the end. Why hadn't she agreed back then? Her mother's final wave, her warm and cheerful smile, it often surfaced in Sayaka's mind. She could never forget it. It was an eternal regret buried deep in her heart. And also, Nezuko's lifelong regret. They never got to see her one last time. Never heard her last words. Could never hear her soft, nagging voice again. At home, there was no longer her presence. The washing machine, the kitchen, everything was missing the person who once bustled there. Everything was gone. Only regret remained. Manager. Ah. Leaning against a bench, Sayaka was pulled from her memories by Minami's sudden voice. Here. He handed her a tissue. Sayaka gave him a puzzled look, not understanding why he was giving her a tissue. But the moment her fingers touched it, she realized unknowingly, tears had already streamed down her face. Beside her, Nezuko looked at her with a worried expression. Sorry. I lost my composure. Sayaka murmured, wiping away her tears. Minami's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, Manager, I won't say things like don't dwell on it or just try to live well. But the dead cannot return. I know that. Sayaka replied with a nod. But then she shook her head. She just. You still have regrets, don't you? Minami's voice was always just the right tone at the right time, piercing straight into the heart. Yeah. I do. Sayaka spoke, and even the ever-cheerful Nezuko's face darkened. Not seeing her one last time. Not hearing her last words. How could they not feel regret? I'm sorry. Minami said softly, watching them. My abilities are limited. I can't let you see your mother again. So it's impossible after all. Hearing Minami's words, for the first time, Nezuko and Sayaka felt a sense of disappointment. Sigh. Well, I guess that's just how it is. After all, when it comes to spirit mediums. Aijechi Sayaka and Aijechi Nezuko took a deep breath, preparing to thank Minami Shaoji. But then the person you've always been thinking about has always been by your side, quietly watching over you. Minami spoke. Is that so? His words came suddenly, without any prior build-up. Both Sayaka and Nezuko hesitated, their expressions filled with doubt. Yes. Minami's expression remained unchanged, even as the two of them looked at him with skepticism. It's not an illusion. Even now, she is whispering beside you. She is speaking. He closed his eyes, and, in a slow, measured voice, he spoke aloud the gentle words he could hear in his mind. Sayaka, you always do such a good job tying Nezuko's hair so neatly. The two of you have supported each other all this time. That's truly amazing. Sayaka, you've taken your role as an older sister so seriously. Never forget to cherish your family. And finally, I have always loved you both. There was no resentment in these words. No blame. Only the unwavering love of a mother. For a long moment, neither Sayaka nor Nezuko said anything. Then they silently embraced each other. And soft sobs escaped from their throats. This time, they did not doubt Minami's words. Because the hairstyle. The mutual support. The importance of family. These were all things that only she would have known. Things she would have said. It was undeniable. She was here. Even if they could not see her. Even if they could not touch her. Their crying was soft. But its meaning was clear to anyone who heard it. I'm sorry we never got to see you one last time. I'm sorry we were so selfish back then. I'm sorry. We love you too. We miss you. We wish we could see you again. But none of that was possible anymore. As their quiet sobs filled the room, Minami did not say anything else. Speaking now would only disturb them. So he stood up, and silently left the room, leaning against the wall outside. He could still hear their crying from the kitchen. He tilted his head up, staring at the white fluorescent light above. And let out a deep breath. But then why? Why did Minami-san have to lie? A timid, hesitant voice whispered beside him. Minami turned, surprised, and saw a pink-haired girl standing in the shadows behind the door. Dressed in a pink tracksuit, hiding in the dark corner of the room, with a nervous, uneasy look in her eyes. Hitori Gota, Bachi. Her presence had been so unnoticeable that Minami hadn't even realized she was there. But now Minami narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why do you say I was lying?" he asked, his tone calm and steady. Hitori's eyes darted around nervously, unable to meet his gaze. She took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. And, in a tiny voice, she finally answered just. "A feeling." Minami raised an eyebrow. "A feeling?" It was unexpected. His words, his tone, his expressions, everything had been perfectly convincing. There should have been no way for her to notice anything strange. Was my feeling wrong? Hitori's voice was soft, trembling slightly. She fidgeted nervously, her fingers twisting together. Minami fell silent. Then he let out another deep breath. Minami exhaled slowly. Then, he shook his head and smiled, answering, "No, your feeling was absolutely right." After saying this, he turned his head slightly, glancing at the system screen beside him. Hitori Gota was right. Everything he had just said was nothing more than a lie. The conversation he had with the Ecchi sisters was built entirely upon his knowledge from the simulation. He had simply used clever words and careful phrasing to craft a fabricated story based on Nijika's regrets and Siaka's emotions. Perhaps because the spirit medium level 2 skill was too supernatural, the system hadn't actually granted him that ability. But why did Minami-san lie? Hitori's small voice broke the silence. Even if you just told the truth to the manager and Nijika, they wouldn't have forced you to do something impossible. That was true. Siaka and Nijika were both kind and understanding people. They wouldn't have blamed him over something so unrealistic. So then, why did he lie? Because sometimes, even a well-intended lie is enough to bring warmth to someone's heart. Under Hitori's quiet gaze, Minami, always so calm and gentle, smiled slightly. "I don't have any real spirit medium abilities. That's all there is to it." But Hitori hesitated, her face still hidden beneath her bangs. Then, before Minami could react, she took a step forward. And in his surprised gaze, she reached out and grasped his hand. Her grip trembled slightly, but she did not let go. Kind lies can warm others' hearts, but what about the person telling the lie? Her voice was quiet, but her words were heavy. She lowered her head, her nervous grip tightening, her words slipping out with difficulty. "And Minami-san, doesn't it hurt? Knowing that every word you say is a lie. And yet still forcing yourself to go against your real feelings?" She could sense it. Even though Minami didn't show it, even though he didn't say it aloud, she knew. He genuinely cared about the Ecchi sisters. He wanted to tell them the truth. But that truth was too cruel. Giving them hope, only to tear it away again, wouldn't that be even more painful? So instead, Minami chose to bear that pain alone. He gave the Ecchi sisters comfort, but at the same time, he silently swallowed the cruel reality. It wasn't just Siaka and Nijika who were hurting. Minami must have felt it too. For a long time, Minami did not answer. Instead, he slowly lifted his gaze, staring up at the fluorescent light above. After a while, he let out a deep sigh, then gently reached out and patted Hitori's head. "Thank you, Gota-san." Even though her social anxiety made her tremble, even though she struggled to speak, even though she was timid and unsure, she still tightly held his hand, trying her best to reach out to him. A girl who feared others, yet still worried about them. A girl who was trying to change, even if it was slow, even if it was difficult. She was trying. At this moment, Minami finally understood why the love simulation system had chosen Hitori Gota as his first simulation partner. She was fragile, yet she had a heart so incredibly kind. She was afraid, yet she was always watching out for others. She was timid, yet she still stepped forward for someone else's sake. And that was something truly precious. Chapter 67, I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness. Hitori Gota kept her head lowered. There were still so many things she wanted to say. One was to comfort Minami, and the other was about what he had told Siaka Ecchi and Nijika Ecchi. Minami had only met the Ecchi sisters a couple of days ago. And yet how did he know so much about their mother? It was as if Minami had known them for years. That was the only way he could have made those accurate deductions. This caught Hitori's attention. She suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be? Could Minami-senpai be like her? Could he also have memories that shouldn't exist? If that were true, then in her own strange memories, where she was married to Minami-senpai. No. That's impossible. There's no way something so good could actually happen in real life. Still, as she swept the floor, her thoughts were all over the place. Her eyes kept stealing glances at Minami, who had just come down from the kitchen on the second floor. She was clumsy and awkward, and couldn't tell if Minami's expression or tone had changed at all. Meanwhile, Minami had already finished cooking and was now reading at the bar counter. With one hand supporting his face, and the other flipping through a paperback, he let out a lazy yawn. Under the warm glow of the lights, his handsome features looked even more striking. Like a wandering nobleman, gracing the mortal world with his presence. Hitori absent-mindedly scratched her head. She didn't know why, but there was this strange itch in her heart. "What are you doing, Bocchi?" Sayaka had already recovered from earlier and was curiously staring at her. "Minami made you a plate too. Come eat before practice starts." "Ah. Oh, okay. Coming." Hearing Sayaka's voice, Hitori hurriedly finished sweeping, then shuffled over to the table. At the center of the table, there was a neatly arranged meal, looking just like something from a high-end restaurant. A thick, juicy hamburger steak, drizzled in black pepper sauce, seared to perfection on both sides, giving it a rich, golden brown crust. Served with steamed rice, and a fresh vegetable salad to cut the grease. But unlike everyone else's plate, Hitori Goto's tray had one extra dish. A beautifully rolled tamagoyaki, still warm, sprinkled with bits of nori, perfectly golden and fluffy. Hitori gulped. Even though she had already eaten, she couldn't resist. She picked up a piece, and took a bite. She didn't say a word, but the way her eyes widened behind her pink bangs, and the soft, drawn-out that escaped her lips, said everything. "It's as delicious as always," Sayaka murmured, then suddenly turned to Minami with a pout. "But Minami-kun, why does only Bocchi get tamagoyaki?" Sayaka Ijichi, usually so mature and elegant, had completely abandoned her cool composure. She pointed at Hitori's plate with a sulky expression. "I just felt like making it." "That's your reason?" Pa-san cupped her face, pouting cutely. "You're obviously playing favorites." "Ah. Yeah. Pa-san, you're absolutely right." Minami flipped through his book, completely unfazed by her teasing. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he put his book down, turned to Hitori, and smiled. "I like you, Goto-san." "Eh? Do you like me too? Would you go out with me?" I. "When should we register our marriage?" "Ah. Okay." One question hadn't even processed, before another one landed, and before Hitori could fully comprehend, she had already nodded and agreed. "Minami, you bastard. You really can be cruel sometimes." Seeing the timid and flustered Hitori being toyed with, Sayaka sighed, pressing her fingers to her temple. "Manager." Tucking his paperback under his arm, Minami, with his calm and refined demeanor, had the air of a scholarly gentleman. He leaned in slightly, turning his handsome profile towards Sayaka. "I like you. Please go out with me?" "Huh?" The sudden attack caught the 29-year-old, still single woman completely off guard. Her cheeks immediately flushed, her beautiful face filled with disbelief as she stared at the black-haired young man before her. And only when she noticed the faint amusement in his smile, did the pure-hearted, nearly 30-year-old realize she had just been played by a high school boy. A 29-year-old woman, blushing furiously, let out a frustrated cry. "Do you want me to throw you out, Minami?" It was just a joke. Minami waved her off, casually reopening his paperback. This guy. Sayaka, face still flushed, didn't know if she was embarrassed or just furious. She huffed, crossing her arms. "You're going to grow up to be a terrible man, tricking innocent girls with a straight face." Meanwhile, Najika, happily biting into her beef patty, her eyes curved into a smile, murmured in bliss, "This is so good." The black pepper sauce, the coarsely chopped beef, every bite burst with flavor. Even though the ingredients were so ordinary, somehow, when Minami cooked them, the dish became something extraordinary. "Minami-san, what are you reading?" She finally looked up, watching him flip pages effortlessly. Mitsuda Shinzo's Attack of the Headless Horror. "Is it good?" "Just okay." "I see." Najika's curiosity grew as she noticed Minami's fingers never stopped moving, flipping through pages at an almost unnatural speed. "You're flipping through it so fast. Have you already finished reading it?" It's probably just a talent. I read fast, and I can remember everything." The moment those words left his lips, Sayaka burst out laughing. "Ha. Yeah, right. Reading that fast and remembering everything? That was complete nonsense." Minami was flipping pages faster than she could even skim. That was obviously impossible. "You don't believe me?" Minami didn't argue. Instead, he handed the book to Najika, gesturing for her to test him. Chapter 1, The Scene on the 13th Night, When the Mother Speaks. What was the second thing she said? Najika thought carefully, choosing a passage that was relatively simple. Without even pausing, Minami recited it word for word. "You mean the part where the apparition first appears?" "I think it was. Can't you see? Look, your father is right there. Your father, without a head." From Najika's point of view, Minami hadn't even needed to think, he just answered instantly. Yeah. That's correct. Najuka, Sika, and even Gota all fell silent. Was he for real? Najuka Ijichi's eyes widened in shock. Minami had recited the exact passage from the novel, word for word. To test him further, she picked out several more passages from different chapters. But Minami answered effortlessly, without a single pause or hesitation. What kind of monster is this? Sika Ijichi, who had mocked him earlier, was now staring blankly at the paperback in her hands, doubting everything she knew about life. She had tested him over 10 times, yet Minami had repeated every passage perfectly. Minami-san, you're amazing. Beside her, Najuka handed the book back to Minami, her clear, cheerful voice filled with astonishment. So this is the power of Japan's #1 ranked student? It's nothing special. Minami replied casually, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. No, this is absolutely amazing. Sika's mouth twitched in disbelief. Your memory is at straight-up monster level. Seriously? He just flipped through the book once and memorized the entire thing? This was beyond ridiculous. She turned to Bocchi, who had been silent the entire time. Right, Bocchi? Ah. Caught off guard, Bocchi panicked before mumbling, I guess. It's okay? The room fell silent. Sika blinked. Just okay? Minami's memory was downright insane, but Bocchi's reaction was so casual, like it wasn't that surprising at all. What was that supposed to mean? But Minami didn't seem to care. He set the book aside, looked up, and spoke. Actually, compared to this kind of trivial skill, there's something else I wanted to discuss with the manager. Trivial. Sika clutched her forehead, completely exhausted. You do realize with just this memory skill alone, you could go on TV and make a living, right? So this was the world of geniuses. She was too dumb to understand. Still, if Minami had something more important to talk about. She let out a deep sigh and leaned back in her chair. Alright, what is it? I have an outdoor performance soon. Is there anything I should be careful about? Minami asked. Sika tapped her smooth chin, thinking for a moment before shaking her head. Not really. Shimogatazawa's shopping district was a pedestrian zone. As long as you set up your amp and effects properly, the police wouldn't interfere. If I had to say something. She crossed her arms, her tone turning serious. The biggest challenge is stage fright. Even experienced musicians got nervous on stage. And Minami, you've only been playing guitar for 2 hours, right? More or less. Minami nodded. Performing in front of people is completely different from practicing alone. Sika raised one finger. So my advice is simple: whatever happens, don't panic. That sounded easy, but in reality, it was hard as hell. Even professional bands had members who choked under pressure. And Minami was going to perform with only 2 hours of practice? Sika had a bad feeling about this. But Minami nodded calmly. Got it. Thanks, manager. Sika stared at him, surprised. I'm actually curious. She leaned forward. You're crazy smart. Why not practice more before performing? What's the rush? Minami chuckled. There's a reason. A very, very big reason. He couldn't exactly tell her. Oh, it's because I have Bocchi's Rock Queen character card. Well, whatever. Sika sighed. Since he had already decided, there was no point in arguing. She grabbed a strawberry milk carton, pierced the straw through the foil, and took a sip. By the way, she suddenly asked, what song are you playing? This piqued her curiosity. The song? Sika's question actually caught Minami off guard. Yesterday, he had been too busy with the whole Ryo if scenario. He hadn't even thought about what song to play. To be honest, before picking up the guitar, Minami had no interest in music. All he ever did was study. Listening to music? Never did that. So he had no idea what songs were popular. Which meant, for the first time, he actually had no answer. But then a song suddenly came to mind. A song he would never forget. I've decided. Minami spoke firmly. Oh? What's it called? Sika's interest grew. Is it from a famous band? Minami shook his head. No, it's an original. An original song? Najuka, who was helping clean up, turned around in surprise. Her ponytail swayed slightly. What's it called? She was curious. Very curious. After all, Kasoka Band had just passed Sika's test and was preparing to debut their original song. Minami having an original sparked a sense of friendly competition in her. Meanwhile, Bocchi, who was also helping clean, subtly perked up her ears. She stole a glance at Minami. Then she heard his answer. It's a song written by some friends of mine. It's called I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness. Crash. The sound of a tray hitting the floor. Huh? Bocchi? Sayaka turned around, confused. But Bocchi wasn't listening. Her mind was blank. That song. That was the song from her fragmented memories. Why? Why does Minami-senpai know it? She stared at him, shocked beyond words. Chapter 68, Regrets of Life, Guitar Flood of Memories. Moments spent with Minami, pursuing dreams alongside Kasoka Band. These were memories Bocchi had never shared with anyone. A secret just for her. Because, honestly, the content of these memories was way too embarrassing. Sure, Bocchi always had wild fantasies. Imagining herself as a legendary rock star, performing at the Budokan, bathing in the cheers of millions. But living with someone? Falling in love? Getting married? Having children? That was a whole different level. Just thinking about it made her want to crawl into a hole. Under normal circumstances she would have kept her head down, and buried this secret deep inside her heart. But then, what did Minami just say? I don't want to die in loneliness. Wait. That's the song from my memories. Bocchi shut her eyes. She could see it clearly, that song, her final song at the Budokan. The song she sang for Minami. A crazy thought crept back into her mind. A thought she had tried to ignore. Could it be? Could Minami-senpai also have these memories? Her heartbeat pounded. She wanted to know. She needed to pull Minami aside. She needed to ask him about the memories. Bocchi's delicate, timid face slowly shifted from hesitation to determination. Hitori, you can do this. She told herself that, lifting her head with newfound courage. But then what's wrong, Bocchi? And nothing. Ecchi-Sayaka's curious expression suddenly filled her vision. And just like that, her bold determination vanished into thin air. Bocchi shrank back, hiding her eyes behind her bangs, muttering softly, head lowered. And never mind. She rubbed her head, trying to shake off the thought. Shared memories? That's just impossible, right? It's gotta be a coincidence. There must be a completely different song with the same name. The world is full of similar sounding titles. Yeah, definitely. Just a random coincidence. Besides, if she got her hopes up about this, and it turned out to be nothing, she'd be the only one disappointed. She'd been let down too many times before. Yes. That's right. She repeated the thought, over and over, trying to convince herself. Just as she was regaining composure, hey, Bocchi, wanna go watch Minami's performance? Ecchi-Sayaka's words landed at the worst possible moment. The moment Bocchi thought she had pushed away her doubts, the monster named curiosity burst free from its cage. Watch his performance? If I go and listen, maybe I'll find out the truth. Maybe. Just listening once, that's all it would take. If I just listen, yes. If I just listen. Bocchi wanted to say yes. She wanted to. But instead, I'll pass. I have work to do in the shop. Of course. The same old me. The words she spoke always contradicted what she really wanted. Bocchi gripped the plate in her hands, her fingers tightening around the edges. I really haven't changed at all, have I? An indescribable bitterness rose up from deep in her chest. No progress. No change. Still a coward. Still afraid. Afraid of failing. Afraid of getting hurt. Afraid that the answer she would find wasn't the one she wanted. Right now, she was a nobody. And maybe she always would be. I really am pathetic, huh? Bocchi's eyes, hidden behind her bangs, were filled with self-disappointment. Not in anyone else but in herself. Disappointed in this weak, cowardly self who never had the courage to change. She silently gathered the plates, her movements slow and hesitant, then turned to walk upstairs. But then Patak. Someone grabbed her hand. Bocchi's eyes widened in shock, blinking up in surprise. Hitori, I'd really like it if you came to listen. The person holding her hand had a gentle smile, his face calm and confident. It was Minami. The same Minami who had gone upstairs a moment ago but had come back. I. Bocchi opened her mouth, but her voice caught in her throat. You really don't want to come? Minami tilted his head slightly, his dark eyes warm and steady under the soft glow of the lights. Even if it's just for today, you're still my teacher. I want you to hear how much I've improved. Damn handsome guys. Bocchi's thoughts scattered into nothing. And before she could even process it, she heard herself say, oh okay. I'll go. Wait. Did I just agree? I agreed. Just like that. Bocchi had no idea why. No idea why she couldn't say no. But when Minami asked her for something, she felt like she could never refuse. No matter what it was, she would probably say yes. Every single time. And besides, Minami-senpai. Did he see through me? Did he realize what I was thinking? Bocchi suddenly looked up, peeking at Minami's face. Same as always. His expression steady. His emotions unreadable. She couldn't tell if he had figured her out or not. Then thanks. That was all he said. Bocce, you're way more important to him, aren't you? Having received Bocce's answer, Minami gave a small nod and let go of her hand. But the noi, Minami. Don't you think you're way too passionate when it comes to Bocce? A grumbling voice came from behind him. Ecchi, clearly unimpressed. Huh? Minami blinked, genuinely confused. He hadn't really noticed it himself. He just saw Bocce looking down, her expression tinged with some kind of sadness, and for some reason, he felt like he couldn't let her just walk away. But as for this so-called passion Ecchi was talking about, he really didn't see it. Oh, there's definitely a difference. Ecchi folded her arms, her gaze darting between Minami and Bocce, who was, as usual, shrinking behind her bangs in that light pink tracksuit. At the very least, you wouldn't be that gentle when asking me to come watch your performance. Of course not. Minami laughed, waving a hand dismissively. I treat everyone with the same kindness and warmth. You're just overthinking it, boss. He flashed a teasing smile. Besides, you're the one lending me the amp and effects pedal. I'd never forget a debt like that. TCH. Ecchi clicked her tongue, clearly not buying it. Even if Minami worded it nicely, she could still hear the difference in his tone. The warmth in his voice when talking to Bocce, it wasn't just kindness. Even if Bocce herself was too dense to notice, someone used to customer service like Ecchi? She could feel it right away. It was like comparing a matchstick to a bonfire. That's how big the difference was. Which made her wonder, did Minami set his sights on Bocce from the very beginning? Was that why he came to Starry? Of course, after spending 2 days observing him, Ecchi could tell Minami wasn't a bad guy. Calling him a player or a heartbreaker was probably just teasing at this point. I'll keep watching him for now. If Minami was truly a decent guy, then she wouldn't mind him being with Bocce. But if he turned out to be some scumbag, then she'd have no problem kicking his ass. The amp and effects pedal weren't that heavy. Realistically, Minami could have carried them alone. But when it came to his outdoor performance, Ecchi wasn't the only one who tagged along. Even Pa-san came along out of curiosity. Alright, amp is fine. Effects pedal is working properly. As Pa-san connected the output cables, she had Minami strum a few notes to test the sound before finally nodding in satisfaction. Alright, Minami-kun. You better keep making me food from now on, got it? She smirked at him, flashing an OK sign with her fingers. Of course. Minami chuckled, offering a polite nod of gratitude. Then, he looked down at the guitar in his hands. The regret of life guitar. To be honest, he'd never actually played it live before. Thinking about its cursed effects, a part of him felt uneasy. But that hesitation lasted only a second. Because at the end of the day he was broke. If there was one thing that could truly defeat him, it was the poverty devil. No way in hell was he gonna let this guitar go to waste. Now then, what next? Right as he was wondering that, a cheerful voice chimed in. Hey everyone. There's gonna be a free live performance here soon. Come check it out. It was Nijika, always ready to hype things up. Yep, totally free. Come take a look. Her voice alone was enough to start drawing in curious passers-by. It was a weekend, and Shimokitazawa, being just as trendy as Akihabara, was naturally packed with people. And with Nijika, Bocce, Ecchi, and Pa-san all gathered in one place, their cute and eye-catching looks alone were enough to draw attention. Naturally, this attracted even more passers-by. Seeing the crowd growing, Minami parted his lips slightly, then instinctively glanced at Nijika. He owed her big time. If anything, she had just made sure that the regret of life guitar would have a proper audience to destroy. An absolute angel. Alright. That should do it. Ow. Nei-chan, what was that for? Unaware of what she had just done, Nijika grinned with satisfaction only to get chopped on the head by her sister. This is Minami's first outdoor performance, Nijika. Ecchi sighed, her expression filled with exasperation. Did it ever cross your mind that dragging this many people over might just make him even more nervous? Did you ever stop to think that your help might actually make things worse? Yes. That was a valid concern. For most newcomers, stepping onto a stage for the first time only to see a sea of eyes staring at them was enough to make their minds go blank. Nijika had unintentionally ramped up the pressure on Minami. I didn't think about that at all. Realizing her mistake, Nijika's mouth hung open slightly, her usual confidence crumbling. But Minami-senpai looks fine, doesn't he? A hesitant voice suddenly cut in. Bocce, who had been silent this whole time, lifted a finger pointing at the stage. Minami stood one step above the crowd, guitar in hand, taller than everyone around him. His expression never wavered. No nervousness. No panic. He was just looking down at his guitar, a strange, almost conflicted look on his face. Conflicted? Why would he be conflicted? The guitar was fine. The song was chosen. The amp and effects pedal were all set up. So what was there to hesitate about? Sayaka frowned. Minami looked less like a guy holding a guitar and more like a guy holding a bomb. Oi? Minami. She couldn't hold it in anymore. You've got the guitar in your hands, don't you? Then just play already. What the hell are you waiting for? As soon as those words left her mouth, Minami's dazed expression cleared up. He glanced at her eyes carrying a helpless amusement. Then, finally, his fingers pressed down on the strings. But before he could even strum the first note, "Ne-chan. Don't rush Minami-san. Najuka couldn't just stand by and watch." "What do you mean, don't rush him?" Sayaka folded her arms, staring at her sister like she was crazy. "Did you not see the look on his face just now? Anyone else would have thought he was holding a damn time bomb. Right? Playing guitar should just be playing guitar. So why the hell did he look like he was about to blow up a building? Did this guitar have some kind of death curse or something?" Sayaka was seriously considering that possibility. And just as she was about to say something else, the sharp, piercing wail of a guitar riff split through the air. Amplified. Distorted. Deafening. "See? What did I tell you? He's playing just fine." Sayaka closed her eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Until she wasn't. Her breath hitched. Her words cut clean in half. It wasn't just her ears that were ringing. The sound had stabbed straight through her chest. What the hell? Her eyes shot open. She turned to look around her. Nothing changed. She was still standing in a crowd. But somehow a deep, aching loneliness had washed over her like a wave. As if she had suddenly become a single, drifting island floating in the middle of an endless, empty ocean. "Minami. Stop for a second." A shaken, breathless voice tumbled out of her mouth. A single thought flashed in her mind: this is seriously cursed. But before she could even say another word, she was drowning in that ocean. And on the other side, Bocce's entire body tensed up. Her eyes widened, her breathing hitched, her heart thumped painfully against her ribs. She knew this song. It was the same. The same song from her memories. Exactly the same. Note for note. Her mind froze. How did Minami-senpai know this song? How did he know her song? Chapter 69, Nishiki Gichizato. The guitar roared, pulling the last notes into the void. It was a bustling weekend at the Shimogatazawa pedestrian plaza, a place that should have been filled with noise. But the moment that fierce guitar sound erupted, the once lively atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Without thinking, everyone turned their gaze to him, to the young man standing a step above them all. Minami. The outdoor performance stage was nothing more than a set of stairs. A setup so simple and shabby that it was barely worth calling a stage at all. Yet, for some reason, why does it feel like he's at the center of everything? Najuka muttered, staring up at him. It didn't make sense. Minami was just a beginner. He had barely touched a guitar before this. And yet how could he stand so confidently? How could he capture the audience's attention so effortlessly? This kind of commanding stage presence was something that only came from countless performances, years of training. Something impossible for someone like him. And yet he had it. More than that, Najuka could feel it. He was still improving. Right here. Right now. With every single chord he strummed. His guitar roared, shredding through the air. A blazing solo, raw and unfiltered. And yet why? Najuka's heart tightened at the sound, her voice barely above a whisper. Why does something so intense sound so empty? The main guitar was heavy, its presence undeniable. Long solos. Violent chord sweeps. Tearing harmonics that should have set her soul on fire. It should have been passionate. Explosive. A voice screaming to the world, but it wasn't. Instead it sounded lonely. Thin. Like something was missing. Why? Why did something so deafening feel so hollow? Najuka didn't understand. Just like she had never understood the girl who had once written this song. But not understanding didn't mean she couldn't feel it. A loneliness, vast and endless like a black sea, slowly pulling her under. In that moment she saw a vision. A girl. Walking alone. Sitting by herself in class. A scene blurred and distant, yet unbearably real. In this world, she had never played the drums. She had never met Bocce, Ryo, Hida. Had never formed Kesoku band. Her sister was always too busy, buried in band activities. There was no one to talk to. No one to share her interests with. She brought her favorite things to school hoping someone might notice. But no one did. Her desk. Her chair. They were always the same, cold, lifeless, unmoving. She watched her classmates talk. Laugh. She wanted to join them. But in the end she just sat there. Alone. Telling herself that the liveliness belonged to them. That she wasn't a part of it. That she had nothing. In this world, she had never started a band. She had graduated high school, followed her parents' expectations, gotten a job. And one step at a time she was slowly broken down by the weight of the world. The daily grind. The routine misery. The lifeless repetition of it all. She bought convenience store meals after work. Because it was easier than cooking for one. The future? That was just some abstract word. Something out of reach. She ate. Swallowed. Didn't taste anything. And then she came home. To an empty house. To cold silence. To no one waiting for her. She took off her coat. Set down her bag. Then, just out of habit, she spoke to the empty room. I'm home. She had always thought she could endure these lightless days. But then she reached out. Turned on the light. And there, beneath the glow of the dim bulb, she saw them. Two lonely shadows on the floor. One was her own. The other was herself. That was the moment it became unbearable. She pulled her knees to her chest. And cried. Her sobs echoed through the empty room, met with nothing but silence. No response. No warmth. Only the endless void of the night. Only the hollow loneliness of an empty room. It's so cold here. So lonely. Can someone see me? The vision faded. Leaving behind only one thing. Naruto's voice, screaming within her own heart, a silent plea that went unanswered. Only the endless darkness remained. Only the aching loneliness that churned in her chest. And then a sudden explosion of sound. A guitar, ringing out, sharp and fierce. It didn't just play. It tore through the silence. The shroud of loneliness shattered. The sky that had been so dark flooded with color. The song, once slow and suffocating, shifted completely. It wasn't quiet despair anymore. It was a scream. A roar of defiance. I'm right here. Can someone see me? The chords burst forth, Minami's hands strumming with relentless force. The sound grew stronger. Higher. Louder. Like a dead heart suddenly pounding again. All the bottled-up emotions, everything that had been suppressed, exploded all at once. The roaring guitar was impossible to ignore. The rising tones made the once suffocating emotions burn into something new. The ocean of loneliness boiled away. And in that moment everyone lifted their heads. Because they could feel it. Every note, every cry hidden within the music. Don't ignore me. I won't let my fear hold me back anymore. I don't want to die in loneliness. A final whine of feedback rang out, drawn out, long and raw. The song ended. And then silence. For a long time, no one moved. No one spoke. Until finally one person clapped. Then another. Then another. And then thunderous applause. Even Sayaka, who had spent years listening to some of the best rock bands in Japan, found herself clapping before she even realized it. Because this performance wasn't about skill. It wasn't about technical mastery. It wasn't about chord progressions or music theory. It was something purer. Something beyond words. It was simply beautiful. If the first half of the song was a deep, unbearable loneliness, a void that swallowed everything, then the second half was a fire igniting within it. A desperate, furious struggle. A refusal to be forgotten. This is insane. Sayaka muttered under her breath, clapping as she watched Minami step down from the steps. She was genuinely confused. How the hell is this his first performance? She wiped the corners of her eyes, annoyed to find them wet with tears. She looked straight at Minami and grumbled. Hey! What the hell was that? Minami blinked, confused. Huh? Was it really that big of a deal? Of course it was. Sayaka snapped, pointing to the crowd. Do you not see what just happened? Because it wasn't just her. It wasn't just Naruto. Many of the passers-by, who had simply stopped to listen, ended up teary-eyed, overwhelmed by emotions they couldn't explain. One man in particular had completely lost it. Tears streamed down his face as he suddenly fell to his knees, sobbing hysterically. Between choked cries, he wailed to the sky, Keiko. I'm so sorry. Why did I cheat on you? I never even loved Hueco, Yuko, or any of those other women. I only love you, Keiko. Please forgive me. I love you. And with that, he ran off, still shouting as he disappeared into the streets. Nobody knew where he was going. This performance really hit people in a way that was almost unnatural. Minami could only let out a helpless chuckle at Sayaka's words. He knew exactly what she meant by stage presence. Because it wasn't his own. He glanced toward his system inventory. Love ends here. Hitori Gota, Rock Queen, Learning Card. When used, this card grants you temporary access to the musical understanding and stage experience of Hitori Gota. Once hailed as the Rock Queen, Minami couldn't help but sigh. So this is the power of Rock Queen Bocce. Just by activating her learning card, he had felt himself become her. For a brief moment, he wasn't Minami anymore. He was standing in the shoes of the very woman who once ruled Japan's rock scene. A legendary guitarist whose skills were unmatched in her era. An artist who had poured her soul into her craft, refining it to an unattainable level. And the moment the card activated, Minami had immediately understood the stage. He could read the atmosphere. He could control the crowd. He could feel the unspoken emotions of the audience and manipulate them. This was stage presence. It was why, even though his music skills were only level 2, he had commanded the entire street. And now, his mind was flooded with a new understanding of music more than he had ever had before. Even as he played, he had heard the notifications ringing in his head. Your music skill has slightly improved. Current level, level 2. Your music skill has slightly improved. Current level, level 2. It hadn't leveled up yet. But the learning card still had time left before it expired. If he kept going at this rate, his guitar skill would soon reach level 3 professional level. If he got to that point, he wouldn't need Bocce's card anymore. He'd be able to develop his own stage presence. Ugh. It's not just that. Pa-sensei sniffled, wiping away a stray tear as she commented, Minami-kun, what kind of person is your friend? That song just now was something else. Yeah. She had never heard anything like it before. It was as if the creator of that song had lived through an unimaginable journey of loneliness and self-doubt. A life filled with quiet suffering until they finally gathered the courage to scream back at the world. Minami let out a nervous laugh. He wasn't sure how to answer that. Because I Don't Want to Die in Loneliness wasn't just any song. It was a piece born from the second timeline. A song that had been composed by Bocce and her bandmates in that reality. A song that had become a national hit in Japan. And with the cursed regret of life guitar amplifying its emotions, it was no surprise it had such a devastating impact. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Sayaka said, saving him from having to make up an excuse. But you should go handle the crowd. Some of them clearly have questions for you. Minami glanced over. Sure enough, a group of audience members hadn't left yet. They were all watching him, curious and eager to ask questions. Thanks, he said, flashing Sayaka a quick smile before heading over. As expected, their questions weren't too difficult to answer. Most of them just wanted to know if he'd be performing again. Some asked for his line ID. A few even asked for autographs. Luckily, Minami had a lot of experience with social interactions. Handling them was easy. But what he didn't realize was that behind him, standing silently in her pink tracksuit and pleated skirt, was Bocce. Her eyes shining with realization. She finally knew. No doubt about it. This was the same song. Before, she had been hesitant. But now she was 100% sure? Minami remembered. Just like she did. In fact, he probably remembered more than she did. A wave of disbelief washed over her. Was this even possible? Was there really someone else in this world who shared her memories? Bocce clutched her hands together, nervously fidgeting. Her fingers trembled slightly. Her heart raced in her chest. Minami-senpai. If he had the same memories as her, then that meant the things she had seen in those fragmented visions. The memories of them living together. The memories of them dating. The memories of them getting married. The memories of her having his child. Then. That meant all of that was real. Bocce's face turned bright red. Her breath hitched in her throat. Her legs nearly gave out beneath her. Then. That means. Did that mean she was already his wife in another world? Her mind went blank. Her vision spun. And just before she could faint on the spot, she let out a tiny, high-pitched squeak. Ee. Her heart raced with excitement. A surge of indescribable courage welled up in her chest. She wanted to know, needed to ask him. How have you been lately? Do you remember everything clearly? Why do you have these memories but refuse to acknowledge me? Minami-senpai. Do you still love me the way you did in those memories? She clenched her fists. I have to ask. I have to know. Taking a deep breath to fuel her determination, Bocce stepped forward. Nothing would stop her this time. No one could stand in her way. Minami-senpai. She finally reached him. She opened her mouth to speak and then bang. A sudden shove from behind the crowd split apart, and before Bocce could even react, a girl in a red and gray uniform suddenly burst onto the scene and pushed her way through. Right in front of her, Minami-senpai. Oi, oi, oi. An energetic, lively voice rang out. That was awesome. What's the name of that song? Can I get an autograph? The golden-haired girl swayed as she moved, her silky white blonde hair bouncing with every step. Her bright red eyes sparkled playfully as she grinned, and right in front of Bocce's eyes she casually threw an arm around Minami's shoulder. Ignoring Bocce completely. With an effortless, natural charm, the girl looked up at Minami and grinned. Hee, my name's Chisato Nishikigi. Cool name, right? Just sign your name on my backpack strap. Oh yeah, what's your name, lil bro? Her cheerful, Fiery energy burned like a flame. Her beautiful, mischievous face beamed up at Minami as if they'd known each other forever. And Bocce? She stood there, frozen. Chapter 70, Simulation Target, Admired Level, Chisato Nishikigi. The golden-haired girl squeezed into the crowd. A stark contrast to the gloomy and introverted Bocce. Ignoring the curious gazes from the surrounding onlookers, she smiled cheerfully, took off her backpack, and handed a marker to Minami. Her radiant, porcelain-like face caught the attention of many. But what surprised Minami wasn't her striking beauty. It was the system notification flashing in his mind. New simulation target detected, Chisato Nishikigi, a new simulation target? Minami's gaze instinctively lingered on the girl before him. Her silky, golden white hair fell smoothly over her delicate neck. Her sharp and symmetrical features were flawlessly elegant. Her hair curled slightly inward at the ends, while her left side was neatly tied with a striking red ribbon, revealing her snowy white ear. But what stood out the most was her ever-present, carefree smile. A smile that seemed untouched by any worries in the world. She had no trace of shyness or discomfort at being closely observed. Noticing Minami looking at her, she even flashed a cheeky grin and held up a playful peace sign. Minami. Saying nothing, he simply took the marker and signed his name Minami on the strap of her backpack. Ooh, so you're Minami-kun, huh? You've got nice handwriting. Hey, that reminds me, I have this friend who Chisato. A clear, cool voice suddenly interrupted her. Minami instinctively turned his head. At some point, a raven-haired girl had silently parted the crowd. Her beauty was starkly different from Chisato's cold, composed, sharp, yet delicate. Her brilliant violet eyes, however, were anything but calm. They were locked onto Chisato with thinly veiled frustration. Ha ha ha. Takina, perfect timing. I was just about to ask Minami-kun to sign something for you too. I don't need it. Huh? What do you mean, you don't need it? Just a second ago, you were crying the hardest while listening to Minami-kun's song. Chisato pouted in exaggerated dissatisfaction. Shut up. Betrayed by her own best friend, the girl Takina Inoue blushed furiously. Then, in a swift, rigid motion, she bowed deeply to Minami. I sincerely apologize. I'm Takina Inoue. My friend has troubled you. It's fine. I'm glad to hear that. Takina sighed in relief. They had only come to Shimogatagawa to buy groceries for the orphanage, but after stumbling upon Minami's street performance, the reckless and excitable Chisato rushed into the crowd without a second thought, leaving Takina with no choice but to stand guard. Now that the performance was over, we should get going, Chisato. Oh. But I wanted to chat a bit more with Minami-kun. Takina, you definitely feel the same, right? I mean, you were crying so hard just now. Chisato puffed her cheeks in playful protest. I was not crying. That was just dust in my eyes. Poke. Yeah, sure. Dust in your eyes. Like how it was. Poke. Poke. Chisato smirked, ruthlessly jabbing at Takina's pride once more. Takina's face flushed even redder. Her voice rose in frustration as she pointed a stern finger. Chisato, wait outside. Now. TCH. Boring. With an exaggerated pout, Chisato finally turned away and skipped off. Once she was gone, Takina exhaled in relief. She turned back to Minami and bowed again. I apologize again. Your street performance was wonderful. I regret that Chisato caused a scene. It's nothing. Honestly, I thought Chisato-san was very lively and adorable. Thank you. Hearing Minami's unexpected kindness, Takina visibly relaxed. Her violet eyes subtly darted around, scanning left and right. Once she confirmed that Chisato was out of sight, she hesitated for a moment and then, timidly held out her backpack. Minami-san. Would you also sign something for me? Of course. Where would you like it? Here. On the back. She pointed to the exact spot. Got it. Minami took the marker and signed again. And in that exact moment a familiar, mischievous chuckle rang out. I knew it. Takina, you wanted an autograph too. You're so not honest. It's almost cute almost. Takina's entire face turned red. But since she was already caught, she simply glared daggers at Chisato, then quietly asked Minami a question. Minami-san, will you be performing here again? I should be around this area for a while. Probably around 5 or 6 p.m. Understood. Thank you. She nodded in satisfaction. Then with zero hesitation she grabbed Chisato by the ear. Oh. That hurts, Takina. Chisato flapped her arms helplessly. You never learn. Wait. Takina, I still have things to say. Love you, Minami-kun. I'll be back to watch again next time. Let me do a heart pose first. It hurts. Her lively voice rang out, even as she was dragged away. The crowd slowly dispersed. Takina and Chisato disappeared into the distance. Finally out of sight, Takina sighed heavily. She glanced at Chisato, a deep frown forming on her delicate features. Chisato. You know what the doctor said. You're not supposed to exert yourself. You shouldn't be squeezing into crowded places, either. It's fine, it's fine. Chisato brushed it off with a laugh. The doctor also said something, remember? If there's anything you want to do it now so you won't have any regrets. Takina fell silent. Her expression darkened. Chisato. Come on, Takina. Before she could say anything else, Chisato wrapped her arms around her waist and twirled her in a spin. Thinking about sad stuff too much will scare away happiness. Their black and gold-white hair intertwined in the wind. Chisato spun with laughter, like a playful fairy. But no buts. Chisato set her down, then placed a finger over Takina's lips, silencing her completely. Takina. Seeing Chisato's rare serious expression, Takina sighed softly. She simply nodded and sat beside her, watching the world pass by. After a long pause, Takina finally spoke. Chisato, is there anything else you want to do? Chisato tilted her head, deep in thought. Honestly, I really want to fall in love. Maybe watch all the movies I never got around to watching. And just have Takina by my side forever. Then, suddenly she waved her hands frantically. Chisato Nishikigi hurriedly waved her hands, as if trying to deny her own words. But I was just joking. Haha. Who'd wanna date a short-lived girl like me? Dating, huh? Takina watched the crowd in silence. Her violet eyes filled with thought. Takina Inoue fell into thought as she watched people come and go. That sounds difficult to accomplish. Sitting beside her, Chisato propped her cheek against her palm. Even without thinking too hard, it was obvious. Liking someone was already hard enough. Making someone else fall for you was even harder. And she didn't want to drag someone into a relationship that would only end in heartbreak. There's not much time left, huh? Maybe she was still feeling the effects of Minami's guitar performance, because in her bright red eyes, a flicker of regret surfaced as she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Chisato Nishikigi. Takina Inoue. Minami muttered those names to himself as he rubbed his temples. As one of many transmigrators, he recognized them immediately. Chisato Nishikigi. One of the main protagonists of the anime Lycoris Recoil. Takina Inoue. The other main protagonist of Lycoris Recoil. But unlike most anime, Lycoris Recoil didn't have a male lead, it was a Yuri anime. The story followed a group of young male and female agents, known as Lycoris, who fought crime in Japan. And at the heart of the story was the growing bond between Chisato and Takina. Their daily interactions, their deepening trust, and their mutual admiration for each other. In short, it was an anime about cute girls, being cute together, and proving that girls really are the best. If that was all the anime was about, Minami would have been fine with it. But as he remembered, Lycoris Recoil wasn't just about cute interactions. It had actual, brutal crime fighting. Terrorist attacks. Weapons trafficking. Full-on gunfights with criminals. Even Tokyo Tower was blown up. And no, not Tokyo Skytree. Literally Tokyo Tower. This did not fit the world Minami was currently in. He glanced toward the direction Chisato and Takina had left. If this world was truly like the anime, there should already be a Lycoris organization in the shadows. But here, Tokyo Tower was still standing. And if Lycoris agents really existed, Takina would have never let him touch her backpack. In the anime, Lycoris backpacks were equipped with hidden gun compartments and bulletproof plating. But when he felt the bags earlier, there were no hidden weapons. No bulletproof layers. Just regular, cute-looking backpacks. That meant in this world, Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue were just normal girls. With that confirmed, Minami checked his simulation targets. As expected. In addition to his two sisters and Bocchi, a new name had been added: simulation target, Chisato Nishikigi, status, admiration. Admiration? Minami blinked in surprise. Even Bocchi, at the start of her simulation, was only labeled slight admiration. But Chisato started at full admiration right from the beginning. Minami pondered for a moment. It was clear Chisato had truly loved his performance. Admiration in the system's terms meant she was already a fan of his. A fan? That meant, if he simulated her scenario, he'd basically be starting with an easy mode romance route. An idol falling in love with their fan? How hard could that be? There was no way something would go wrong this time, right? Thinking that, Minami closed the simulation interface and turned his gaze towards someone else, someone he was far more concerned about. Bocchi had fallen completely silent. She didn't understand. She couldn't understand. Why was it that every single time she tried to talk to Minami, something always interrupted her? The first time, she gathered her courage only for the store manager to appear and completely derail her thoughts. The second time, she built up her resolve, but before she could even open her mouth, a golden-haired beauty suddenly barged in, blocking her chance completely. She felt like she was a character in a novel. As if there was some cruel, unseen author, writing fate against her. Mocking her. Toying with her. Bocchi felt numb. The saying goes, once the spirit is roused, it must strike at once. The second attempt weakens. The third attempt fails. Her courage that she had carefully treasured in her heart was completely gone. She was just a social anxiety-ridden introvert. 2 chances to speak up was already a miracle for someone like her. Maybe it's better to just give up. She let out a small sigh, as a self-deprecating feeling surfaced in her chest. What did her memories with Minami even matter, anyway? What connection could someone like her possibly have to someone like him? As she lowered her head, lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. Bocchi. A voice called out to her. Bocchi. Bocchi looked up in shock and saw the very person she had been thinking about standing right in front of her. You had something to say to me earlier, didn't you? But you kept getting interrupted. The sudden shift from despair to hope stunned Bocchi into silence. She stared blankly at Minami. His gentle and clean-cut face held no other emotion except concern. His eyes were focused entirely on her. And that alone was enough for Bocchi. She suddenly realized something every time she hesitated, every time she was about to retreat into her shell. Minami always seemed to notice. The first time when the manager interrupted her, he noticed. The second time when she hesitated about watching his performance, he noticed. Every time she felt lost, every time she didn't know what to do, Minami was always there. Always reaching out. Always giving her that little push. And this time was no different. Bocchi opened her mouth. Then closed it again. Her fingers curled into fists. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest. This time, she wouldn't run away. She lowered her head and in a clear, steady voice, she said, "Why yes. There's something I want to tell you, Minami-senpai." And with those words, the courage she thought had run dry surged back into her chest. She reached out and grabbed his hand. This time, she wouldn't hesitate. Chapter 71, Bocchi Can't Say No. Starry was a small live music venue. It had some popularity, but it wasn't exactly a big name. Because of that, working there wasn't too demanding. Bocchi's usual duties weren't complicated. She mainly just stood behind the counter, serving drinks to customers every now and then. But today, things were different. Since Bocchi had something important to say to Minami, he didn't go home immediately. Instead, he waited for her at Starry. Of course, just standing around would have been a bit weird, so the store manager, Sika, had Minami temporarily take over Yamada's spot at the front counter. At first, Sika thought this was a good idea. But the moment Minami sat down behind the counter, she immediately regretted it. Why? Because a strange phenomenon was unfolding inside Starry. After Minami's outdoor performance, a group of his audience members had followed him inside. And many of them were women. Probably college students from a nearby university. Or working women out for a drink on the weekend. And they weren't here for the music. They bought their tickets. They ordered their drinks. And then they gathered around the counter where Minami was sitting. Instead of listening to the live performance, they were all trying to talk to him. Sika almost grabbed a broom and chased them out of Starry herself. TCH. These women. She was about 3 seconds away from personally kicking them out. If it weren't for Pasan and Kakuri holding her back, Starry would have gone down in history as the first live house in Shimogatagawa to forcibly remove paying customers. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the chaos, Minami sat behind the counter, sorting through receipts with his usual calm demeanor. His handsome features looked especially deep in thought, the warm glow of the store lights casting soft shadows across his face. And because of that, several female university students in the crowd were completely mesmerized. Some even pulled out their phones to secretly take pictures of him. Even after Hitori nervously warned them not to, they only gave a half-hearted apology and kept snapping away. And then there were the older women. The confident office ladies. The ones who weren't just here to watch. Minami-kun, you live alone in Tokyo, don't you? It must be tough on your own. You know. If you ever need a little financial help, you can always come to Onsen's house. Their voices dripped with suggestion. Their smiles full of hidden meaning. Their intentions crystal clear. Minami sighed. It was going to be a long night. To be honest, Minami didn't care. The words of those women, the flirtations. The not-so-subtle invitations. The playful teasing. None of it fazed him. He simply continued his work, sorting through receipts with his usual calm demeanor, a polite, good-natured smile on his face, chatting effortlessly with the women around him. Even with so many people talking to him at once, he handled everything with ease. Not a single trace of nervousness. His sharp mind made calculating receipts a breeze. Every transaction was processed quickly and flawlessly. The cash register beeped as he scanned the purchases one pass. That was all he needed. The group of watching women let out small gasps of admiration. Minami's thoughts? Wow. These women are seriously rich and kinda dumb. They paid 1,500 yen for a ticket, spent even more on drinks, and they weren't even here to watch the performance. They were just sitting there, throwing money at him to chat. This money is way too easy. Minami held back a chuckle as he mentally tallied up the numbers. Maybe, once he was rich, he'd open a live house of his own. Meanwhile, that's kind of amazing. Hitori, now finished with her work, glanced over at Minami. Her mouth slightly open in surprise. She had been helping her sister at Starry for a long time. But even she couldn't handle this many customers at once. And then hey, is it just me, or are most of the customers here women? Pa-san blinked in disbelief. Damn. Is being hot really this profitable? If this were a normal day, at this time, there shouldn't have been this many customers in Starry. This guy. Sayaka the manager slowly sipped her strawberry milk, her expression dark. Listen up. She spoke. Her tone was serious. If any of you ever date Minami, you better be careful. She looked at Hitori. Her gaze piercing. Because if he ever decides to start fooling around, he could have a different woman in his bed every night. And never repeat a single one. 365 days a year. Hitori froze. Her hands gripping the water bucket. She shrunk into herself. She could feel the weight of Sayaka's stare. And then, Minami showed up. Carrying a tray of drinks. Minami-san, what's this? Some female customers forced them on me. They gave me way too many, so you guys can have some. Minami sipped his lemonade as he sat down. Completely unaware of the tension in the room. They gave you too many. Hitori and Pa-san stared at him. Customers. Giving free drinks. To an employee. This was not normal. This is unfair. Pa-san muttered. Hitori nodded in agreement. Not once had a male customer ever offered them drinks. But Minami? Just sat there. Being hot. And free drinks fell into his lap. Unacceptable. Just as the two girls were grumbling to themselves, Sayaka approached. Holding a receipt. She looked conflicted. Minami. Did you miscalculate the numbers? Minami looked up. Impossible. Mental math has always been my specialty. Sayaka rubbed her temples. She double-checked the numbers. Then triple-checked. Her face twisted in confusion. But this is... Hitori and Pa-san peered at the receipt. They read the total. And then they both fell silent. Because the amount of money on the receipt was equal to an entire day's revenue for Starry. And then some. Did I make a mistake? Pa-san whispered. Her voice faint. Nope. Minami put down his phone. His expression confident. I never mess up mental math. Not with numbers under 6 figures. The girls stared at him. Dumbfounded. And then Minami smiled. Damn. You guys make this much money from a single night? Silence. Everyone. Just stared at him. In that moment, they weren't looking at a guy who attracted women like bees to honey. They weren't looking at some handsome front desk worker. They were looking at a literal walking money machine. Minami-kun. Pa-san smiled. Her voice dangerously sweet. Have you ever considered taking Yamada's job? Or maybe Kakuri's? I mean, Kakuri's barely here anyway. We could fire her, no problem. Wait, Pa-san. Don't sell out your friends for money. Hitori frantically blocked Pa-san's mouth. After Pa-san calmed down, Hitori wiped the sweat off her forehead. And then, she looked at Minami. Her expression deeply conflicted. Minami-san. Do you know what you remind me of? Minami tilted his head. Hitori took a deep breath. And then with absolute sincerity she declared, a succubus. Minami almost choked on his drink. And not just any succubus. Hitori's expression was dead serious. The kind that preys on innocent, pure-hearted girls. Minami sighed. This was not how he expected his night to go. He'd read so many internet posts about this anime before he was reincarnated. All those BBS threads. TL notes, China's internet forums, also known as BBS, bulletin board systems, are online platforms where users can engage in discussions, share information, and exchange opinions on various topics. All those memes. All those comments about Hitori Mama and Pa ex Kakuri. But never once did he think he'd actually live to hear this. Whatever. At least I made some money. He thought to himself. With the older sister fan club finally leaving, Minami settled back down. And waited for Hitori's shift to end. He was curious. What exactly was so important? What could make someone as shy as Hitori go out of her way to talk to him? Did she remember something? He shook his head. No way. There's no way the simulator is that broken. Either way he'd find out soon. 1 hour later. Sayaka kicked them both out. You're done for the night. Get out. You're blocking customers from watching the other bands. The two of them stepped outside. The clock read 7:30 p.m. Minami walked ahead by half a step. Bocchi followed behind. What do I do? Bocchi panicked. Her hands clutched her jacket. She had planned to ask about the memories, but how was she supposed to start the conversation? Bocchi's social anxiety was in full bloom. She followed behind Minami, his posture straight, hers slightly hunched. She opened her mouth, then closed it. Opened it again. Closed it again. She had decided. She wanted to ask about the memories. She needed to know. But how was she supposed to start the conversation? She hadn't spoken properly with anyone in so long. Her social skills were rusty. Her mind went into panic mode. How do I say this? Her internal monologue spiraled into chaos. Minami-senpai, you also have those memories, right? No. Too direct. Minami-senpai, do you know anything about the memories in my head? No. That sounds like an interrogation. The more she thought about it, the worse it got. Her hands clutched her head. What should she say? I am but an unworthy woman, please take care of me from now on. No. That's something you say after marriage. Have you thought about naming our kid Minami Nozake? No. They weren't even married yet. So, when are we getting married? Naulu? Stop. Her inner self screamed in circles, running wild in her brain. And then bam. Minami suddenly stopped walking. Lost in thought, Bocchi couldn't react in time. She walked straight into his back. Huh? She clutched her nose, her cheeks flushing. Why did he stop so suddenly? Had he figured out what she wanted to say? She peeked at his face. His expression was the same as always. Clean. Gentle. Relaxed. She let out a small sigh. Good. She didn't expose herself, Hitori-san. Her breath caught in her throat. Minami turned to face her. His gaze was calm, but his next words shattered her entire soul. You wanted to talk about the memories that suddenly appeared in your head, didn't you? Bocchi felt like a duck being strangled. Her face turned bright red. Her eyes widened in shock. She instinctively shrunk back, her voice barely above a whisper. How? How did you know that? Yes. How? Did Minami have mind-reading powers? Was this ESP? Or was it because in their memories, they were already a married couple? And their souls were naturally in sync? She started overthinking again. But then Minami laughed. His expression amused. Nope. Not mind-reading. And we're definitely not some old married couple. He raised a hand. And pointed at her mouth. Hitori-san, did you know? When you start overthinking you accidentally say your thoughts out loud. Bocchi's eyes widened in horror. Her hands flew to her mouth. Her entire existence crumbled into dust. She said it out loud. What did She say? What did he hear? Her soul ascended. She wanted to crawl into a hole and die. This was the worst day of her life. Bocchi, completely defenseless. Her big, beautiful eyes were full of panic. Deep inside, she was cursing herself. I'm such an idiot. So there was no mind reading. She just blurted out everything she was thinking. So? What exactly did you want to ask me, Hitori-san? Minami stepped forward. His pace picked up. Bocchi instinctively stepped back. Step by step. He advanced. She retreated. Until her back hit a wall. She was trapped. Minami stood right in front of her. His presence loomed over her. She shrank into the corner, her face pleading, Minami-senpai, didn't you already know what I wanted to ask? That's not the same. Minami leaned in, his expression serious. I want to hear you say it yourself. Bocchi's brain completely shut down. The warm glow of the street light illuminated her pale skin, making her look almost ethereal. But in her overwhelming panic, only one thought echoed in her mind. I'm done for. If Minami-senpai decides to bully me here, I won't be able to refuse at all. Chapter 72, Bocchi's affection level increased. I'm done for. If Minami-senpai bullies me here, I won't even be able to resist. Bocchi's mind went blank. She could only watch as Minami leaned closer. And closer. And then flick. Ow! Bocchi clutched her forehead, squatting down in pain. That was a little lesson for you. She looked up, confused. What do you mean, Minami lowered his hand, the one that had just flicked her forehead. His tone was half amused, half exasperated. If you don't want something, say it loud and clear. Got it? He paused, then added, you're lucky I'm a perfect gentleman. But what if, in the future, you meet some scumbag who enjoys messing with girls? What will you do then? Bocce stayed silent. She wanted to argue back, but she couldn't. Her head lowered, her voice small. Hitori-san, did you even listen to me? Why are you just saying I'm not stupid. Bocce puffed up her cheeks. She muttered, frustrated. That trick won't work on me a second time. Yes. She wasn't dumb. She learned from her mistakes. Minami's previous trick only worked once. If he tried again, she wouldn't fall for it. Is that so? Minami's eyes gleamed mischievously. He leaned in again, his voice low. Then this time, Hitori-san, will you go out with me? Eh? Bocce's jaw dropped. Her entire body froze. What do you mean, eh? Minami chuckled. Her reaction was adorable. I like you, Hitori-san. I've always liked you. Before, I thought it'd be too sudden to say it. But now that we share the same memories, it's only natural for me to ask you out, right? Bocce felt her soul leave her body. Is that how it works? And after dating, we'll get married. Well, that's too fast. Bocce fell straight to the ground. Her legs gave out. But Minami didn't stop. His expression stayed serious. We'll have the wedding at your house, Hitori. Do you prefer a Western-style wedding dress or a traditional white kimono? And about our child, we'll name them Minami no Sake, like you suggested. Bocce short-circuited. She couldn't think. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't process. Well? Answer me, Hitori. Minami leaned even closer. His voice was firm. Demanding. Hitori, say it. Will our child be named Minami no Sake or not? Bocce's soul completely detached from her body. Her mouth moved on its own. Her brain shut off. If it pleases you, my lord. Minami let out a long sigh. His voice full of disappointment. Hitori-san. Didn't you say the same trick wouldn't work on you twice? Bocce froze. She finally realized. She fell for it. She fell for it again. Her face exploded red. Under the soft streetlight glow, her flustered expression looked especially charming. She trembled, ashamed beyond belief. Just minutes ago, she had boldly declared, I won't fall for the same trick twice. And yet when Minami tried it a second time, she walked right into it like an idiot. Bocce covered her face. She wanted to disappear. This was the worst. Bocce, the ultimate airhead. A deep blush spread across Bocce's pale, soft cheeks under the dim streetlight. Her lips parted, but no words came out. Just a moment ago, she had confidently declared she wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. And yet she had stupidly walked right into it again. This was beyond embarrassing. She had been caught red-handed, a certified idiot. Bocce fidgeted, unable to find the right words. Minami, however, had no intention of waiting for her to come up with them. He smiled and asked directly, so, after this little lesson, Hitori-san, what did you learn? Bocce struggled to find an answer. After much internal agony, she finally mumbled out Don't agree to marriage proposals so easily. Minami facepalmed. He let out a deep sigh. Then, he firmly poked Bocce's forehead. No. What you should have learned is to stop letting people lead you around so easily. Oh. Minami squinted at her. So. Do you actually understand now? Not really. Minami turned around without another word. He was done. Bocce watched as he walked away, her eyes hidden behind her bangs. Her fingers twitched, as if she wanted to reach out and stop him. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. She could only watch. As Minami walked further and further away. A strange sense of loss bloomed in her chest. Then hurry up, Hitori-san. What are you standing there for? Minami turned back, waiting for her in the distance. Okay. I'm coming. Minami let out a small sigh. She had just been sulking, but the moment he called out, her face turned red, and she hurried over like a happy little puppy. He couldn't help but think Bocce was just like in the simulation. Easy to tease, completely defenseless, but at the same time, impossible not to feel protective of. They continued walking, one slightly ahead, the other following closely behind. Neither spoke. Minami didn't start a conversation. Bocce didn't dare to. She just watched his shadow, carefully stepping within it, following his every move. Then Minami suddenly spoke. Hitori-san, can you tell me exactly what you remember? Bocce froze for a moment. Then, in a small voice, she began explaining the fragmented memories she had. Minami listened quietly. And as she spoke, he gradually pieced together the truth. So that's how it works. When I clear 90 plus score happy ending. The simulation actually transfers fragments of that memory to the person involved. It wasn't the full experience, just bits and pieces. But that explained why Bocce's feelings toward him had changed so quickly. Minami had never expected the dating simulator to have such a feature. From one perspective it was amazing. Think about it. A smooth life. A game-like reality. Surrounded by beautiful girls, all above a 7 out of 10. What was not to love? But Minami suddenly stopped walking. Hitori-san. Bocce, still lost in thought, looked up at him. Under the dim street light, Minami's posture was straight, his eyes were calm, his voice was steady, but there was a weight in his words. I know now that we share these memories. However, Bocce blinked. She could feel something serious coming. I want you to really think for yourself, Hitori-san. Not just rely on scattered memories. Not just act on impulse. Not just assume you have feelings for me because of some vague recollection. Minami tilted his head slightly. His voice gentle, but firm. I want you to take your time. To consider, to understand, to truly decide for yourself. Not because of some shallow, incomplete memories. Those aren't real feelings. That's not love. That's just a passing illusion. Bocce fell silent. His words sank into her heart. And deep down she knew he was right. If this had been any other guy, someone shallow and manipulative, he would have taken advantage of her confusion. He would have exploited her lack of certainty. But Minami. He wasn't doing that. He was giving her a choice. And that alone made her heart flutter even more. Minami might have treated anyone else lightheartedly. But with Bocce, that wasn't possible. Because he knew. He knew how hard she tried. He knew how much effort she put in to change herself. To overcome her social anxiety. To chase her dreams alongside her friends. She was insecure, yet resilient. She was timid, yet endlessly kind to others. And to trick someone like her. To use the simulation's shared memories to manipulate her into being his girlfriend. That would be far too easy. After all, Bocce didn't even know how to properly say no. But that kind of thing wouldn't just be cheap. It would be downright pathetic. And completely irresponsible toward her feelings. Minami couldn't do that. And he wouldn't. As for Bocce's appeal? If anyone understood it, Minami did. He had seen the Bocce from the simulation. The stunning Bocce, whose beauty had reached a solid 9 out of 10. The Bocce who was soft, timid, and obedient, so much so that even his simulated self had been hopelessly captivated. But it was because he respected her that he refused to reduce his feelings to something so shallow. Liking someone wasn't just about physical attraction. And Minami wasn't some scumbag who would take advantage of a girl's momentary confusion just to score an easy relationship. Bocce didn't say anything at first. She simply looked up at him, wide-eyed. But in Minami's words she sensed something genuine. Just like how she always treated others with kindness, Minami, too, had taken her feelings seriously. He hadn't belittled them. He hadn't brushed them aside. He had faced them head-on. I understand, Minami-senpai. All the uncertainty in her heart faded away. Bocce bowed deeply to him. Good. Come on, I'll walk you to the station. Minami smiled, sensing her mindset shift. There was no need to say more. Some things only needed to be mentioned once. Say too much, and people would just think you were nagging. Bocce didn't say anything else. But this time she didn't lag behind. Instead, she took a small step forward, closing the distance between them. The streetlights flickered above them. And under their glow 2 figures walked side by side. Drifting further and further away. Wait, did that actually work? Bocce's house was nowhere near Minami's. So after escorting her to the station, she bowed again and waved goodbye. Thank you so much for taking care of me today, Minami-senpai. Her voice was still soft but clearer than any she had spoken all day. It's nothing. See you tomorrow. Minami waved back. And as he watched her figure disappear into the station, he sighed. His little speech probably lowered her affection points, huh? Ah well. It couldn't be helped. It was a bit of a shame, but at least he had stuck to his principles. But even so, just as Bocce was about to disappear from sight, Minami gave in to curiosity. He activated his data scanner. His vision changed. And Bocce's stats appeared before him. Name, Gota Hitori. Appearance, 8 athletics, 4 academics, 3 skills, low self-esteem, level 3, social anxiety, level 2, learning, level 1, guitar, level 3, current impression of host, deep attraction, great interest, admiration, holding romantic feelings. Wait, what? Minami rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? Originally, Bocce's status had only said, deep attraction, great interest, admiration, but now there was a new line. Holding romantic feelings, huh? Minami froze. Then rubbed his eyes again. Wasn't her affection supposed to go down? How did it go up instead? And then he saw the system's evaluation. System analysis. She is extremely conscious of you. She can no longer take her eyes off you. She seems to harbor strong romantic feelings toward you. Despite her shyness, she has made up her mind to change for your sake. As long as you take initiative, she is very likely to respond positively. Minami blinked. And read it again. Then again. And again. He slowly turned his head toward the station. There under the glow of the platform lights Bocchi was stepping onto the train. Her pink hair swayed as she walked. Her footsteps seemed unusually light. As if she were floating. Minami stared at her. And muttered to himself. Gota-san. Are you for real? Chapter 73, Romance Target Chisato Nishikigi. First simulation. After seeing Bocchi off, Minami finally returned home. He opened the love simulator and checked his remaining affection points. Originally, he only had 930 left. But now it had skyrocketed to 1,530. Huh? Minami froze. He had only talked with Bocchi for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes and she had already contributed 600 points. That was 2 whole simulation runs. Bocchi's affection point output is insane. Minami opened the notification log and was instantly bombarded with a wall of, "You have received plus 30 affection points from Gota Hitori. You have received plus 30 affection points from Gota Hitori. You have received plus 30 affection points from Gota Hitori." It just kept going. But thinking about how much her feelings had grown, Minami realized this actually made sense. He closed the love simulator for now. Then, headed to the bathroom. 15 minutes later Minami emerged from the shower, casually drying his hair with a towel. He never used a hairdryer. He didn't like the feeling of hot air blasting his scalp. After taking a sip of water, he sat cross-legged at a low wooden table in his room. A tiny, second-hand table, a cheap wardrobe, a basic bed, a portable stovetop and moldy spots on the wall. That was everything in his one-room rental. Man. These study conditions suck. Minami glanced around at his tiny room and realized he needed to start making money. Luckily he had already planned ahead. During his street performance yesterday, he had asked Pa-san to record his live performance. Tomorrow, he would pick up the footage then upload it online. If it did well, that could become another income stream. But to monetize videos, he needed a contract with a streaming site. That was going to take some time. For now he pushed aside those troublesome thoughts and focused on studying. For an hour, Minami immersed himself in his textbooks. When he finally looked up, a system notification popped up. Your academics have slightly increased. Current level, 8, Pa. I knew it. I improve every single day. Minami nodded proudly. Then, your narcissism has slightly increased. Current level, 2, can I turn this notification off? This system was seriously annoying. Not only did it mistake confidence for narcissism but its memory sharing was so unreliable. What kind of half-baked system was this, anyway? Minami finished his water and reopened the love simulator. Love simulator, bound user, Minami Shaoji, appearance, 9 athletics, 6 academics, 8 skills, cooking, happiness, level 4 academics, level 4 narcissism, level 2 lying, level 2 music, level 2 medicine, level 2 self-discipline, level 1, system analysis, a promising young man, handsome, slightly narcissistic, and highly desirable to women of all ages. Including a few men with unique interests. Minami ignored the system's ridiculous side comments. And scrolled down. Available simulations, Shaoji Shio, older sister, Shaoji Yuko younger sister, Gota Hitori, Bocchi, Nishikigi Chisato, remaining simulation attempts, 1, Minami stared at the list. Then his gaze landed on a new name. Nishikigi Chisato? The energetic blonde from earlier. The one who barged into his performance and latched onto his shoulder like they were best friends. The Lycra's recoil girl. Minami tilted his head. This might be interesting. Only 1 simulation left? Frowning at the remaining simulation count, Minami finally remembered during his last successful bocce simulation, he was already down to 1 last attempt. The Yamada Ryo with route card he used didn't count, since it consumed an item, not a simulation. So having just 1 attempt left made perfect sense. But could he achieve a perfect happy ending in just 1 try? Wouldn't that be too difficult? Minami rubbed his chin then shook his head. No. It won't be hard. He had already mastered this simulation system. He achieved Bocce's 92-point happy ending. Even Ryo's was 89 points on his first try. By now he was an expert at this game. And Chisato Nishikigi was the first girl to start with a natural admiration rating. This was a dream scenario. A maxed out starting advantage. 1 try? No problem. Minami felt confident. Without hesitation, he opened the simulation menu. Start simulation? Yes, remaining simulation attempts, 0. His consciousness dived into the simulation. Simulation begins. After leaving Starry, you return home. As usual, you admire yourself in the mirror even though your living conditions are terrible. Your blind optimism remains your greatest strength. Sitting at his low wooden table, he reflected on his street performance today and smiled. Not just because of the successful show but because of the blonde girl who barged in Chisato Nishikigi. His natural social awareness kicked in. And he realized her bright personality masked a deep admiration for him. Not just her friend, too, was interested. She had even asked for his next performance. So, he told them. And watched them leave. Sitting at home, he became curious about her. And decided 1. Prepare for tomorrow's performance. Attract her with your looks and guitar skills. Keep building the relationship. 2. Too much guitar practice is exhausting. Take a break and study. 3. If you like her, you should claim her. Knowing your enemy is key to victory. Prepare for tomorrow's show and stalk her. 4. Personally simulate. Huh? Minami froze. Ignoring option 4, since he had no retries left, the first 3 options were all ridiculous. Especially option 3 straight up stalking. Are you serious? This isn't Love Simulator anymore, it's Crime Simulator. Minami grimaced. This was a guaranteed death flag. Option 3 was immediately eliminated. Now, it was between options 1 and 2. Option 2 meant studying instead of playing guitar. But knowing this system's personality, if he chose study mode, the rest of the simulation would become a study arc. And besides, the system already hinted Chisato Nishikigi was interested in his music. If he ignored the guitar now, that would be a fatal mistake. Option 1 it is. Minami made his choice. You decide to prepare for tomorrow's street performance. You are confident in your looks and guitar skills. Attracting her will be easy, your understanding of music has deepened. The next day, you perform at the Shimokitazawa Plaza. Thanks to your preparation, the show is another great success, and just as expected Chisato Nishikigi appears again. Your carefully planned performance impresses her, her admiration for you increases. This time Minami doesn't waste time with other audience members. He focuses on her. You and Chisato sit on a park bench, your conversation is lively and engaging. She loves music. But she also loves movies. Using your knowledge from your past life, you effortlessly guide the conversation. Chisato is like a sunbeam, bright, carefree, always smiling. She makes the world feel warm and full of joy. As the sunset glows on her face, she looks like a radiant goddess. You talk for over an hour. Until her friend, Takina Inoue, calls to interrupt. Reluctantly, she says goodbye. As she leaves, you admire her incredible energy. And decide 1. Your choice was correct. Keep improving your performances and get closer to her. 2. Enough concerts. Time to study and relax. 3. Don't hesitate. If you like her, claim her. Buy a GPS tracker online and tail her. 4. Personally simulate. Another choice? Minami blinked. He wasn't expecting another branch this quickly. But the options were just as ridiculous as before. He sighed. And carefully made his decision. Again with these choices? Minami was still immersed in the simulation when suddenly, a new set of choices appeared. He froze for a moment. He didn't expect the next decision to come this fast. Hadn't he just made a choice? Weird. Minami felt something off, but maybe it was because Chisato's affection was already high. That could explain the rapid progression. But then he stared at the third option. Option 3. What the hell is wrong with you? Minami twitched. Buy a tracker and stalk her? Not only was this creepy, it was highly illegal. Even if she didn't report him, her affection would plummet. Option 2 was also ridiculous. Why is studying always an option? This was a romance simulator. Did the system forget its own genre? Minami shook his head. Option 1 still seems the most reliable. His previous choice had already deepened his bond with Chisato. They had even talked for over an hour. If things kept going like this, they could definitely become a couple. Option 3 was insane. Option 1 was safe. Minami picked 1. Your second live performance was another success. Chisato appeared again, cheering enthusiastically in the back row. Her excitement and admiration for you were so obvious that others assumed she was your girlfriend. Every time after your performance, she would eagerly find you to chat about her day. She loved talking to you, laughing as you playfully responded. She started spending more time with you. She playfully poked your face when you weren't paying attention. She brought you homemade lunches, saying she ran a cafe. Her smile was infectious. The two of you became close friends. Minami grinned. This is going too smoothly. He felt confident. A perfect ending seemed within reach. Then the system displayed. Everything seemed to be going well. Minami's smile vanished instantly. Oh no. He knew this sentence all too well. Whenever the system said this, everything was about to go horribly wrong. Where did I go wrong? Minami searched his memory. Was it his choices? Option 2 was irrelevant. Option 3 was criminal behavior. Option 1 was the best possible choice. There shouldn't be a problem. Yet the system was warning him. Minami frowned. He thought hard. But no matter how much he analyzed it, he couldn't find an answer. Chapter 74, You Feel Regret. Seeing this sentence, Minami had only one thought. I really appreciate it. This wasn't the first time Minami had encountered this phrase. And every single time it appeared, what initially seemed like a perfect, dreamlike start would inevitably spiral into complete disaster. But where exactly did it go wrong? Minami combed through his thoughts. Was it a poor choice? But after carefully considering the options, there were only 3. The second option was to give up practicing the guitar and focus on studying, and the third was to follow Nishikigi Chisato. Choosing the first, most logical option should have been completely fine. Minami frowned, pondering for a long time, yet unable to figure out the right answer. He had no choice but to temporarily set this matter aside and immerse himself in the simulation once more. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. However, as time continued to pass, after spending so much time with Chisato, you keenly noticed something. Beneath the girl's cheerful, carefree face, there seemed to be something else, something hidden, something unknown. You could feel this emotion, but you couldn't quite guess what it was. Only occasionally, after a performance, when talking with Chisato about the future or her dreams, the always mischievous, lively, and sprightly girl would reveal a fleeting expression, one of relief, or perhaps detachment. You sensed that she might be hiding something from you, but as just a friend, you felt it wasn't your place to press for answers. Gradually, for some reason, she started coming to your outdoor performances less and less. A vague unease began to creep into your heart, but every time you saw her, she was as cheerful as ever, showing no signs of worry. When talking to you, she was always animated, and whenever she laughed, she would still, as usual, cover her stomach with one hand while playfully patting your back with the other, laughing until tears formed in her eyes. You felt that something was off, but whenever you tried to bring it up, the words never came out. After another performance, as usual, you went to meet her. But this time, you broke away from your usual hesitation and finally voiced what was on your mind. In the simulation, the river of memories flowed gently. Yo. Minami. That was an amazing performance today. How do you do it? Every single time, you managed to put on such an incredible show. Sitting on the bench, she cheerfully waved at Minami, who had just finished his performance, calling out, "Hurry, hurry. Over here." She sat on the bench without a care in the world, swinging her pale, soft legs back and forth as if she were on a swing, looking completely carefree and happy. Minami placed his guitar between them and fell silent. What's wrong? Hearing the unusual silence, her swinging legs came to a stop. A long silence. Nothing. After the silence, he finally spoke, his eyes fixed on the fountain in Shimogatagawa Square ahead. The setting sun bathed the square inches golden light, the fountain gushing water. Droplets reflected the light, painting the entire square with an indescribable melancholy beauty. Really? The ever-cheerful girl seemed to pick up on something and fell silent as well. The silence stretched between them. After a while, Chisato. His voice suddenly broke the quiet. She had been idly counting cracks on the ground tiles and instinctively looked up. You have something on your mind, don't you? If you don't mind, you can talk to me about it. He said. His sudden words made Chisato open her mouth slightly in surprise. At first, she was about to brush it off like always, with a casual "What are you talking about?" to avoid the subject. But when she saw his face, one devoid of hesitation or doubt, she fell silent again. She looked up. A white dove flew past her gaze. After a long pause, "There are things I want to say." Her voice still carried a bit of that usual cheerfulness. "Then, but I don't want to say them to you in this state." That response made Minami tilt his head slightly. In the golden glow of the setting sun, the girl sitting on the bench hugged her knees, resting her pale chin atop them, tilting her head as she gazed at him. When he turned to look at her, Chisato let out a playful chuckle. Then, suddenly, she stood up and pointed at his face. "Because you have such a handsome face, yet you dare to show such a boring expression in front of me. I, Chisato-sama, am very displeased." She puffed her cheeks in mock anger, cutely placing her hands on her hips before grabbing something and tossing it toward him. Minami instinctively caught it, feeling a slight chill against his palm. Looking down, he saw a bottle of orange soda. "Drink it up, and no more sulking." Chisato crossed her arms over her rather generous chest and huffed proudly. "In front of Chisato-sama, all you need to do is stay happy." Minami couldn't help but glance at her, then took a big gulp of the soda, immediately grimacing. It's so sweet. And kind of bitter? Hee Chisato giggled mischievously, setting the guitar aside. This is my favorite drink. Is that so? Of course. I could swear on it. She raised a hand, dramatically pretending to take an oath. You don't have to go that far. Thanks to her, the mood gradually brightened. Just like always, she started chatting and joking with Minami again. And then I'm completely satisfied. She stretched her arms out wide and let out a comfortable sigh. And then, let's talk about my thing tomorrow. Gazing at the beautiful sight of the fountain in Shimokitazawa Square bathed in the glow of the sunset, she murmured softly. Why? Sitting beside her, he asked. The reason. How should I put it? Oh. Right. Hee. As if something had suddenly come to mind, she turned her head and flashed him the cutest, most energetic smile in the world. Because Chisato-sama doesn't want to ruin such a beautiful view just yet. Is that so? As her friend, you could only respect her decision, and at the same time, you knew since she had already said so, then tomorrow, you would most likely get an answer from her. This time, to ensure she would be satisfied, you spent the whole night preparing, even putting on your headphones and practicing diligently for hours. You had never looked forward to tomorrow so much before. Time moved forward. One night could feel incredibly long, yet also incredibly short. After a night of resting and refining your skills, you gathered all your equipment and once again headed to Shimokitazawa Square. By now, after several outdoor performances in the square, you had gathered a considerable number of passers-by fans. Although the fact that most of them were female often became a target of Chisato's playful teasing, you didn't really mind. For you, the most important thing was making sure today's performance went well. After checking that everything was set up properly, you stood on the steps overlooking Shimokitazawa Square. Normally, at this moment, you would always see that familiar figure, but today was different. She wasn't in her usual spot. A strange feeling crept into your heart, a slight unease surfacing from within, but since you had already prepared everything, the performance still proceeded smoothly. Once the performance was over, instead of interacting with fans as usual, you went straight to the bench where you would often meet her, but she, who had promised to meet you, did not show up this time. The bench had lost its usual warmth. That day, you sat there and waited for a long time. You didn't understand she had always kept her promises, so why didn't she appear? Her absence became a lingering regret in your heart, but merely thinking without taking action would never give you answers. With this realization, you didn't hesitate. You continued practicing your guitar, continued your outdoor performances, hoping your music would bring her back. During this period, your guitar skills improved by leaps and bounds. With your rapid progress, more and more people began to gather to listen to you play. Gradually, your name spread beyond Shimokitazawa Square. Someone even uploaded your performances online, quickly gaining you a large following among young music fans. But you didn't care about any of that. You just kept playing, waiting for her to return. Since you never performed anywhere else and only played in Shimokitazawa Square, people began calling you the guitar sage of Shimokitazawa. Day after day, your performances honed your guitar skills to perfection, and your growing fanbase soon attracted the attention of music magazines and TV stations. One day, a host interviewing you curiously asked why you were so devoted to performing in Shimokitazawa Square. With your talent, countless bands would welcome you with open arms. Your stage should not be limited to just this place. Facing the camera, you simply smiled without answering. Instead, your gaze drifted toward the familiar bench in the distance. Deep down, you had already begun to accept it. That lively, joyful girl who had once appeared in your life like a fleeting shooting star would probably never come back. You wondered what she was doing now, if she still remembered you, her old friend. But all these thoughts remained trapped in your heart, unable to be spoken, unable to be conveyed, unable to reach her. Eventually, you stopped fixating on Shimokitazawa. Using your growing fame, you helped your friends' bands gain recognition while also exploring new opportunities. The following year, with outstanding grades, you were admitted to the Tokyo University of the Arts, where you continued your studies. At university, you didn't just limit yourself to the guitar. You explored vocal music, opera, percussion, and various other fields of music. Yet what shocked everyone the most was your unmatched talent for composition. During your time at school, you created many songs that became incredibly popular among young people. Now, besides being known as the guitar sage of Shimokitazawa, you had also earned another title, the rising young composer, but you paid little attention to these things. Immersed in your own world of music, you continued to refine your craft, creating more songs that resonated with people. In the second year after graduation, you became the youngest professor at Tokyo University of the Arts. By this time, the world had already acknowledged you as a master composer of the younger generation. With your help, the progress of the band Kazekage band went smoothly. Everything was moving toward the best possible future. During gatherings with your bandmates, amidst their laughter and chatter, They would occasionally mention the lively girl they often saw in Shimogatagawa Square, one who seemed as carefree and full of life as a fairy. Her silent disappearance left them feeling somewhat dissatisfied, but at the same time, they sincerely wished her a better life. Whenever you heard them say this, even after achieving so much, you would always show a nostalgic expression. Though you and she had always been good friends, you had never truly stepped into her heart. Her sudden disappearance was a regret from your youth, one that, even now, refused to fade. Perhaps influenced by these thoughts, that night, inspiration struck you, and you composed a piece titled Chizato's Spindle Tree. It was your final tribute to the memories of youth, your memories of her. Time continued to move forward, but regrets do not fade with time. Yamada Ryo eventually became your wife, and the two of you shared a deep love. Yet as time passed, you grew older. On your deathbed, you gently caressed your wife's face, reflecting on the journey of your life. The only lingering regret was that you never saw her, Chisato, again. The Chisato in your memories was always so lively, hands behind her back, her pale legs wrapped in black stockings swinging playfully, her face bright with an energetic smile, and now, even those precious memories were beginning to fade. Simulation end. System score, 36 points. System evaluation, a regret of the heart, a wish unfulfilled. Your meeting with her was purely an accident, but her vibrant presence always shone so brightly. Though you were good friends, you never truly reached her heart. Her sudden disappearance remained a regret from your youth, one that lingered even into old age. She was kind to everyone, never lecturing, never angry, and you were no exception. But your relationship with her never went beyond that. Life is not long, yet in the moment of death, time stretches endlessly. As you stood at the end of your life, you had lived happily, yet regarding her, there was still an unspoken regret. You never understood why she left without a word, just as you never understood why she had burst into your life like a passing storm. You never saw her again. Chapter 75. Your relationship progresses rapidly. System settlement. Your musical talent has improved. Current level, level 2, 36 points. Staring at the score and the system's evaluation page, Minami remained silent for a long time. The deep sense of regret still lingered in his mind. Apart from his first attempt, when he was still figuring out how the simulator worked, Minami had never received such a low score. But he had expected this result. Because in this playthrough, aside from becoming friends with Chisato, their relationship had never progressed any further. They hadn't even become lovers. If anything, Minami felt that the simulator was being generous by giving him 36 points. And yet, he still couldn't understand. Everything had been going exactly according to plan. Like boiling a frog in warm water, everything had been unfolding perfectly. Given enough time, surely his relationship with Chisato would have deepened naturally, right? A happy ending should have been within reach. After all, Chisato had even promised him that she would tell him everything after that day. Minami was confident that once he knew what she wanted to say, their relationship would have taken a meaningful step forward. Yet, after that day, she never appeared again. Lying in bed, Minami couldn't wrap his head around it. Through the simulation, he had already gained a good understanding of Chisato. She was cheerful, full of energy, warm and generous, always laughing, with a playful and mischievous air about her. But one thing had remained constant: her gentle and kind attitude toward everyone. She was so full of life that she could even drag the gloomy Gota Hitori, Bachi, out of her shell. It was this rare, infectious energy that made everyone in the simulation become her friend without exception. Which is exactly why Minami couldn't think of a single reason why she would break her promise. By all logic, since she had already said she would tell him, given her personality, she would never have gone back on her word. No. The simulation might have already hinted at this long ago. Minami furrowed his brows. One particular sentence from the simulation stood out in his memory. Only occasionally, after a performance, when talking with Chisato about the future or her dreams, the always mischievous, lively, and sprightly girl would reveal a fleeting expression, one of relief, or perhaps detachment. That must be where the problem lies. Closing his eyes, Minami muttered to himself. But even with this clue, he still couldn't fully grasp why Chisato was unable to keep her promise. He could only make a vague guess. Perhaps Chisato didn't want to break her promise. Perhaps she couldn't keep it. With this new perspective, Minami reopened the simulation and examined the choices from the beginning once more. 1. Prepare actively for tomorrow's performance, hoping to attract her once again. With your looks and guitar skills, deepening your relationship with her should be no problem. 2. Practicing guitar all the time is exhausting. Maybe it's time to relax and take a break. 3. If you like her, you should pursue her. Know your enemy, know yourself while preparing for the performance. Also prepare to follow the blonde girl. 4. Personally simulate. The fourth option, manual simulation, required 4 simulation attempts to activate, standing high and mighty as always, seemingly untouchable. Minami skipped over the fourth option and focused on the first three. The first option was confirmed as 100% wrong by the version of myself from the first week. Minami's eyes landed on it. So, was the answer in the second option? Maybe it's time to relax and take a break. This option, without a doubt, would lead to the path of becoming a study monster. The version of me in the simulation would probably end up drowning in the sea of study, ultimately missing the chance to interact with Kinmaku Chitsuka. So, there's only the third option left, the one Minami considered the most absurd. 3. If you like her, you must have her. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. While preparing for tomorrow's performance, also prepare for the task of stalking the blonde girl. Could it really be you? Minami stared at the line of text, somewhat speechless. This option, whether in terms of description or subsequent actions, was absolutely ridiculous, so ridiculous it was beyond belief. Stalking? Isn't that something only a crazy person would do? But Minami couldn't help but think that this option might actually be the best one. After all, there's a quote in Sherlock Holmes that says, "Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Applying that here doesn't seem out of place. Even if this third option is ridiculous, exaggerated, and hard to comprehend, it's most likely the right one. At this thought, Minami couldn't help but shake his head. The regretful outcome of 36 points. He would never see Chizato's sadness again. Two emotions mixed inside him. He had started out with such a great opening. The admiration level he had originally thought that a happy ending would come easily. But what he didn't expect was for things to turn out like this. Then, let's try again. Minami briefly looked at his affection points. Thanks to Bocce, he still had 1,530 affection points left. With the regretful outcome from last time as a base, Minami didn't believe this time he couldn't reach a happy ending with Chisato. Without hesitation, Minami spent 300 affection points to redeem another simulation opportunity. Current affection points remaining, 1,230, current simulation attempts remaining, 1. After the simple system prompt, the system notification appeared again in front of Minami. Do you wish to start the simulation? Yes, without hesitation, he selected yes. Waking up from your blanket, with an irreplaceable feeling of regret in your mind, you wiped the sweat from your forehead, looked at the not-too-distant time, and recalled the golden-haired girl from your dream, the one you still felt regret about. This time, you are determined to create a better ending with her. To do so, you decide to 1. Prepare for tomorrow's performance as in the dream, believing this time will be different from last time. 2. Dreams are just illusions, practicing guitar all the time is too exhausting. How about messaging Yamada Ryo and teasing her a bit? That could be more fun, right? Who knows? You might get lucky. 3. If you like her, you must get her. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Don't hesitate. While preparing for tomorrow's performance, also begin preparing to follow the blonde girl. 4. Simulate yourself. 3 options, basically the same as before. But Minami couldn't help but complain Yamada. You. Looking at Yamada Ryo's name appearing in the second option, Minami was at a loss for words for a while. How many times has this been with Yamada? Does she really treat love simulations like a gacha pool? Is Yamada a permanent character in this pool? Minami shook his head in disbelief. Although still a bit hesitant, this time, he chose the third option. Loving a woman undeniably means you have to win her over, but for someone who suddenly stormed into your life like a downpour, you still know nothing about her. You are well aware that beneath this woman's cheerful and enthusiastic exterior, there are other secrets that remain hidden from the world. You decide that while preparing for the performance, you must also make plans to investigate her. Even stalking her, if necessary, wouldn't be a bad decision, but you already knew from the regret-filled dream earlier that the cheerful and passionate Chisato seems to have an uncanny reaction ability that most people can't compare to. If you rashly start following her, there's a high chance she'll catch you in the act. If this matter is exposed, even if she has great affection for you, she may leave you because of it. You, of course, are aware of this. Having given up on the boiling frog strategy, your intelligence is far above average. You decide to first use the performance to grab her attention. After improving your relationship with her, you'll look for an opportunity to prepare for stalking. This is your first time doing something like this, yet for some reason, you seem incredibly experienced, as though you've done it many times before, learning without a teacher. Ugh. Minami looked at this segment in the simulation, feeling like the simulator was mocking him. But he quickly regained his composure. Someone as exceptional as him being envied by the simulator was only natural. There was no need to get too angry. Your narcissistic trait has increased significantly, now at level 3, eh? The sudden system notification left Minami confused. He opened his panel and noticed that his narcissism, which had previously been at level 2, had now reached level 3. Minami. In just 3 days, his narcissism level had caught up to Yamada Ryo's narcissism level. Honestly, Minami couldn't accept it. He felt more that the simulator must have confused narcissism with confidence. How could he have any issues? Forget it. There was no point in dwelling on these things. He shook his head, pushing all these random thoughts out of his mind. Minami refocused on the simulation. You finalize your plan, confirm the details, and begin preparing for the outdoor performance. This outdoor performance is your way of attracting her attention, so you can't afford to take it lightly. You secretly resolve that this time, you will avoid previous regrets and aim for a perfect ending. The next day, you once again perform at the outdoor venue in Shimogatagawa. Just like the regretful memory, she stops by again to listen to your music. The outdoor performance you carefully prepared leaves her very satisfied, increasing her admiration for you. After the performance ends, you, now familiar with the process, leave your audience behind and approach her to start a conversation. Your initiative surprises her. She's genuinely happy that you still remember her name. In yesterday's dream, you had already learned about her interests, so you deliberately chose to talk about movies. With your subtle guidance, she didn't realize she had revealed more information to you than she intended. This included her favorite foods, her recent troubles, and her physical measurements. If language had levels, you could be called the devil of conversation, but you're not really interested in these things. What you care about the most is why she disappeared without a word in your dream. Unfortunately, despite your flawless language skills, she, who seemed to be inherently cautious, didn't reveal any information to you. You feel regretful, but considering this is only the second day, having come this far is already quite good, so you regain your determination. When you part ways, you make sure to ask for her line account. In the evening, while preparing for the next outdoor performance, you don't forget to open line and chat with her. She's very talkative, always full of energy, and after some chatting, you realize she seems very interested in learning how to play the guitar. This gives you hope. You think there might be a chance, so you offer to teach her some guitar skills, but as mentioned before, although she seems cheerful and passionate, she possesses an astuteness that others can hardly match. She doesn't share her address with you. Instead, she sends you a picture of a cute cat and thanks you for the offer. You feel regretful, but don't let it get you down. Optimism and incredible action are always your strengths. You believe that with your relentless pursuit, even if her heart is locked, you'll eventually break through the cracks enough to get in. Like a patient hunter lurking in the shadows, you wait for the perfect opportunity to strike, unaware to her. The moment an opportunity arises, you'll pounce without hesitation, even if it leaves you bruised, to open her heart, which seems carefree yet is highly cautious. There's no doubt you must first strengthen the bond between the two of you. That evening, not only did you practice guitar, but you also caught up on some movie knowledge. Your guitar and movie knowledge have slightly improved. The next day, after the performance, you sit on a bench with her. She curiously asks about guitar and movie-related topics. This time, with your preparation, the conversation flows more smoothly, and you further stimulate her desire to talk. She's attracted to you, not just because of your musical skill, but also because she finds it interesting that you share similar hobbies. Your relationship with Chisato Nishikigi has deepened. You've caught Chisato Nishikigi's attention. Your relationship is progressing rapidly. Chapter 76. Your tailing talent exceeds that of ordinary people. Your relationship with her has progressed by leaps and bounds. After seeing this line, Minami felt a little relieved. Although he had given up on the more cautious boiling frog approach, the more aggressive choice seemed to be working quite well. At least, in his previous run, although he had steadily built his relationship with Chisato, there was no progress like this. Let's continue reading. Although becoming friends with her happened naturally, just like in the regretful dream, you and she are still only friends. You understand clearly that beneath her cheerful, carefree beauty, there are still hidden secrets unknown to anyone. She remains unwilling to share that hidden secret with you, or anyone for that matter. You didn't lose heart, nor did you give up because you've already secretly made up your mind to figure everything out this time. You continue to study tailing, tracking, and other techniques, while also keeping up your research in film and music. Your grades have slightly declined, but due to your exceptional intellect, your talent in tailing and tracking has exceeded that of ordinary people. Your tailing and tracking skills have greatly improved, and your knowledge of film and music has slightly increased. Minami. Ignoring the line about your talent for tailing and tracking exceeds that of ordinary people, he once again immersed himself in the simulation. Because you specifically researched the blonde girl's hobbies, every time you discuss with her, you can always throw out some perspectives that surprise her. She always curiously asks you various questions about music and movies, and your rich expertise makes her admire you. She began to frequently talk to you online. Your relationship with Chisato Nishikigi has deepened. You have become an important friend to her. Watching the girl step by step deepen her relationship with you and slowly fall into the trap you've meticulously set is quite satisfying, because everything is going according to your plan. Now, the timing seems ripe, and you've decided. 1. Tailing and tracking is indeed a crime. As a perfect young man, I shouldn't be doing this. I should focus on preparing the performance and rely on the right way to win her over. 2. The woman, Yamada Ryo, actually secretly took me out for a meal while I was researching music and film. I guess I should tie her up and correct her properly? Brutal segs. 3. Since the plan has progressed this far, there's no turning back. I must win over Chisato Nishikigi's heart. Even if it means tailing and tracking her, so be it. 4. Simulate it myself. 3 options appeared. The content of these choices could be described as increasingly absurd. Also, Yamada Ryo, who came from such a wealthy family, was now extorting money from him, a poor man. Was this person serious? Minami couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Could it be because he extorted 1,000 yen from her using his guardian spirit last time, so she's trying to get revenge now? No way. Minami muttered, unsure. Considering the personality of Yamada Ryo in the simulation, she really might do something like this. Forget it, forget it. Thinking about the 1,000 yen's fate in the simulation didn't matter. Minami focused on the third option. After hesitating for a while, he finally chose it. Yes, the tailing plan has already been prepared to this point. How can I give up easily? Although you hesitated, you still decided to carry out the plan. Through days of outdoor performances, you now have some extra money. This money was given to you by a very enthusiastic older sister fan during one of your outdoor performances. Since you've always felt that the money came from somewhat inappropriate means, you haven't used it, but now, you can't care about that anymore. You decide to invest this money into the plan. You purchased a miniature tracker online. At the same time, knowing Chisato Nishikigi's interests well, you also bought a small bear doll from a nearby toy store, about the size of your palm. You hide the miniature tracker inside the bear doll, preparing everything seamlessly. Given how close you are with her now, she definitely won't refuse if you give her a small gift. In the simulation, the memories of buying the bear doll and the miniature tracker flashed through Minami's mind. He couldn't help but gasp. Wait. This is my first time doing something like this. Why does the version of myself in the simulation seem so experienced? He even considered Chisato's personality, as well as his relationship with her. Could it be that I really have a talent for this? That thought crossed Minami's mind. But the next second, he shook his head in denial. No, 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 how could that be? The version of himself in the simulation couldn't be compared to his real-life self, could it? Moreover, considering a girl like Chisato, who keeps everything hidden deep inside and silently endures, if he didn't take such actions, the chances were high that it would end up like last time, full of regret. He found a random excuse to convince himself, and the simulation continued. The next day, after the performance, you took out the little bear doll in front of Chisato with the flair of a magician. In the simulation, the scene of the memory flickered like a light spot. Wow, her golden white hair swayed as Chisato cutely took 2 steps to the left and glanced at the little bear doll sitting in Minami's palm. Then, she tilted her head, took 2 more steps to the right, and looked at it again. The doll's exquisite craftsmanship and cute movements completely captured her attention. So cute. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, reaching out to touch the little bear doll in Minami's hand. But Minami's palm skillfully pulled back, causing her fair, soft hand to miss. Hey? Minami-kun, you're so stingy. I just wanted to touch it. The girl puffed her cheeks in anger and started to act coquettish toward Minami. At the same time, she was a bit surprised in her heart. Because, apart from the coffee shop owner who raised her since childhood, she had never acted so coquettish toward other men. But since she had already done it, she wasn't embarrassed. She boldly reached out her hand. Let me see. 1,500 yen, please. Minami spoke calmly. Hey. What's that number? So expensive. You black-hearted Minami-kun. Chisato pouted and complained, then completely ignored Minami. She grabbed his hand and forcibly shoved the little bear doll into her own hands, inspecting it closely. Let's sit on the bench over there. Minami suggested. Okay, she responded while carefully examining the details of the little bear doll, not bothering to look up. She reached out her other fair hand toward Minami. Her meaning was simple enough for Minami to understand with just one glance. Hold my hand. Without saying a word, Minami naturally took her hand, leading her to the bench like a blind person guiding the way, and they sat down. They sat in silence for a while. Ah, Minami, pervert. Chisato pulled her hand out of Minami's, and with a bright blush in her eyes, she glared at him. Why wouldn't you let go? Are you reluctant? Yes. Minami nodded and answered. You guy. After putting the bear doll down, Chisato put her hands on her hips, pouted, and teased Minami. So, holding my hand makes you feel good, huh? It was meant as a joke, something she often said in daily life. But it does feel quite nice. To her surprise, Minami replied after some serious thought. Huh? The unexpected directness made Chisato, who had just been teasing, lean back dramatically. Usually so cheerful, she couldn't help but gape, seemingly flustered, and waved her hands in front of her chest. Wait, Minami-san, you must have misunderstood, I was just joking. Really? Minami tilted his head and blinked, but I'm not joking. His tone carried no trace of humor. Huh? You guy. Facing the direct hit, Chisato had no resistance at all. She could only cover her flushed face and let out a final dissatisfied sound. If your girlfriend finds out that you're tricking other girls like this, you'll be in big trouble. What are you talking about? Minami looked at her curiously. I don't have a girlfriend. Eh? Her voice rose in pitch as Chisato jumped up from the bench, her face full of disbelief as she looked at Minami. Is that true? That's probably what she wanted to say. Really? Minami responded, then thought for a moment before speaking, or I could compromise and have you be my girlfriend. I wouldn't mind. Why are you acting like it's so natural? And what do you mean by compromise? Chisato, still angry, reached out and pinched Minami's nose. Is being my boyfriend really that much of a sacrifice for you? Do I look like I need a girlfriend? Minami's voice was muffled because of the pinched nose. Well, not really. Chisato blinked. Every time Minami performed outdoors, a group of older sisters would always gather around to greet him warmly. If Minami wanted, he could probably find a few girlfriends in one day. Right? Minami spoke naturally. I'm not lacking in girlfriends, and being the great guy I am, if I were to lower myself to be your boyfriend, isn't that a sacrifice? Yes, yes, yes. After releasing his nose, Chisato rolled her eyes and then gave a small bow. Mr. Minami, if you're willing to lower yourself and marry this humble girl, it's truly my great fortune. So, how about we try it? Minami suggested tentatively. Given their close relationship, it shouldn't be an issue for them to transition into a romantic relationship. But in Minami's gaze, Chisato's eyes showed some hesitation before she shook her head. I think I'll pass. She smoothed the wrinkles in her skirt, smiling as she tilted her head. I think Mr. Minami is right, it's me who's not good enough for you. Is that so? So, it really doesn't work after all? He felt a slight regret in his heart, but quickly returned to his usual self. I think so too. It's better not to let you, silly woman, delay me. Ah. You actually said something like that. Chisato-sama is really going to be mad now. In the setting sun. She stood up and pounced on Minami, tumbling with him in a playful manner. Your relationship with her is still progressing. Similarly, you can clearly sense that Chisato is quite curious about relationships between men and women, but for some unknown reason, every time you bring up this topic in a tentative manner, she always finds some cheerful excuse to avoid it. For this relationship, which only stays at the level of friendship, you now know what you must do. Slow and steady may work well, but a more aggressive approach might also break the situation open. You gave Chisato the little bear doll. She was very happy to receive this unexpected gift. At the same time, her already close relationship with you allowed her to completely relax and not inspect the little bear doll as carefully as she might have otherwise. She even said that she would keep the little bear doll in her backpack and carry it with her. The little bear doll, which had a tiny tracker inside, was happily and cheerfully placed into her bag by her, with no worries at all. You feel a bit guilty, thinking you've taken advantage of her trust, but you've been eager to understand why she disappeared without a word in your dreams. Why does she, despite seeming optimistic and cheerful, keep her heart closed to everyone? When you returned home, you opened your phone, and the map showed her location. You know that place, and it isn't far from your rented apartment. It could be said that everything is aligned perfectly. At the same time, you clearly realize that your plan has already succeeded to a great extent. Next, it's just a matter of slowly digging out the secrets she's hiding deep within her heart. This may be a long-term strategy, but patience is something you're not short of. Lying in bed, you wait for tomorrow to arrive. Time will not stop flowing because of anyone's thoughts. The next day arrives just as expected, but this time, unlike usual, you deliberately change the direction of your morning run. Following the guidance of the tracker, you quickly find yourself near a residential area, seemingly aimlessly jogging, and this happens to coincide with meeting the golden-haired girl running down the stairs. You bump into Chisato. Chapter 77. You've started working. At the moment you see her coming down the stairs, a perfect and just right look of surprise appears on your face. Her face shows some confusion and suspicion at your sudden appearance and perfect timing encounter, but even upon scrutinizing you, she can't sense anything from your usual expression. Moreover, since you already have a close relationship with her, and her guard is fully down, she doesn't think about the tracker at all. As if not noticing the change in her expression, You greet her in your usual tone and pace. Your natural expression makes her feel inexplicably guilty for having doubted you earlier. She couldn't believe she doubted her friend, she thought to herself, and completely let her guard down, greeting you with her usual sunny attitude. You explain that you jog every morning and mention you wanted to try a longer route today. Meeting her was purely a coincidence. Chisato, who already had little suspicion, fully accepted her explanation and believed that your encounter here was perhaps a delightful coincidence. Besides, she wasn't opposed to interacting with you, and every conversation with you made her feel quite happy. As you both walked and talked, you didn't forget to ask her why she was up so early and about the specifics of her situation. She had always felt guilty for hiding such things from you, as you had been friends for quite a while, yet she never revealed any personal details. She knew that this time, she probably couldn't hide it anymore, and finally decided to confess to you. In the simulation, various memories began to flash in Minami's mind. Eventually, the scene froze at a civic park not far from Chisato's home. You should know that orphanages and similar care institutions in Japan are places that adopt orphans and take care of them until they grow up. Standing on a swing in the park, swinging back and forth, Chisato tilted her head and spoke in a lively voice. I know a little. Minami, sitting on a nearby swing, nodded and watched her swing. Hey. As expected of the well-informed Minami-san, since you know, that makes things easier. The swing stopped, and immediately came Chisato's energetic voice. Takina and I were both adopted and raised by an orphanage nearby. Upon hearing this, Minami quickly thought of the other black-haired girl who was often with Chisato Nishikigi, Takina Inoue. So, there was actually such a hidden truth behind them. Such matters are certainly not something one would easily reveal to others. Chisato placed her finger on her pink lips. The orphanage that raised me provided my living expenses, and even my current dormitory. At this point, she couldn't help but sigh. Her usual energetic tone became low. But how should I put it? I guess it's because of poor management. Due to a long-term imbalance between income and expenditure, the orphanage has been struggling to make ends meet. In fact, even today, the orphanage's basic expenses are becoming difficult to cover. To put it simply, we're pretty much doomed. Thud. Chisato gracefully and cutely jumped off the swing, standing in front of Minami. She clapped her fair hands and made a playful "oops, we're done for" gesture. Even at this point, this energetic girl still had the presence of mind to joke in front of Minami. Although Minami knew she was trying to lighten the mood with humor, the topic was still rather heavy. And frankly speaking, what Chisato said didn't quite align with what Minami knew of the Lycoris Recoil storyline. But upon further consideration, in this world, there were no ruthless terrorists, no Tokyo constantly being attacked, and no organization making money from killings. What existed here was just a normal orphanage, and Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, who were working hard for it. In this world, they were just ordinary girls, naturally constrained by money. Minami fell into a brief silence. The atmosphere grew a bit heavy. For some reason, when Chisato saw the usual optimistic Minami fall silent, her chest tightened. This feeling was probably her first time feeling this way facing a boy. Not wanting to see Minami's silent expression, she thought for a while and decided to make a funny noise to liven up the mood. Woo-woo, it's over, Minami-kun, now that you know all this, come pity poor Chisato-sama. This was meant to be a teasing remark to lighten the mood. But I won't pity you. Minami's voice sounded. This made Chisato, who was still making funny noises, freeze. But Minami seemed not to notice her expression. Under her gaze, he calmly continued in a clear tone, I won't empathize with you either. At this point, he shook his head. Sympathizing with you or empathizing with you is just an insult to your efforts in life. I will bless you, but I will never pity you because you, who are striving to improve your situation, don't need anyone's pity. Yes. Chisato Nishikigi didn't need anyone's pity. Sympathizing with someone or empathizing with them without their consent would only be rude to those who were working hard. Minami believed that with her optimistic and cheerful heart, Chisato would definitely be able to overcome the difficulties on her own. Minami's words were very calm, but each word deeply impacted Chisato Nishikigi's heart. She blinked and stared blankly at the young man in front of her for a long time, unable to say anything. After a while, under his gaze, she turned her head and randomly wiped her face with her sleeve. Crying? No, I'm not. She hit Minami on the back, her eyes red as she puffed up her cheeks angrily. Honestly, you always say things that make me feel embarrassed. She complained, but the dissatisfaction in her voice was almost unnoticeable. Minami and she fell into silence again. But this time, the silence didn't last long. She suddenly looked up, mumbling in a small voice, somewhat awkwardly. But, thank you for saying something like that to me. What? I didn't hear that. Minami tilted his head, pretending not to hear. You jerk. You clearly heard it. Chisato voiced her displeasure. I really didn't hear it. Forget it. I'm not saying it again, I'm too shy. Eh? Say it again, I'll listen carefully this time. Minami's teasing voice. It's too embarrassing, I'm not saying it again. This time, she dragged out the words, hands on her hips, once again showing the lively sparkle in her eyes. She extended her fair finger, making a cute face at him. Seeing his unwilling expression, she slightly curved her lips, tilted her head, and smiled. She looked as beautiful as a flower in the early morning. You clearly recognized this, but at the same time, you didn't forget to ask if she had taken any measures to improve the orphanage's financial situation. In response, she seemed quite confident, stating that the headmaster had opened a cafe called Rukongai. In addition to coffee, the cafe also served some desserts and dishes. They hoped to stabilize the orphanage's financial situation by relying on the income from the Rukongai cafe. TL notes, Rukongai, a Japanese-style cafe in the old downtown area of Tokyo. The cafe takes in orders for anything from delicious coffee to sugary sweets. And perhaps a little something extra like dealing with kids, business negotiations, love advice, one-on-ones about zombies and giant monsters, and more. No matter what you order, we'll serve it up, relying on a cafe to support the orphanage's finances. In the real world, Minami felt deeply skeptical as he read this passage. How could a small restaurant support the expenses of an orphanage? How popular would the business need to be for that to happen? A niche-hand drip coffee shop. Could it really become that popular? And the following text in the simulation confirmed Minami's thoughts. When you asked her about the cafe's financial situation, her previously confident demeanor suddenly turned gloomy. It turned out that although the Rukongai cafe had opened smoothly, its business wasn't very promising due to factors like its location. Of course, the main reason was that the Rukongai cafe didn't have a qualified head chef. While Rukongai mainly focused on coffee and desserts, it also tried to serve dishes to help supplement the orphanage's finances. However, both Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue could only cook a few passable home-style dishes, and at the cafe, they were mainly doing odd jobs as waiters, unable to fulfill the role of head chef. Without a qualified head chef to take charge, the already mediocre business of Rukongai was struggling. Its operations mainly sustained by a few regular customers coming in to play games. This situation meant that not only was the cafe unable to support the orphanage, it might even be losing money. However, with their financial situation, they couldn't afford to hire a new qualified head chef. Over the past few days, both Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue had been running around trying to solve this problem. The result was, as expected, not great. You quietly listened to her troubles, and after thinking for a moment, you suggested that perhaps you could try being the head chef. Chisato Nishikigi, usually so optimistic, seemed a bit unsure about your self-recommendation. Finding a restaurant head chef wasn't an easy task, and it wasn't simply about being able to cook a few home-style dishes. She tried to talk you out of it, but in the end, she couldn't change your determined attitude and agreed to let you try working at Rukongai cafe. Finally, a new scene has opened up. Minami breathed a sigh of relief as memories from the simulation resurfaced in his mind. Until now, his interactions with Chisato had been limited to just a chance encounter at Shimogatazawa Square. With only one place to meet, their encounters had been rather singular. But now, there was a new place to interact with Chisato Nishikigi, and he expected there would be better encounters here. As for being the head chef, to be honest, Minami wasn't particularly worried about that. Although it was his simulation self, he still had a level 4 cooking skill. Being a head chef in a cafe, this wasn't a challenge. Everything appeared to be going smoothly on the surface. But, although a new map has opened, the reason Chisato Nishikigi left without a word in the previous round is still unclear. Minami's eyes were filled with confusion. Yes, things were developing in a good direction, but the question that had been bothering him remained unresolved. He could only continue reading. Under Chisato Nishikigi's lead, you soon arrived at the Rukongai cafe. Here, you also met several people, including Mika, the cafe's manager, Mizuki Nakahara, and Kurumi. Takina Inoue, who you already knew, seemed surprised by your arrival, looking at Chisato Nishikigi in disbelief as if asking what was going on. But Chisato Nishikigi just shrugged and playfully stuck out her tongue to dismiss her concerns. The others seemed confused about your arrival. After Chisato Nishikigi introduced you, their confusion turned to surprise. Your overly youthful appearance made them unable to believe that you could handle the role of head chef at a cafe. You didn't explain much, simply washed your hands carefully, walked to the counter, opened the fridge, and started selecting ingredients. Start cooking. You made a well-prepared, perfectly cooked Spanish seafood paella, rated 4.3 stars. Half an hour later, the frying pan containing your seafood paella was licked clean. Your outstanding skills earned the recognition of all the members at Rukongai. However, before officially becoming the head chef, The cafe's manager, Mika, had a serious conversation with you. He told you earnestly that the salary here wasn't as high as you might have expected, and with such skills, you could surely shine in a better restaurant. In response, you didn't say much, just gave a deep look at Chisato Nishikigi, who was proudly showing off your presence to the other Reiko staff. Chisato Nishikigi seemed to sense something, as she caught your gaze. Her usually outgoing demeanor made her pale face flush for the first time. It seemed like she understood something from both of your gazes, and Mika, sensing the change, broke off the topic and didn't say anything more. You officially started working as the head chef at Reiko. Chapter 78, She suspects you added something to the dish. You began working as the head chef at Reiko. You set very high standards for all dishes, because you knew how important Reiko was to Chisato Nishikigi. However, as mentioned earlier, the cafe's business situation wasn't optimistic. Only a few regulars visited the cafe, and in addition to the money from Reiko that kept the cafe running, the orphanage's financial situation also needed to be improved immediately through the cafe. Faced with financial difficulties and limited conditions, the originally cheap pricing strategy seemed weak. But if the prices were raised too high, it might scare away the remaining regulars. Chisato came to talk to you about this issue. As usual, she didn't realize she was subconsciously relying on you. This was a decision with far-reaching consequences. You had many thoughts in mind, but ultimately decided to choose 1. Keep the current pricing strategy for the masses and prioritize retaining the current customers. As with your skills, low profits can lead to higher sales and attracting more customers isn't hard. 2. Take a middle ground approach. Keep the current affordable pricing for now, and raise prices once the business becomes booming. 3. Be very confident. Believe that with your skills, even with high prices, there will definitely be people willing to pay, as you believe gold shines everywhere, and you are that deserving gold. 4. Personally simulate. The options popped up again, drawing Minami's attention. This is indeed a far-reaching decision. Looking at the prompt in the simulation, Minami got out of bed. This set of options, from 1 to 3, all determined the fate of Reiko Cafe. If Minami chose wrong, the cafe, which carried all the hopes of Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, would likely disappear on the spot. This made Minami think deeply. The first option was to keep the current pricing and retain customers. But honestly, from the previous descriptions, it was clear that Reiko had always struggled with business. Even if they kept the prices low, the cafe would only retain a handful of regulars. Choosing not to raise prices in order to keep a limited number of customers seemed misguided. Moreover, the descriptions indicated that Reiko needed money, lots of money. The strategy of low profits and high sales. Honestly, it didn't seem suitable for Reiko at this moment. What about the second option? Minami looked down. 2. You decide to take a middle ground approach, keeping the current affordable pricing for now, and raising prices once the business becomes booming. The second option seemed appealing. Attract customers first, and then raise prices. But Minami felt this option was somewhat unrealistic. This option painted everything too idealistically. The food industry avoids raising prices without reason. Once customers accept low prices, raising prices later without justification will make them feel cheated and make it hard to accept. Minami's fingers flicked, and his gaze moved to the third option. 3. You are very confident, believing that with your skills, even with high prices, there will definitely be people willing to pay. You believe gold shines everywhere, and you are that deserving gold. Confidence. Extreme confidence. Yes, from this description, Minami only sensed extreme confidence. There was no need to lower prices, just increase the prices significantly, and everyone would be a cash cow in front of your dishes. This option, from any angle, was extremely radical. It gave off a no success, no survival vibe. But strangely, this was the option that made Minami stop and think. The reason was simple. Reiko needed money. It needed a lot of money. High prices would undoubtedly scare some people away. But once the cafe gained recognition, the money-making potential would far exceed that of the first or second options. Then the problem arose. Could the dishes really justify the high prices? Minami thought for a moment and realized he was overthinking it. With his level 4 cooking skill, he was already at a top professional level. His cooking could absolutely justify the high price. And besides, the world was full of people who enjoyed novelty. Just like the high-end food videos on Bilibili in his past life. People often spent tens of thousands on expensive ingredients or dining experiences. High-priced dishes were a gimmick in themselves. Compared to the first two ordinary options, the third option, the most radical one, seemed more appealing. Moreover, girls who want to pursue Chisato seem like they'll have to take some radical steps. Otherwise, they might just fail outright. Minami thought about the safe choice he made in the first round, the metaphorical boiling the frog in warm water approach. The gradual approach indeed had decent results. But What was the outcome? He never saw Chisato again. On the contrary, the most radical tailing option in this round led to more interactions with her. Minami felt that maybe, sometimes, taking risks was the only way to move forward. Thinking this, his hesitation disappeared, and he selected the third option. As the head chef, you are fully aware of the orphanage's dire financial situation. The bleak operations of Rukongai cannot be saved by low profit, high sales or any compromise solutions. To change the current predicament, only an extreme, radical approach destroying everything and rebuilding can solve all the problems. At the same time, your unsubstantiated self-love plays a crucial role. You believe that people will always be willing to pay for your food. You decide to raise the prices of all dishes. Your overly radical plan shocks and even gets opposition from all the members of Rukongai. When no one else believes in you, only Chisato unconditionally believes in you. She entrusted all her trust to you, even more confidently and optimistically than you, believing that you can turn around Rukongai current business situation. The girl's lively and unreserved trust deeply moves you, and you say nothing more, only wanting to respond to her trust. After repeatedly observing the current state of the restaurant industry and the pricing of dishes at high-end restaurants, you launch new sets and new prices. You introduced the prestige set, 10,000 yen per serving. The luxury emperor set exclusive, 30,000 yen per serving. And the super luxury set exclusive, 50,000 yen per serving. Meanwhile, all dishes at Rukongai Cafe have been raised to a higher price bracket. The sets are launched with great enthusiasm. However, just as the members of Rukongai expected, the sudden price hikes only drove customers away. Rukongai already poor sales figures have now become even worse. Facing this situation, you have no intention of giving up. You remain calm, actively preparing dishes while quietly waiting for an opportunity. During these difficult days, Chisato stayed by your side, never leaving. Whenever you were deep in thought, she would cheerfully bring you a cup of coffee, and whenever you were at a loss for words, she would always bring up some topic. Gradually, she seems to have realized something. Her tenderness toward you has clearly exceeded the boundaries of friendship. Once she realized this, her gaze became harder to tear away from you. Occasionally, when working, she would rest her face on her hand, staring blankly at you until the store manager reminded her, and she would awkwardly blush in response. You did not ignore her feelings for you, but right now, the most important thing is Rukongai business issue, so you can only temporarily set aside your thoughts, and the day the opportunity arrived was not as far off as everyone thought. Finally, one day, the delicious aroma from Rukongai caught the attention of a hungry customer, drawing him in and keeping him there. Upon seeing the exorbitant prices of the dishes at Rukongai, the customer's first instinct was to turn away. However, he was still drawn back by the aroma coming from the kitchen. Unable to bear leaving, he decided to give in and order a set meal, figuring he might as well get cheated if he was going to be. The rare customer lifted your spirits, and the dishes you had been diligently preparing now finally had a chance to shine. You prepared a set meal with a rating of 4.8 points. You served the dish and waited. Even Chisato couldn't help but feel nervous at this point, but when faced with a dish rated 4.8, no customer could resist the deliciousness. Your dish received high praise from the customer, and in the end, he even left an additional 10,000 yen as a tip. He told you that your dish gave him a taste of pure happiness he hadn't felt in a long time. Incredible cooking. After saying this, the customer left. He gradually became a regular at Rukongai. Even bringing friends along to dine, the once quiet Rukongai began to attract customers. Over time, in addition to the regulars who were drawn to your dishes, there were also curious onlookers who started eyeing your new restaurant. The high prices you set did scare away many, but as you expected, the high prices themselves became a kind of gimmick. Although most people were intimidated by the prices, there was still a small group of curious and not so poor people willing to spend money to try, and just a simple attempt was the beginning of the entire downfall. Your dishes make it impossible for anyone who has tasted them, even just once, to forget them. On one hand, they curse you for pricing your dishes so high and being so unscrupulous, but on the other hand, they willingly take money out of their pockets to pay for the meal. Rukongai gradually gained some fame in the neighborhood, and business became booming. This sudden change shocked the Rukongai employees who had previously lacked confidence. They were too young to imagine that the exorbitant prices you set with a wave of your hand would attract so many customers who were willing to pay. The idea that Chef Minami might be a devil of cooking began to spread among a few employees in Rukongai. Meanwhile, the booming business motivated them to work harder, and the constantly rising revenue further fueled their enthusiasm. When the month's revenue was calculated at the end of the month, everyone, except for you, was stunned by the amount. This month's revenue for Rukongai was 10 times the revenue from the previous month, after deducting the necessary costs for operating the orphanage and the daily expenses of Rukongai. The amount of money left was still considerable. What was even more shocking to them was that despite setting up outdoor tables in the small courtyard, they couldn't keep up with the surging enthusiasm of the customers. On rainy days, some customers were even willing to stand outside with umbrellas, waiting for a table to become available in Rukongai. The plates collected from customers' tables were always clean, with almost no leftovers. This almost addictive behavior caused Chisato to approach you and quietly ask if you had added something special to the dishes. For her, who was always quirky and imaginative, you didn't know how to respond. You told her that you had simply made the dishes, and the customers liked them. As for adding something special, you only added some seasoning, and anything else was nonsense. Reassured by your words, Chisato relaxed. Every night, she would make time to massage your shoulders and waist after you had worked for long hours. Every time she saw you twist your neck and shoulders uncomfortably due to exhaustion, her eyes were filled with tenderness and concern. The terrifying customer flow, high profits, and consistently higher repeat customer rates gradually made Rukongai the focus of the food scene in Tokyo. More and more people wanted to come to Rukongai to taste the food, but the overwhelming full occupancy made it impossible for them to find a way in, to taste the happiness-inducing dishes. Some people even began to line up outside Rukongai at dawn. Feeling the memory of the long line forming outside Rukongai in the simulation, even Minami was a bit surprised. They started lining up at dawn, just for a bite to eat? Are the people in Tokyo that bored with nothing to do? Chapter 79, Kiss. Do the people in Tokyo have nothing to do? This thought appeared in Minami's mind but was quickly dismissed. He felt he might have underestimated the value of having level 4 culinary skills. Level 4 in the system already represents the peak of professionalism. Additionally, the dishes he created could make people feel happiness. Only with both of these factors combined does such a powerful effect occur. Having realized this, Minami didn't linger on the matter any longer. After all, based on the current developments, his choices were likely not wrong. The difficulties in Rukongai were resolved, the orphanage regained funding, and everything seemed to be going perfectly. The issues that had troubled Chisato and her partner, Inoue Takina, had been completely solved. Now, after solving this issue, the next problem arose, and it made Minami have to stay alert. Why did Chisato leave without saying goodbye before, and why does she still refuse to become my girlfriend now? Minami tapped his head and refocused his thoughts. In the previous cycle, Chisato's sudden departure left him concerned. Similarly, this cycle, her hesitation to accept his confession attracted his attention. From his observations, it seemed that the relationship between him and Chisato had already surpassed that of just friends. She would massage his shoulders when he was tired, secretly leave a cup of coffee on his desk when he stayed up late, and when he noticed her little actions, she would laugh behind the door. Sometimes, she would even sit on his lap as if claiming her territory, showing no shame in expressing her affection. But whenever the topic of becoming a couple came up in the simulation memories, she would hesitate and then change the subject with a cheerful smile. Through 2 cycles of the simulation, Minami understood clearly. Chisato was the type to express her feelings openly. She didn't care about others' opinions, was cheerful, confident, and always lived joyfully. Would someone like her intentionally hide her emotions? Minami focused all his attention on the simulation. Perhaps the next cycle would uncover the hidden answers. While managing the business at Rukongai, you didn't forget to test Chisato's feelings through various indirect confessions. However, to your disappointment, she always hesitated in the face of your tests, eventually coming up with an excuse to avoid the topic. Your relationship remained stuck in the space between friends, just like in the previous cycle. If this continues, it might end up repeating the same regrets from the past cycle. The business at Rukongai has gradually stabilized, and every day brings in a decent income. With you in charge, both the orphanage and Rukongai revenue are no longer an issue. Your handsome appearance and culinary skills beyond your years have also attracted the attention of many women. Wealthy women in Tokyo are not uncommon, and while the prices at Rukongai are high, they are still affordable for them. To get closer to you, these women often come early, order food, and sit while watching you work, sometimes staying the entire day. Although you ignore their frequent flirtations, a few bold women deliberately come during closing hours to hint at their interest. Their hints are frequent and full of temptation. Any ordinary young man would have probably given in by now, but you're not like an ordinary Tokyo youth. You have your own goals. However, it's time to make a decision. Option 1, compared to Chisato, who hides her feelings, mature older women are more appealing. I should move on decisively. Option 2, stay true to yourself, reject all advances, and pursue Chisato without hesitation. Option 3, maybe I should change my approach, accept some ambiguity, and observe her reactions. Option 4, simulate it myself. The options appeared. This time, Minami didn't hesitate much. Although he was fond of mature women, this didn't change the fact that option 1 was a dead end. As for option 2, Chizato's feelings for him were already clear, but she had been avoiding him for some reason. Even if he chose to stay true to his feelings and pursue her without wavering, the process would likely remain the same, with little change. Therefore, option 3 seemed like the best choice. Maybe I should change my approach, accept some ambiguity, and observe her reactions. Although Minami felt that deliberately testing someone's feelings wasn't ideal, he knew that he couldn't keep hesitating. If he kept procrastinating, the likely outcome would still be regret. He had to find out why Chisato was avoiding him. Minami raised his hand and selected option 3. The simulation continued. The women who persistently flirt with you are merely looking for some fun and haven't invested any genuine emotions. With your sharp observation, you quickly realized this and decided to use them to test Chisato's reactions. You continue to focus on your work at Rukongai, but every time one of them smiles and walks up to surprise you or shares a joke, you, who usually listens to her, refuse her with a smile for the first time. After work, you also spend less time in Rukonai's cafe, leaving immediately after your shift, which leaves her, eager to see you, empty-handed. This is completely different from before. Every time after work, you would spend some time in Rukongai chatting with her before leaving, but recently, you always leave without saying a word. She no longer shows the cheerful enthusiasm she once had when standing in the cafe. She begins to feel genuinely anxious, realizing that you've been ignoring her. She feels that something she holds dear is being taken away. Thinking about what might happen, her breathing becomes unstable. Afterward, she starts looking for an opportunity to talk to you alone, but her frantic attempts, coupled with your deliberate indifference, leave her at a loss. Finally, one day after work, frustrated by her repeated failures, she makes a decision she's going to follow you. Are you doing this too? In the memory, a scene of the golden-haired girl following him appeared, making Minami speechless. Should he say she's just like the kind of woman he admires? Chisato, with this sudden idea, was exactly like him. Minami continued, speechless, as he read further. Her tailing skills were clearly better than yours. She didn't need formal training and could easily blend into the crowd, quietly following your steps with an innocent demeanor. While following you, she discovered that you were chatting with a mature-looking office lady after work. It seemed that you were having a pleasant conversation, and the woman even gave you a gift. Could it be that you prefer older women? At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder. After watching you leave with the office lady, she immediately followed you. However, when you reached a quiet alley, you suddenly stopped and turned around, pulling her out effortlessly. This sudden turn of events left her in shock, full of confusion. She thought she was hiding perfectly, but you found her so easily. She couldn't understand how you did it. She didn't know that in order to accidentally meet her, you had practiced tailing this much. She was just playing in the wrong league. By now, it was 7:30 p.m. Caught by you, she seemed like a little rabbit caught in a trap. Minami immersed himself fully in the simulation. In the simulation, the blurry memory became clear under the alley's streetlights. Under the light, the golden-haired girl looked panicked as she gazed at Minami. How did you know? Her voice mixed with frustration and disbelief. Clearly, she had hidden it so perfectly. But it seemed that the person in front of her, Minami, had no intention of answering her question. He merely glanced at her and asked, "Why are you following me?" Well. Her eyes mischievously shifted, and just as she was about to say, "I don't even know where you live," Minami coldly interrupted, "I've told you my exact address before online. Don't try to fool me." I guess I accidentally ran here while jogging at night. This place is more than 20 kilometers away from the cafe." Chisato laughed awkwardly a couple of times, trying to find more excuses. Then Chisato, "I can let the fact that you've been following me slide, but before that, I hope you will consider the time." Minami spoke up, interrupting her attempt at a flimsy excuse. "Did you not think about it? It's already so late, and here you are, such a cute girl, wandering around. This is really dangerous." "Hey. Sorry. He. Was I really that cute in your eyes, Minami-kun?" Minami. Looking at the blonde girl, still wearing a praise me more expression even after being scolded, Minami felt speechless. "Are you really reflecting on yourself?" he directly asked. "I'm reflecting. I'll try to make myself less cute from now on." Chisato clenched her tiny fist and answered Minami's question seriously. This woman. Minami was at a loss for words. He shook his head. "So, why were you following me?" "Well, no more excuses. Unless you want me to ignore you for a month." Before Chisato could come up with another excuse, Minami suddenly spoke again. Why are you being so cruel? A month without talking to me, that's too harsh, right?" Startled by the unexpected harsh condition, Chisato widened her cute eyes and opened her mouth in shock. Then, despite her hesitation, she still explained the reason for following him. "Just because I ignored you at work, you were so upset that you chose to follow me?" The usually lively and mischievous girl hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but glance at the person she cared about. She saw Minami's expression, which made her feel a bit rebellious. She puffed her cheeks and muttered softly, "Well, because recently, Minami doesn't talk to me, doesn't reply to my messages, and doesn't chat with me online. Seriously, a world where I can't chat with Minami is better off destroyed. And then, you found a pretty older sister outside." The last part, she said it in a very quiet voice. But even so, Minami, with his excellent hearing, still caught it. "What did you say?" "Nothing." "Humphrey." Chisato tilted her head. "Are you still mad?" Minami, both angry and amused, reached out and pinched her face, straightened it, then pressed his forehead against hers, looking directly at her panicked expression. "Who was the one always coming up with excuses to reject me?" I was just." When it came to this topic, Chisato immediately became flustered. Her face flushed red, and her pink lips parted. This sudden panic was simply too cute. Without hesitation, Minami kissed her. The drawn-out sound showed the girl's shock. After a long while, he pulled away. "Minami, you really dared to do that?" She covered her soft lips, looking flustered. "If you didn't want it, you could have pushed me away." I wasn't saying that." Her usual cheerful and lively demeanor was now replaced with a flustered tone. "So you're willing then?" Minami grabbed her hand and asked in return. Quick, say you're willing. Is it really necessary to push me this hard?" Her voice was weak, quite unlike her usual self. But when she looked into Minami's clear, pure eyes, all her previous hesitations melted away in that instant. But if it were just like this, wouldn't that mean she was giving in? At this thought, courage inexplicably rose in her. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around Minami's neck, tiptoed, and kissed him passionately. This time, it was Minami who was a little surprised. You became the first person she was willing to love actively. Chapter 80, Her flower is about to wither. You have become the first person she is willing to actively love. This time, she embraces you tightly. After this event, she finally understands her true feelings. Escaping has no effect. The outgoing her has decided to stop running away and stop being evasive. You and Chisato became a couple, and on the very night you became a couple, she took the initiative far beyond anyone else, even asking to stay at your house. Although you were more than happy about such a good thing, you were still a bit surprised, wondering if things were moving too fast, but in the end, you couldn't resist her persistence and agreed to her request. You are not the typical protagonist from a Japanese light novel or manga who is only gentle and nothing else, and you are in the honeymoon phase, so what happened next came naturally. That night, you and she didn't fall asleep until late. Scenes from that night began to emerge in his mind. Minami woke up early the next morning. He opened his eyes, and his gaze quickly softened. What he saw was the smooth, fair back of the girl lying beside him. Her back was graceful, her skin pale and delicate. Chisato wasn't the kind of fragile girl. On the contrary, her body was fuller than most girls her age. He lowered his head and couldn't resist planting a kiss on her, which caused the sleepy girl to gasp in surprise. "Stop it." She turned her body back, waking up from her half-asleep state, and patted her boyfriend's head, softly complaining, "So early. It's all your fault last night, I still haven't gotten enough sleep." "But you were the one who insisted on staying up so late last night." Minami didn't hesitate to point out the flaw in her words and teased her with a smile. "I didn't expect Miss Chisato to be unexpectedly unsatisfied." "I don't care. I'm still a bit sleepy, let me sleep some more." Ignoring her boyfriend's teasing, Chisato rubbed her eyes, then naturally wrapped her arms around Minami's waist, burying her head in his neck, and fell back to sleep. Minami didn't move, letting her use him as a pillow as one should. After about half an hour of cuddling, Ms. Chisato finally woke up. But her waking up was strange. It was like being both awake and still asleep at the same time. She had pushed her body up from the bed, but her mouth couldn't open, and her eyelids fluttered as though she were in a battle with some unknown force. Minami didn't pay her any mind. He opened the window to let some fresh air in, then casually went to the bathroom for a quick wash, and began preparing breakfast. While he was preparing breakfast, as if drawn by the smell, Chisato, now fully awake, suddenly hugged his waist from behind, her cute nose twitching as she curiously asked, "Minami-kun, what's for breakfast today?" "Just something simple. I made some Marseille fish soup, bread, and bacon." Minami replied without even turning around while busy with the task. "Okay." Chisato obediently responded, then spread the tablecloth on the low round table, sat down with both hands neatly placed on the table, and from time to time raised her little head to glance at Minami, waiting. Her boyfriend's cooking was always so quick. Even at home, it seemed to be the same. And it was still incredibly delicious. Chisato couldn't help but be curious. How could someone so young have cooking skills beyond their age? But in the end, she didn't ask. Because, compared to this, there was something more important she had to tell Minami. Yes. Something she absolutely had to tell him. Recalling everything that had happened with Minami the day before, she raised her head and said, "Minami-kun." Minami, who was washing the dishes, turned his head. "There's something I need to talk to you about." "I see." It seemed that Minami sensed a different atmosphere than usual. He put down the dishes and sat across from Chisato. At the dining table, she was no longer her usual lively, energetic self. She spoke calmly, telling him a fact that was hard for him to accept, that she had been suffering from congenital heart disease. Chisato's words caused your mind to momentarily crash, but you quickly understood everything. No wonder every time you talked about the future and dreams, the lively and outgoing her would always show a smile that seemed to let go of things. No wonder every time you expressed your love, she would deflect it with a joke. She told you that she had never intended to be dismissive of your love, she just didn't want to be a burden that slowed your pace. When she reached this part, the usually outgoing and optimistic girl began to break down emotionally. She had long been mentally prepared for the life and death decision, but when faced with you, her guilt and regret could no longer be hidden. Tears began to uncontrollably flow from her eyes, and upon hearing everything, you quietly embraced her, gently kissing away the tears at the corner of her eyes. You had no intention of blaming her, she had already bared her heart to you, and how could you bring yourself to blame such a girl who needed your care? You didn't comfort her. She just quietly sobbed in your embrace. The two hearts, in resonance, needed no words. She told you that she had been diagnosed with congenital heart disease when she was young. The fact that she had made it to 17 years old was due to her careful maintenance and her always optimistic attitude, but the limits of external factors had already been reached. A week ago, the doctor had already warned her that her congenital heart disease was very serious, and she had only 1 month left. She also told you that recently, she had clearly felt her body growing weaker. Her reluctance to leave you deepened her already calm fear of death. She felt regret, and faced with her words, all you could do was offer comfort. So that's what happened. Minami snapped back from the simulation, shaking his head. He had already anticipated this. In the previous loop, when Chisato had arranged to meet with him, it wasn't a deliberate cancellation, but rather that she simply couldn't come. Even though he had expected it, facing the reality of the situation, he could only shake his head and sigh. By now, the vague storyline he had regarding Lycoris Recoil started to come back to him. It seemed that in the original Lycoris Recoil, Chisato had heart issues, and through some surgery, she had been fitted with a high-tech mechanical heart to sustain her life. But, as previously mentioned, this world doesn't have those sci-fi or other random organizations. Minami leaned back against the bed, muttering to himself. Yes. In this world, there were no terrorists attacking, and no such thing as a black-tech mechanical heart. What remained was just Chisato's still terrible health. Although it was just a simulation, Minami, who shared an emotional resonance with the memory in the simulation, sighed deeply. Fate had placed such heavy pressure on this girl. But she remained bright and cheerful, like an optimistic spirit. She had hidden it so well that even in the simulation, he had only vaguely sensed it. Now, there was nothing left for him to do but continue observing the simulation's progress and wait for a change in the situation. You learned about Chisato's condition, but she didn't want her worsening condition to affect Riko and the other friends, especially Inoue Takina, who was closest to her, like a sister. If Inoue Takina found out about her condition, she couldn't imagine what the always serious black-haired girl might do. Thus, she hoped that you would keep this secret for her. This was the first time she had actively asked you for something, and you couldn't bring yourself to refuse. You agreed to her request. Time continued to pass, and to maintain Riko as the head chef. You also persuaded her to temporarily stop working as a waitress for the cafe and focus on her health. She always smiled and said, for the last stretch of her life, she wanted to stand in the sunlight, not lie in bed quietly awaiting her body's decay. She continued to work, in front of her friends in Riko. Especially Inoue Takina, Chisato still tried her best to maintain her usual optimistic appearance. You watched all this, and used your position to increase her rest time. She never rejected your special care, always playfully leaning on you and smiling, sometimes even sneaking a kiss on your working face when no one was looking. Her smile was still as beautiful, and she remained warm-hearted to everyone, but during this month, you could clearly sense that her life was rapidly and irreversibly withering. Though she still tried her best to disguise it, her body's oddities were becoming harder to conceal. At Riko, she frequently made mistakes, dropping plates and forgetting orders. Her sleeping hours increased, and the alarm clock seemed to have lost its meaning. Sometimes, she even needed you to walk over and wake her up from her deep sleep, but you had never done this. When she was asleep, you would sit at the foot of her bed, quietly watching her, waiting for her to wake up. You didn't want her to sleep for so long, but you also wanted her to rest enough. Her daydreaming moments became longer. Sometimes, Inoue Takina had to call her several times before she would respond, then flash her usual bright smile, but despite all this, she still tried her best to act as if nothing was wrong, but all these facades were eventually broken the day she suddenly collapsed. Her life entered its final countdown unguarded. Everyone at Reiko knew about Chizato's congenital heart disease, but they couldn't accept the sudden and unexplained change. Faced with everyone's shock, knowing the situation could no longer be concealed, you finally revealed Chizato's deteriorating condition. Inoue Takina was furious at your concealment. She wanted to reprimand you, but the words of reproach got stuck in her throat and turned into soft sobs. Everyone understood that blaming you at this point was pointless. For your concealment, you quietly apologized? For the first time, the atheist shop manager Mika visited a shrine. Neither Kurumi nor Nakahara Mizuki, who have never believed in random online rumors, spent the whole night researching treatments and possible remedies for congenital heart disease. Inoue Takina and you kept vigil outside the hospital room all night. Apart from that, there was nothing you could do. When the tense surgery was over, the doctor's slightly regretful expression told all of you the result. The doctor informed you that her life had only 7 days left. Her fragile health had managed to last this long, which was, in fact, a miracle. Inoue Takina, still unwilling to accept, hoped the doctors would continue trying, but in the end, all they could offer was an apology. Filled with regret, you temporarily closed Riko and devoted yourself fully to taking care of her. On the hospital bed, her body had become frail, and her once fair and pink face had lost all color, appearing extremely haggard. But perhaps the only thing that hadn't changed was her sunny, happy smile. Even on the bed, she was still joking with you. I order you, Minami-kun. Go learn medicine right now. Heal me. On the bed, she spoke with an air of authority, looking lively as ever. Even the elderly nearby were amused, smiling at her. Every time you heard her jokes, you would just smile faintly and encourage her to eat. Taking care of her was actually a torment for you. You were helpless, unable to do anything, only watching as she grew weaker each day, her breath becoming more labored. On the first day, she still had the strength to talk to you, to communicate, to eat. But as the days went by, she could no longer eat. Even though she forced herself to do so, hoping to regain her health, her fragile body couldn't handle the food and would vomit it all out. At times like these, lying on the bed with an N4 in her arm, she could only look at you with an apologetic expression. Chapter 81. You begin living together. A week quickly passed. But she did not die as the doctors had expected. Instead, she fought on, surviving with great difficulty. Even the doctors at the hospital were amazed. They saw it as a miracle of life. Her strong will to live made you turn back, unable to bear it. Because you understood, continuing like this was only torturing this cheerful, passionate girl. Gradually, she could no longer eat, no longer full of energy like before. The doctors inserted a catheter into her because she could no longer move, and her once fair and cute hand now had N4. You clearly remembered her saying she was afraid of injections, afraid of the feeling of foreign objects entering her body. Every time the needle had to be changed, hearing her weak cries of Minami-kun, you would always turn your face away. You felt like your heart was breaking, but at this moment, you had no choice but to keep going. Inoue Takina couldn't come to the hospital, because every time she visited the room, she would faint from the overwhelming sadness and heartache. Only you remained, day after day, sticking by her side. Gradually, she could no longer speak. Her breathing was getting longer each day. The time she inhaled was long, but exhaling was short. Yet, she was still fighting for life. She had kept the promise she once made to you. Even if she ended up lying on a hospital bed, decaying, she would struggle with all her might. Even the doctors who came daily to check on her were moved by her unyielding will to live. The nurses, when changing her needle, would secretly wipe away their tears. They all knew that the treatment had already reached its limit and that they were just prolonging her life in vain. For anyone, this was no longer treatment, it was simply torment. The doctor came to you specifically and asked if you were willing to remove her oxygen mask and to end her suffering. You didn't answer, only going to her bedside and asking her softly. By now, she didn't have the strength to shake her head or nod. She could only open her eyes weakly, her dim red eyes looking at you. You understood what she was trying to convey in her gaze and kept your voice calm, instructing the doctor to continue the treatment. That cheerful, optimistic her, right until the last moment of her life, never gave up. Just like she always said, life was the most important. But someone as weak as her had no strength to speak, not even the strength to open her eyes. When you realized that, it was actually the moment her life was nearing its end. On the hospital bed, her eyes were tightly closed, unable to speak. Only the long, labored breaths could be heard, with no exhale for a long time. There was no revival, no final farewell words like in the comics. Her struggling life has came to an end. She lies there, no longer able to smile, to cry, to eat, Or to speak, her flower, truly, has withered. You have lost someone who would always love you. You have lost the person you would always love. At the funeral, according to her wishes, you played the last audio recording she made while alive. Her cheerful voice, once again, echoed under the snowflakes in the sky. The memory scene in the simulation was of heavy, white snow. Everything seemed to be submerged in white snow. The only thing that wasn't covered by the snow was her cheerful, passionate, and happy voice from the audio. Hello? Anyone there? Let me out. I'm not dead. Bang bang bang, simulating the sound of knocking from inside the urn. Hey, hurry up and let me out. Minami-kun, can you really bear to put the adorable Chisato-sama into such a small urn? Get me a bigger one. One that can fit both of us together, a luxurious one. In the audio, Chisato was making a pitiable woo-woo sound. When his name was called, Minami just gave a helpless smile, as if seeing her in person. He didn't know what was in the recording, but he didn't expect her to still be so naive and lively at the final farewell, bringing smiles to others. Wait. Chisato-sama heard that. Who was that again? Takina. You're crying way too loudly, huh? Really? Stop crying. If you keep doing that, I'll punish you. I'll come to your dreams every night. Hee hee. Chizato's voice was filled with disdain. Inoue Takina, who had been crying, let out a small laugh after hearing her infectiously energetic voice. By the way, Ms. Yukine and Mika-chan, you two really are something, staying up late, smoking, and drinking again. It's such an occasion. At least take care of your health. Don't always make Chisato-sama worry, got it? The scolding voice came from the audio. Mika, the manager of Reiko, and Nakahara Mizuki, the server beside her, both subconsciously glanced at each other when they heard this. They realized that the other seemed to be sleep-deprived as well, both with dark circles under their eyes, and shared a helpless smile. She guessed it correctly. Kurami, don't you think Chisato-sama didn't mention you? Don't forget, bring any fun games to honor me first. The deceased comes first, understand? Kurami, the seasoned internet user, said nothing, just staring at the board game Chisato used to love, lost in thought. Clap clap. A crisp clapping sound came from the audio. It drew everyone's attention. Alright, don't be sad, Chisato-sama hasn't gone anywhere, she's still with you. You don't really think this little urn can trap Chisato-sama, do you? Humphrey. Let's go, let's go. Chisato-sama is going to another place to be cute, not caring about you crybabies. The hurried sound of footsteps. But soon, the footsteps stopped. It seemed that Chisato had returned. Well, forget it, let me say one last thing to you. In the audio, her voice was still playful and cheerful. But I love you all. Really. Goodbye, please don't come looking for me too soon. The voice trailed off. And then it disappeared. Everyone at the scene huddled together. Some were helpless about how she was still joking at the moment of farewell, while others marveled at her humor and optimism. At this moment, Minami, holding on, looked up. The heavy snow continued to fall. It seemed to be turning everything white. In the sky filled with falling snowflakes. Minami seemed to see it. That cheerful and sunny girl, her hands behind her back, flashing him a bright smile. And the snow kept falling. In this snow-covered funeral, she peacefully returns to the earth. She will never wake up again. Realizing this, while hosting guests at the funeral, Inoue Takina couldn't stop the tears from the corners of her eyes. At the same time, the black-haired girl also noticed, your expression remained as calm as ever, even chatting and laughing with the guests. Your indifference, almost to the point of being unconcerned, made her unhappy. You see, the person Chisato loved most in her life was you, and yet you completely failed to meet her expectations. Even though Chisato has passed away, Inoue Takina never saw a single tear fall from you. Inoue Takina didn't understand, she thought your heart was made of steel. For Chisato's death, you seemed completely unaffected. After barely finishing her duties as a host, she quietly followed your figure as you headed to your personal restroom. Reaching the door, she had originally planned to vent her emotions about your lack of feelings for Chisato's death, but the moment her fingers touched the doorknob, she froze, because she clearly heard, coming from behind the door, your long, continuous sighs. She fell silent. At that moment, she realized that you were the person Chisato loved most, but at the same time, Chisato was the person you loved most. The woman you loved most had passed away. How could you appear so strong on the outside? Not showing any emotional fluctuation in front of others was the dignity you preserved for Chisato. Listening to your sighs, Inoue Takina's earlier feelings of blame disappeared, replaced by deep concern. After hesitating for a long time, she finally pushed open the door to enter and talk with you, comforting each other. Her bond with Chisato was deeper than that of sisters, and as the person Chisato loved most, it was natural for her to take care of you, who were now in a deep state of despair. You did not refuse the kindness of the black-haired, beautiful girl with a graceful demeanor, because you knew, The more difficult the time, the more you couldn't stay alone. Keeping your emotions bottled up would only lead to overthinking and adding to your sorrow. Inoue Takina, as Chizato's closest sister, was usually very serious, and you worried she might do something foolish where you couldn't see it. The funeral lasted 2 days, and on the final day, Rukongai resumed operations. For this, the manager, Mika, specifically found you to have a conversation. His meaning was actually very simple. Now that Chisato was gone, and you had been working for her, you could now put down Rukongai duty and pursue the life you wanted. He didn't want you to stay shackled by Chisato's influence and remain in Rukongai, which had no promising future. You took the manager's advice and worries seriously and gave a thoughtful answer. Perhaps at the beginning, you came to Rukongai because of Chisato, but now it was completely different. After working here for a long time, you had long since made Rukongai your second home. Now, you weren't staying here for Chisato. You chose to stay because of your own will, to continue working here. Your seriousness and responsibility moved Mika, and he bowed to express his gratitude. Without you, the business of Rukongai would likely have plummeted. Days continued. While working at Rukongai, you noticed that recently, Inoue Takina had been glancing at you more frequently, even bringing you coffee and massaging your shoulders during your breaks. Her proactive contact made you quite concerned. But whenever you tried to ask her directly about it, she would always brush it off with excuses like just caring for a colleague. You felt helpless about this, so you decided to help her out when she was busy, and occasionally chat with her during your free time. After all, you had promised Chisato to take good care of Inoue Takina. Your relationship with Inoue Takina deepened? Minami. This is strange. In this timeline, Chisato had already passed away, but the simulation hadn't ended. Does that mean there's more development to come? Staring at Inoue Takina's name, Minami muttered to himself. Days passed. As you interacted more with her, Inoue Takina gradually got to know you. You were always serious at work, showing no signs of relaxation, treating everyone with brightness and enthusiasm. Slowly, she began to be drawn to you. She also noticed that every time Chisato was mentioned, your usually calm and handsome face would reveal an unmistakable trace of sadness and reminiscence. She knew, perhaps you hadn't fully moved on from the shadow of Chisato's death. Thinking this, she finally asked the manager if she could live with you in the same dormitory and take care of your daily needs temporarily. In fact, this idea matched the manager's thoughts. Your work attitude was impeccable, but if someone always kept themselves tightly wound, they would eventually collapse. They had already considered you family, and having Inoue Takina look after you seemed like a good plan. Facing their well-intentioned arrangement, you didn't refuse, because you had also realized that your condition had been off lately. Maybe letting someone take care of you was indeed a good choice. You moved in with Inoue Takina. Ah. No way. Looking at this line, Minami was stunned for a long while. Living together? With Inoue Takina? Me? Are you serious? No wonder the simulation hasn't ended yet. The subsequent plot must be here. As for the matter of Inoue Takina willing to live together with him, it didn't actually come as a surprise to Minami. After all, as mentioned before, everyone at Rukongai had already regarded him as an irreplaceable family member. It was only natural for her to take time to care for this family member. However, living together. Minami continued reading. Chapter 82, you moved into her room. You and Takina have moved in together. Though it's living together, it actually just means you were assigned to the room that Chisato used to stay in, and nothing unusual happened. Unlike Chisato, she has shoulder-length black hair and a refined, composed face. She appears calm and aloof, her personality serious, and she dislikes unreasonable and meaningless things. She's equally meticulous in her daily life. She doesn't wear any accessories. The shoes in the entryway are always neatly arranged, and her dark navy gray uniform's collar is always neat and clean. Sometimes when she's lost in thought, she looks somewhat stern, giving the impression that she's always angry. To ensure a smoother cohabitation with you, she even prepared a thin manual for cohabitation. It contains a detailed record of when you two use the washing machine, drying racks, and bathroom. In order to take better care of you, she even cleared a large amount of time for herself, and the time originally meant for you to do laundry was all taken over by her. Her face, which is exquisite and composed, was full of seriousness. You just smiled cheerfully and put the overly biased manual aside, sharing the household chores with her. She had some objections to your arrangement, but when she saw your unflinching expression, the ice in her heart melted. You two began living together according to the new shared household rules. Rukongai bookkeeping was always her responsibility, and the daily accounts were quite complicated, so after each shift, she would bring her work back to the dormitory and work until late. At such times, you would make her refreshing soup or a warm porridge. At first, she refused to let you bother her, but after tasting the first spoonful, her refusal softened. As you both lived together, your interactions grew more frequent. Your optimistic and cheerful personality seemed to have a positive influence on her, and the days when she smiled at you became more and more. At the same time, she seemed to understand why Chisato, who refused to open her heart to any man, was completely unreserved with you, because even your relationship with Takina deepened. You often take naps on the couch in the living room. She would lecture you about it, but every time you just laughed and agreed, only to end up on the couch again at the same time the next day. Gradually, she realized that lecturing you was pointless, so she stopped doing so, but from that day onward, every time you woke up on the couch, you'd find yourself covered by a blanket. You asked her about this, and she always denied it, saying she couldn't be bothered. But at that moment, you'd tease her and see her blush, and she'd lightly punch you, satisfied that the topic ended there. Your communication with her grew more frequent. When she had some free time, she would support her cheek in her hand, watching you daze off. You, who were still immersed in the sorrow of Chisato's passing, didn't notice this. You continued to work at Ryko. Under your management, Ryko's business stabilized, and customers kept coming throughout the day. The busy work allowed you to temporarily forget the sorrow of losing Chisato. You also often took advantage of your free time to visit the orphanage run by the store manager, Mika, where you taught the children to read and write. For you, these children were the result of the efforts Chisato had once made. You treated each child equally, and your humor quickly earned you the highest status among them. At the same time, your kindness toward the children deeply attracted her. As she was helping you with the children, her gaze was hard to move away from you, and at the same time, she was very concerned about your mental state. She could feel that your steps were still stuck on the day that bright and cheerful girl left, although she couldn't let go of Chisato either. Seeing you still stagnating, she felt heartache. She wanted to help you get out of the shadow, but due to her serious nature, rigid thinking, and lack of social skills, she couldn't think of any good methods, so she could only bring up Chisato less often in front of you, silently watching and supporting you from behind. But all these thoughts shattered one day when she arrived at your door, hearing your heavy, deep sighs behind it. It was then that she realized, living in a room filled with the essence of Chisato was itself a torture for your mental state. Standing behind you and supporting you from behind didn't do anything. She had already lost the girl who was like a sister to her. If she lost you too, she couldn't even imagine what she might do. She gathered all her previous hesitations and opened the door, then pulled you into a deep embrace. Your face was covered with black hair. Her fair, pink face was hidden in that black hair, like the white moon hidden behind dark clouds. You were startled and surprised by her sudden intrusion, but facing your surprise, she just said she was willing to share the burden with you, because it seemed that being with you gave her the courage to face everything. She told you that her feelings might be more immature than Chisato's, but she would work hard to become more mature. Don't keep looking at Chisato, please look at me. Her pale hand cupped Minami's face. Her purple wisteria-like eyes shone with light, and her refined, delicate face was filled with seriousness. You didn't avoid it. Similarly, Inoue Takina didn't want that bright girl to continue trapping the current him in place, something that Chisato, who had already passed away, would never want to see. If Chisato were here, she wouldn't want to see you like this. She muttered, gently stroking the furrowed brow and facial contours of Minami with her delicate fingers. Then, she lowered her head and kissed him deeply. Her sudden intrusion pierced into your heart like the bright and sunny girl had once done when she appeared at your outdoor performance. Having been trapped in the whirlpool of Chisato's passing, you finally noticed the affection of this serious, black-haired girl. She earnestly told you that she could take Chisato's place, but to this, you simply shook your head in denial. You told her that Chisato was irreplaceable, but so was she. Forcing the black-haired girl to replace that girl would not only be disrespectful to Chisato, but also trampling on her own feelings. No one could replace anyone, and you valued both of them equally. Although Takina didn't say much, she was deeply moved by your words. She had once given her heart to Chisato, and now, she was willing to give her heart to you. Considering your feelings, she decided not to let you stay in Chisato's room anymore. Your bedding was moved to her room, and you officially settled into her room. In a sense, you and Takina had started your official life together. She wakes up earlier than you and prepares breakfast. When you wake up, she hands you the clothes you'll wear for the day and starts tidying up the bed. Your toothbrush and cup are always placed together, and everything is kept neat and tidy. You often tease her, joking that you're probably going to be spoiled into becoming a useless person. Every time you say this, her naturally shy demeanor causes her cheeks to flush red, and she turns her head away to avoid looking at you. Teasing her during breaks, watching her shy face, becomes one of your favorite things. Unlike the enthusiastic and cheerful Chisato, on the bed, Takina always lets go of her cold and composed demeanor towards outsiders, turning instead to a face full of bashfulness, often covering her face in embarrassment. The employees of Ryko also acknowledge your new relationship. To them, the days when you were in despair were truly pitiful. Now that you have found a new purpose, They genuinely feel happy for you. After all, the deceased have passed, and the living must continue moving forward. As the days pass, you balance your university studies with managing Rukongai's business. Since you didn't open a branch, business in the store remains extremely busy. During this period, you made a lot of money through Rukongai. You used this money to invest in several funds, all of which brought substantial profits. With your financial and promotional support, the orphanage's operations have returned to normal. It now has proper institutional support, and you no longer need to worry about its finances. A major event happens, perhaps due to her constitution. Inoue Takina finds herself pregnant. This doesn't come as a surprise to either of you, as you've both wanted to get married for a while. However, due to your busy schedules with Rukongai and the orphanage, you never discussed it before. Now that Rukongai has stabilized financially, and the orphanage is on track, maybe it's time to consider marriage. The employees of Rukongai all approve and send their blessings. The wedding day is quickly set. Her gentle and demure nature is highly praised by your family, who wholeheartedly support your decision. Inoue Takina lets out a sigh of relief, gently squeezing your hand and offering a smile of reassurance. On the day you fill out the marriage registration and application forms, the usually indifferent Takina smiles more than ever before. Your wedding with Inoue Takina is grand and lavish. Store manager Mika spends a fortune to prepare a perfect white kimono wedding. On the wedding day, her black hair is styled up, exposing her snow-white neck. When she sees you, she smiles brightly in her white wedding kimono and extends her hand to you. You take her hand, and with the officiant's guidance, the wedding ceremony takes place. Your married life with her is full of happiness. You do everything you can to prepare her for childbirth, and under your care, her smile never fades. You both often think of Chisato. Every time you think of that lively and cute girl, you exchange smiles, as if she is still by your side, accompanying you every moment. As time moves forward, your child is born, and you name her Chisato. This is probably the final way you can honor that sunny girl's memory. Everything seems to be progressing in a beautiful direction. Having a child is generally a happy event for everyone, but not for you. While you are happy, you notice something unusual. Unlike other pregnant women, your wife seems extraordinarily weak after giving birth. She often coughs all night and struggles to sleep. To hide this from you, she, who has never used makeup before, picks up foundation for the first time to cover her pale complexion. Her awkward attempt at makeup can't fool you, of course. You take her to the hospital for an examination and discover that her pregnancy symptoms were very strong, leaving her once healthy body extremely fragile after childbirth. Watching her face become weaker, all you can do is stay by her side. Unfortunately, misfortune strikes twice. During the time she can still move, you and Takina make many videos for your daughter, Shoji Chisato. Takina wants to tell her daughter that she loves her through these videos. You respect her wishes, but watching her grow weaker and losing consciousness multiple times makes you want to stop the filming. But in the end, you complete all the videos in her stubborn gaze. It's shortly after the filming is completed that Inoue Takina, under your watch, passes away. Misfortune strikes you twice. After her death, you feel like a piece of you is missing, and depression lingers in your heart. You think about being strong for your growing daughter and actively cooperate with therapy, but 2 heavy blows in life are impossible to withstand. 3 years later, you fall ill with depression and pass away, still sorrowful and withdrawn. Before your passing, the companions at Rukongai gathered around you and promised to raise Shoji Chisato. Shoji Chisato lay on your chest, crying, calling your name in a soft, babyish voice. You felt a deep sense of reluctance, but eventually closed your eyes and passed away. Simulation ended. Chapter 83, Miss Yamada, you really. Simulation ended. System score, 65 points. System evaluation, in the next life, love blooms, she is not the only one you will love. Your meeting with her was entirely by chance. She was always so radiant, full of energy. To understand the source of regret, you took the initiative to pursue her. You put in a lot of effort, designing various plans, but your relationship with her faced some difficulties. However, in the end, under your persistent efforts, her cautious heart softened, and she couldn't resist your pursuit, becoming your lover. During that time, you would stand at the bar, watching her busy figure, your gentle gaze feeling like a glimpse of your next life. But in the end, the golden-haired girl couldn't make it. Leaving her, your life became like winter. You didn't want spring or summer, nor the distant future. You only wanted her, a complete morning and night. But this wish was ultimately just a luxury, and you sank into an unshakable low point, sitting in the room where she once lived, filled with countless thoughts. At that time, what saved you was the black-haired girl who knocked on your door. And also knocked on the door to your heart. She took care of your life, lecturing you about your state of decline. Unknowingly, her seriousness, focus, and meticulous nature became the support of your second life. You held her in your arms, determined to protect her. But life is not long, and the moment of death will forever freeze. After she gave birth to your daughter in her youth, she regrettably passed away in your arms. You couldn't understand why the same painful blow would strike you twice, stripping away your happiness and warmth. Your mental state deteriorated, and although you actively cooperated with psychological treatment, it ultimately proved futile. No one can withstand two heavy blows in life. You remain frozen at the age of 28, with only regret for your daughter and for them in your heart. Even though you know it will lead to regret, perhaps in the next life, you will still fall in love with them again. I can't accept this. After reading the system evaluation, feeling the painful and sorrowful memories in his mind, Minami finally couldn't hold back the frustrated sound in his chest. Yes. Frustrated. Very frustrated. What's going on? Why did everyone end up dead, hand in hand? Minami turned over in bed, unable to understand. What he couldn't understand the most was why is every ending full of regret, no matter what option I choose. And this time, it was even worse. Not only did Chisato pass away, but even her friend Inoue Takina didn't live long. The system only gave 60 points this time, purely because he became a couple with Chisato. But from Minami's perspective, this outcome was even harder to accept than the 34-point outcome where he married Miss Yamada. At least when he married Miss Yamada, he found happiness in his married life. But now, everyone died with regret. Everything they wanted to do remained undone, and their hopes were unfulfilled, all buried with regret. What Minami couldn't accept the most was that this time, he had chosen the right option. But the outcome still led to failure. This was really hard for him to bear. Let me think carefully about what caused this outcome. Minami shook his head, trying to cover the regretful memories in his mind, and began to reflect. In this simulation, he had chosen to follow Chisato, and these two options seemed to have no issues at all. He successfully unlocked the new Reiko scene. And his relationship with Chisato improved at work. The progress was far beyond the slow pace of the first round. Everything should have gotten better. But in the end, Chisato couldn't survive the effects of congenital heart disease and passed away early. Then, he fell into sorrow and met Inoue Takina. So, no matter how I choose, no matter how the options change, as long as I can't change the fact that Chisato dies of congenital heart disease, the outcome will always lead to regret? After sorting through the cause and effect, Minami finally understood the difficulty of this simulation. As long as he couldn't save Chisato's life, the ending would inevitably lead to regret. Minami rubbed his temples. The initial excitement of one life, one clear path had completely worn off by now. After all, he had spent 2 simulation attempts and still hadn't touched the edge of a happy ending. He didn't rush into another simulation recklessly but instead reviewed the existing information and experience, turning his attention to the shop section in the romance simulator. There, Healing Potion was glowing enticingly with 900 heart points. Its short but clear description read, Universal Healing Medicine, 900 heart points. After taking it, it can cure theoretically any incurable wound or disease. Minami shook his head. For someone who only had around 1,200 heart points, the 900 heart point Universal Healing Potion was quite expensive. But there wasn't much to hesitate about when it came to what he had to do. Strictly speaking, Minami knew he wasn't a goody two-shoes, but he wasn't cold-blooded enough to just watch a young girl die of illness, especially when he had the ability to save her. This wasn't entirely due to the simulation. It was more about his basic conscience. If he knew that Chisato would die because of a disease but chose to turn a blind eye, Minami felt that he would live his life forever burdened by guilt. But there was another issue. Minami recalled Mr. Yamada's situation from the simulation with Miss Yamada. He had passed away due to sudden lung failure and difficulty of breathing. Although Minami had reminded Miss Yamada to be aware of her father's health. But what if his body had already been beyond help at this stage? There was only one universal healing potion for now. Who should he give it to? The balance between the two sides of the scale began to waver. Minami didn't want to consider this, but he had no choice but to think about it. At that moment, his phone, which had been charging on the bedside table, suddenly rang with a line message notification. Huh? Pulled out of his thoughts, Minami reached for the phone. As he smoothly unlocked the phone, he wondered who could be reaching out to him so late. First, he could rule out Miss Gota, the socially anxious creature. After all, it was always him who contacted her at night, and with her level 3 social anxiety, the idea of her contacting him was almost laughable. So, who could it be? Had he just added Gita Ikuyo to his line? Or perhaps Najuka? Or maybe Sika? Pasan. The number of people who had added him as a friend was quite small. Instinctively, Minami looked at his line. And then he saw a nickname that surprised him. The lonely bass freak, are you there? Tokyo's first handsome boy, what's up? Miss Yamada? The lonely bass freak, that's too formal. Just call me Ryo. The attached image shows a blue-haired woman holding a bloody bass and knocking someone's head. The sudden request for a more casual nickname left Minami stunned for a while. This wasn't a simulation anymore, Ms. Yamada. How did your affection level rise so quickly? Tokyo's first handsome boy, okay, Ryo, what's the matter? The lonely bass freak, don't add Miss. Tokyo's first handsome boy, Ryo, what's the matter? There was a long pause before Miss Yamada replied. Perhaps she was really pleased with Minami's straightforwardness. After a while. The lonely bass freak, it's nothing, I just wanted to thank you for today, Tokyo's first handsome boy, please call me Minami-san or just Minami. Don't be so formal, Ryo and I aren't that close yet, the lonely bass freak, I took the day off to take my dad to the hospital for an examination. Thanks to your reminder, my dad's lung condition was detected. I'm really grateful to you, Minami. It seemed like Miss Yamada was truly carefree, not really understanding what it meant to respect someone's words. Due to the guaranteed outcomes in the simulation, Minami reluctantly accepted the casual way she referred to him. Tokyo's first handsome boy, was the condition detected? The lonely bass freak, yeah, it seems to be a viral lung infection with a strong incubation period. It would be missed in a basic health check. Thanks again, Tokyo's first handsome boy, is there a way to treat it? The lonely bass freak, you warned me early, and the condition isn't severe yet. A few days of 4 drips should solve it. But if it's delayed, the latent virus could flare up, and that would be troublesome. A long string of messages followed by a short one. The lonely bass freak, do you have time tomorrow? I want to treat you to a meal, Tokyo's first handsome boy, no need to be so polite. The lonely bass freak, if you don't want that, then I'll come to you with the ingredients and cook for you, Minami. Miss Yamada, please stop this. Minami was face-palming in frustration. He recalled the scene from when he simulated bocce before. It seemed like it unfolded in a similar way back then. At first, Yamada Ryo just hung around beside him, studying, but gradually, she was mooching food and drinks at his place. During this phase, her affection level for him also shot up. If this had been the simulation, Minami estimated that by choosing this option, the most likely outcome would have been him marrying Miss Yamada. His fingers began sliding across the phone screen. Tokyo's first handsome boy, can you cook, Ryo? The lonely bass freak, I can't cook, but I can learn. I'm a genius at bass, so I'm sure cooking won't be a problem, Ryo. Who gave you the courage to say such things? In the simulation, even after studying cooking for 3 months, your cooking skill was still only at level 1, did you know? Minami shook his head and directly rejected the offer. Tokyo's first handsome boy, no need, let's just meet outside, the lonely bass freak, really? Aren't you going to feel regret? Tokyo's first handsome boy. What regret? The lonely bass freak, not being able to eat the meal cooked by Tokyo's first beautiful bass girl. Attached image is a blue-haired woman holding a spatula. Tokyo's first handsome boy, my phone's out of battery, I'll log off now. Let's decide the time tomorrow. The line user with the panda avatar faded out. Yamada Ryo. She lazily leaned on her hand, looking indifferent, and placed her phone aside. Then she stretched and yawned. Decide the time tomorrow. Looking at Minami's avatar on her phone, Yamada Ryo tilted her head and thought for a moment. Is this my first time going out with a guy? She stood up and went to her wardrobe. This one won't do. This one won't do either. This should be okay, right? She changed into her favorite black long-sleeve shirt and dark blue mid-length skirt. Then, she stood in front of the mirror, emotionless as she inspected herself. Not bad. Let's go with this. Kicking her legs back onto the bed, she put on her headphones and began listening to music while flipping through a magazine. Her first time going out with a guy. Although she wasn't particularly interested in Minami, she still felt a little bit of anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Miss Yamada really does have a consistent performance. Sitting on his bed, Minami couldn't help but rub his temples, muttering to himself. Yes. It really was Miss Yamada's steady performance. After so many simulation cycles, Minami had come to realize this. Miss Yamada was indeed a very stable character. At this point, he suspected it wasn't just in the simulation. In reality, Miss Yamada was probably the same. But tomorrow would just be a meal. Once that was over, he should be able to keep his distance and wouldn't have to deal with Miss Yamada anymore, right? Minami rubbed his chin, then went back to reviewing the simulation that had just ended. He had been focused on his plan to save Chisato, and he had missed the system rewards. Since he had nothing else to do for now, he could take a look at them. System settlement, You have gained a special trait, sensitivity level 1, sensitivity level 1. Minami looked at the new trait and roughly guessed whose talent it was. This was probably Chizato's unique talent. Unlike ordinary people, Chizato had always possessed an incredibly sharp sensitivity. In the original story, she could even dodge bullets thanks to her acute reflexes. The setting was indeed like that. Dodging bullets with her reflexes? That must be level 5 level, right? Minami thought as he turned his gaze away. The sensitivity level 1 trait was at most useful for focusing his attention and improving reaction time. It was better than nothing, but for now, he didn't need to worry about it. What concerned him more was that now, Yamato Ryo's father seemed to be completely fine. So, the next step for him was to figure out how to approach Chizato, who had congenital heart disease, and convince her to take the universal medicine. This was something he had to seriously consider. Chapter 84, Intelligence takes over Miss Yamada's mind. Early the next morning, already awake, Minami unhesitatingly climbed out of his still warm bed. After a quick wash and a change of clothes, he began his morning jog. Your physical fitness has slightly improved. Your exercise stat has increased. Current exercise stat, 7, exercise stat increased. Wiping his sweat and drinking water, Minami stared at the sudden pop-up notification and tapped open his status panel. Sure enough, under his personal attributes, his exercise stat had risen to 7. This rapid increase made Minami pause and think. If the average person's exercise stat was around 5, then his 7 points should make him stronger than the average person but still weaker than a professional athlete. The exercise stat likely became harder to increase as it went higher. Without professional training, most people might never break past 8 in their entire lives. And if left unused for a while, his newly gained 7 points could very well drop back down. With this realization, Minami understood why the increase had been so fast. Unlike intelligence stats, which had a built-in talent component, the exercise stat relied heavily on effort in addition to natural ability. But still, having my exercise stat increase means my overall physical fitness has improved. That's a good thing. Feeling his more energized body, Minami was rather satisfied. He never planned on competing in sports events, so just having a healthy body was already a great benefit. At the very least, it lowered the chances of him dying due to physical neglect in the simulation. Alright, time to get ready. Today, he was meeting Yamato Ryo, so he figured he should put in some effort. He casually pulled a shirt from his wardrobe and took out a pair of casual pants to match. Once fully dressed, Minami stood in front of the mirror, staring at his reflection for a long time before frowning. What's going on? The 17-year-old face in the mirror was clean and pure, with high cheekbones and bright eyes that seemed to sparkle. And then why do you still look so damn good today? His frown gradually eased into admiration as he marveled at his own reflection. Your special trait narcissism has greatly increased. Your narcissism level has risen. Current narcissism level, 3, huh? The sudden system notification left Minami frozen for a moment. Seeing the glaring narcissism level 3 inches text, he truly started to suspect that this cursed simulator was malfunctioning. How was this possible? In this world, the only person he knew with narcissism at level 3 was Miss Yamada. According to the system's grading, level 1, amateur beginner level 2, elite amateur level 3, professional level. Are you telling me my narcissism has caught up to Miss Yamada's in just 1 week? Minami found this incredibly hard to accept. He was genuinely convinced now this cursed system had completely mixed up confidence and narcissism. Miss Yamada had cultivated her narcissism since childhood, refining it over more than a decade. And yet he had managed to match her progress in just 1 week? This had to be some kind of joke. This system seriously needs an update, it's obviously bugged. Minami thought with absolute confidence. As for doubting himself? That was simply out of the question. Would he, Minami, ever have a problem? Ignoring the system notification, Minami tidied up his room and headed out. Once outside, he didn't immediately decide on a direction. Instead, he stood still and took out his phone. Wearing a crisp white shirt, he stood under the gentle morning sunlight. The golden glow accentuated his sharp features, giving him a relaxed yet effortlessly charismatic aura. A few high school girls on the street, who had been shopping, immediately noticed him. They whispered among themselves, trying to guess his identity. Is he an actor? Maybe a singer. He's so good-looking. A model, perhaps? Unaware of their discussion, Minami focused entirely on his phone. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, where are you? The lonely bass freak, I'm here. Location attached. Minami glanced at the address Yamada had sent. It wasn't far from his home, about a 10-minute walk. That meant saving some money on train fare, which was a plus. But why does this place seem so familiar? He pondered for a moment but decided not to overthink it. Putting his phone away, he began walking in the direction of Yamada's location. However, as he walked, the sense of familiarity grew stronger. And then, halfway there, he finally realized, isn't this the way to Reiko? Yes. In the simulation, he had walked this path to Reiko countless times. Just past the next corner, on the right-hand side, stood the cozy cafe with a wooden signboard, exuding an atmosphere of tranquil, everyday life. Reiko. Minami hadn't expected that the restaurant Yamada Ryo invited him to this time would actually be Reiko.